level. The Republican Party is not.
I hear what you're saying, but there is a lot of people that came out and said that these protests were peaceful.
Who?
Or mostly peaceful when...
Well, they were mostly peaceful. The protests across the country, 93% of them were peaceful. 7% were violent. And the 7% that were violent, wrong. Don't do that. Do not be violent. Do not loot. Do not vandalize. Don't do anything like that. But in terms of protests across the entire country, there was multiple studies confirming this, that the overwhelming majority, around 93% of those protests were peaceful. But January 6th was 100% violent.
Yeah,
that's something that was encouraged by Donald Trump.
Oh, it wasn't encouraged by. He didn't
Really?
tell the people to go down there and break into the Capitol.
He directed people to the Capitol. He knew they had weapons. He knew they had knives and brass knuckles and things like that. And he waited 180 minutes for to put out a video telling these people to go home.
He knew every single person that showed up with a weapon had a weapon.
No. He knew that people in the crowd had weapons.
I doubt that, but I mean,
what do you mean? We have testimony from the January 6th committee and under oath in the January 6th report about how Donald Trump was informed that a lot of these people had firearms, had knives, had weapons of any kind. And so much so that he actually told Secret Service to remove the metal detectors that were scanning the people coming through for his rally at the Ellipse.
Yeah, I mean, I'll take your word for it, but he, like him himself, did not know that people were going to show up there with weapons and storm the Capitol. No, he didn't.
Yes, he did. The FBI and the Secret Service were briefing him for weeks about how people were planning violence on January 6th. They briefed Mike Pence on this as well.
I think that's a far reach, kind of like when they reached, for the fraud case that they brought against him in New York, and that turned out to be,
we'll talk about the fraud case in just a second, but just to be clear, the FBI and the Secret Service were telling him and members of his staff and Mike Pence that there was going to be violence on January 6th, that they had credible intelligence that people were planning to do something on January 6th. They didn't know what. It wasn't abundantly clear what it was going to be, but that people were bringing weapons, that it was going to be violent, that people were planning violence. Donald Trump knew this, went forward with the rally anyway, and directed his followers to the Capitol to stop the certification of the election.
I mean, I'll take what you're saying. I understand what you're saying, but to say that he is directly responsible for lives lost today, for people breaking into Capitol, like he's not, though.
He told his followers, if you don't fight, you won't have a country anymore. When you see fraud of this levels, you go by different rules.
Did he directly to tell people to break into the Capitol?
Do you have to tell somebody directly to be the cause of what they did? Like, do you have to be like, yeah, like if you say something like that person over there is really bad, he's really evil, he's coming for your family, he's going to take the life of your family members, and if you don't do something about it, he's going to come take your life. And then that the person you're telling this to goes and like injures that person. Do you think that the person who is directing that person to go attack that guy over there has any liability?
Okay, I get what you're saying. So I could flip that and say like, the people on The View or other major networks, when they say that he is a threat to democracy and he needs to be taken out, should they be responsible for?
I don't think anybody has said that nobody said that he needs to be taken out, but saying that he's a threat to democracy is also the truth. So you might be like, yeah, that's like a really like powerful thing to say about somebody in politics, but it's true. And also, just to be clear, none of these like wannabe assassins have been inspired by anything on the left. All of these people have either voted for Donald Trump in the past or were registered Republicans or vocally supported Republicans. It's none of these people were like, oh yeah, the big bad Democrats told us that Donald Trump was evil, so we went and tried to like take his life.
I'm just saying, do you think that there's any level of responsibility that's had to some of these people, some of these very outspoken people that have come out and said that, we need to take him out, he's a threat, stuff like that? Like, do you think any of them should claim responsibility for any political violence against him? Why?
Well, nobody said we need to take him out. But why? Why would they have responsibility?
I mean, that's inciting violence.
Why is that? How is that inciting violence? Like voicing political opinion, also political opinion that is true. I don't know how that's inciting violence.
If I said to, Parker or Dean, hey, we need to take Harry out, and then one of them went off their rocker one day, and God forbid something happened, do I have any sense of responsibility for that then? Because
if you said the words, we need to take Harry out, and that was the end of the conversation, right? You said nothing further. You're just like, yeah, we need to take Harry out. And one of them like tried to take me out. I would not say you are responsible for that.
Okay, then how can you say that Donald Trump was responsible for people breaking into the Capitol? It goes hand in
because
hand.
Donald Trump didn't just say we need to go to the Capitol. He hyped up this rally for weeks. He knew that there was going to be violence, ignored it, brought people to the ellipse for his speech, knew they had weapons, ignored it, directed them to the Capitol based off of a lie saying that if they don't fight, they won't have a country anymore. He was calling for the termination of the Constitution, among many other things. So yeah, Donald Trump did a little bit more than just say, hey, we need to do something about this.
I'll agree that there's something he should have done more to prevent that, and he should have stepped up more when it was happening to prevent it from happening. But to say that it all falls just on his shoulders, I think is a little bit of a reach. But
I don't think it all falls on his shoulders. I think it falls on a variety of people who are around him. But he's the main antagonist. He's the guy who pretty much incited everything, made it all happen, encouraged people to come to January 6th and DC on January 6th. So yeah, he's the main guy, 100%.
Okay. I mean, we could agree to disagree on that topic, but going to the fraud case, I haven't read much on that lately, but I'm seeing that in the appeals court that it got overturned. No. He's going to be granted his money back.
No.
I mean, those are headlines I was seeing today. So.
These are not headlines you've seen. These are article or videos you might have seen on TikTok. But no, that's not true. There was first of all, it was in the appellate court in New York. No opinion has been issued. No money has been given back. And we have no idea how the court's going to rule.
Okay, but just say they do rule in favor of Trump and there was no wrongdoing. Then
Well, it's not going to happen. I'm sorry. They're not going to rule. I think it's decently likely that they reduce the penalty against Donald Trump. Right now, it sits at over $500 million when you account for interest as well. I think it's decently likely that they bring the number down. The judges in the hearing were saying something along the lines of the judge who initially issued the ruling double dipped in some instances. So I think it's decently likely that they remove some money from the sum. But in terms of overturning it, no. Donald Trump obviously committed a bunch of fraud.
Yeah, no, I'm not. I haven't read up too much on that. These are just things that I'm seeing quick across, my phone as I'm scrolling. But
yeah, so don't listen to these. If there's anybody telling you out there that his cases have been overturned, do not listen to them. Just don't. They have no idea what they're talking about. And also, this hearing you can go watch online. It wasn't 6 hours. It was 45 minutes. No opinion was issued. So
I got you. I had a point that just popped in my head. I was looking at earlier, and I find it really interesting. How do you take the Polymarket polls that have been coming out? How do you view those polls specifically? Because it's kind of gives a different perspective on everything, right? Because it's real money. So where do you stand with that stuff?
Yeah, I think it's I don't think betting markets are bad sources to look at. For example, I think that these are real people kind of putting money behind this stuff, so it kind of indicates a trend or at least a vibe, quote unquote, around the country. So I think they can be reliable, but I think you want to look at a mix of polls and the news, and if you want to factor in markets to that, that's fine.
Gotcha. Yeah, I just found that a little interesting when I was looking at the betting odds today on that, and saw a little bit of an increase in Trump support on that end. Actually, quite a few polls that I saw come out today on political polls on X have shown that Trump is gaining a little bit more ground, and I'm just curious to know why you think that is.
Yeah, I mean, I think it's just the nature of a race. It kind of fluctuates. So, it's likely that Kamala Harris will have some points gained next week, and then Trump and kind of just goes back and forth. But I don't know why there's been a slight increase of Trump. There's been a lot of Republican aligned polls released as of late, but I don't know. It just kind of goes back and forth as it does.
I just found it interesting because now we're getting into early voting and everything, and mail-in voting, these polls are coming out now showing more favor in Trump, and I just found that a little bit interesting. But I have a hypothetical to throw at you.
Okay.
And I know this is a bit of a reach, and I don't think there's any truth behind it. At least I hope not. But God forbid, say these claims that are coming out about Tim Walz prove true. I know. And again, like I said, like, I don't know if there's any truth behind any of this, but something like that can't be taken lightly until it's completely, looked into.
So there's just to stop you, I'm going to stop you right there. Like, there's as much validity to those claims as me right now saying that I saw Donald Trump assault a young boy or girl. Like, this is literally just one dude on social media who lied and made the claim, and there's nothing, not a single thing to back it up.
Right, I get you, but it just, hypothetically, if that was to come out, again, it's just a hypothetical. Like, say that was to come out and prove true. Like, how does the party pivot from that? Because
I don't know. I don't know. I'm not even like entertaining something like this because it's just like so obviously false. And it's like, this is one of the main things I'm very frustrated with recently, the lack of accurate information in our media and kind of and the lack of informed voters. So I'm just not even going to really entertain this.
I got you. I just figured I'd throw it out there and see if clearly, I mean, you have an opinion on it, but anyway. It's relevant. It's something that's been out there, but
Sure.
North Carolina I wanted to touch on real quick before you moved on.
All right.
Obviously, Elon Musk has came out and supported, a lot of those areas that have been devastated with Starlink. And there's been claims that FEMA has slowed it down. The federal government has slowed down Starlink getting up and running in those areas. I'm just curious to know your opinion on that.
I don't, there's no basis to these claims. The federal government, to be clear, has been very, very responsive, has given all these states everything they need. Republican politicians, Democratic politicians have all complimented FEMA and the federal government for their response. There's nothing held up. There's no a person in an official position that said that anything has been held up. So all of these are just lies spread on social media. So just to be clear, like, you should not get your information from Elon Musk when it comes to natural disasters. You should not get your information from Elon Musk or anybody else kind of in his orbit when it comes to political matters. You should look into this stuff yourself, and you should read from the FEMA website what they're doing.
I mean, some of these claims are coming literally from people that are living in this, disaster. It's kind of hard not to believe the people that are living the reality.
Yeah, I'd also argue that a lot of people, even in disasters, are disingenuous. And I'd also argue that a lot of these people claim to be living in disaster zones and they actually don't. Right? So there's a lot of bad actors on social media who will say anything to get some clicks and to get some views and to make you think one way about politicians. But in terms of like people who are actually involved in these situations, politicians, state officials, and all these folks, they're saying that the federal government has been great. The governor of North Carolina complimented the federal government. Ron DeSantis in Florida has, the governor of Tennessee, the governor of South Carolina, governor of Virginia. Most of these people are Republicans, have all complimented the federal government.
So there's actually been a mayor that came out of North Carolina in one of the disaster zones that have came out and bash FEMA a little bit because the $750 to get started on relief efforts that you have to apply for, which I think is a joke in itself, but his daughter applied for it and she was only approved $300 of the $750, and she lost everything on the first floor of her house. Like, I just think that's wrong. When you look at, I think it's wrong because of the timing that everything is unfolded. Like, okay, we're going to give you $750 to start relief efforts, but we're going to send millions of dollars overseas to fight a war that we have nothing to do with. Again, I think it is very bad timing, and the way that they're advertising it is not helping their case.
Yeah, this is also just like straight misinformation. Like, the $750 is the legal limit. It's the max that FEMA can send for immediate disaster relief, which is for day-to-day needs like water, food, shelter, things like that. But there's other programs that people can apply for that have way more money. So when it comes to like rebuilding your home, you can apply for programs that give you tens of thousands of dollars to do that. When it comes to transportation, when it comes to just general housing, temporary, you can do that as well. And there's a lot more money in those programs. So this 750 is only the legal limit. It's one program of many that people can apply for. And in terms of people being denied, accepted, rejected, or given lower limits, yeah, I mean, I think that everybody should be given as much as they need. But to be clear, like, some people don't need as much as others. And
I mean,
I don't know what his daughter went through, but also the $300 is not meant to be used for anything to do with your house. So the first floor of her house might have been devastated for sure, but that $300 has nothing to do with her house. It's not meant to be used on her house. So her house being destroyed means nothing.
But $300 may not even cover the food that was in her refrigerator and her cabinets.
Well, it depends on it depends on what the damage is in her area or what her circumstance is. So it's person by person. So she might have gotten $300, but there are people who've gotten $750 because their situations are worse.
I just don't think that it should be. I mean, I get it going by a case basis, but if you were completely devastated by a natural disaster, why is it even a question to the government stepping in and giving you whatever it is that you need?
You should talk to Donald Trump about that.
Because I'm not talking to Donald Trump about that.
No, I'm saying in terms of disaster response, you should talk to Donald Trump about that, because when he was president, he would pick and choose where to send aid based on who liked him. Again,
this isn't about Donald Trump right now. This
is about Donald Trump.
This is literally about Kamala Harris and Joe Biden.
But to be clear, you're supporting Donald Trump. So your argument is that the federal government should step in and give states and individuals everything they need when it comes to natural disasters. I agree. Joe Biden agrees. Kamala Harris agrees. That's why they've done everything possible and given all the resources they can to these states to recover and get resources to people who need it the most. But Donald Trump, when he was president, would pick and choose where to give aid based on if these people voted for him or not. So, for example, in California, there were wildfires, and he was not going to send aid for these wildfires to California. It was only until his aides pointed out that in Orange County, there were more Trump voters in that county than in the state of Iowa that he was convinced to send aid.
Well, I mean, the argument could go for the Maui wildfires.
It cannot.
It can't, absolutely can, because they're going through the same thing. Because again, it was when they came out and advertised for these families that you're going to get relief, it was $750. Again, they didn't advertise anything after that. But what I'm saying is, when it comes to a natural disaster like this, why is it even a conversation that, it has to go by a case basis, because, we're going to determine what your property is worth.
It has nothing to do with property value.
Again, I'm just saying, the food in your fridge. Okay, food, basic living needs. Who is the federal government to say how much it is to properly, maintain a good living?
I think the federal government estimates where money is needed the most. So by the way, we're speaking about somebody that we don't even know, this hypothetical that maybe she got $300, maybe that guy's lying, right? But there are people who need more aid than others when it comes to natural disasters. So, in the mountains of North Carolina, those very hard-hit areas, they maybe have one road going up these mountains. Those roads have been destroyed. Those people need aid right now more than some of the outer towns on flatter areas that might not have been hit as hard by the hurricane. Right. So somebody getting $300 and somebody getting $750 that's been hit harder makes sense. But again, this is only one program. And what you said about Maui is just categorically false. That, once again, $750 was for the maximum. It was for the maximum that the federal government could send to wildfire victims for immediate emergency needs like food and water. And also, it's not calculated based on the food you have in your fridge, right? And also, to be clear, the governor of Hawaii, the mayor of Maui, and all these different local officials have said that they got whatever they needed from the federal government immediately.
Again, I understand what you're saying. The point that I'm going to try to prove right here is, why are we putting a limit on money to our people here that are suffering from a natural disaster, but we are so quick to send money overseas to a conflict that has literally nothing to do with us right now?
So we have money that's appropriated for domestic spending and foreign policy spending. The money that we're sending to, for example, Ukraine, is money that is appropriated for foreign policy reasons, and that money is appropriated by Congress. That is not money appropriated by President Biden or Vice President Harris. That is money appropriated by Congress for foreign policy needs. So we dip into that fund for the most part when we send weapons to Ukraine or aid to Ukraine in that capacity. When it comes to domestic funding, we also have domestic funding appropriated. We also have funding for FEMA and disaster response appropriated by Congress. You're saying, hey, why don't we send more than $750? Sure. Then change the law. then vote for people who actually want to fund FEMA. You know, Joe Biden and Kamala Harris are calling for FEMA to be funded more to get through hurricane season. Right now, Speaker Mike Johnson, the Republican Speaker of the House, is refusing to bring Congress back so they can vote on more funding for FEMA.
I understand that, but again, like what I'm saying is, what it just seems very it's very insane to me that there's not an issue in the world when it comes to a Democratic Party about rallying up and getting aid together to send overseas for conflicts that have nothing to do with us. But I mean, it is true. My life is not impacted about what's going on over in Israel or Ukraine.
Yes, it is.
It does not. It does not.
Yes, it does.
Please tell me how my life is impacted by that.
Yeah, for sure. If Russia gets stronger, your life is impacted because you're a United States citizen. You want the country to be stronger. You don't want our enemies to be strong. And if Russia gets stronger, that hurts you. That hurts your security. Russia staying weak and keeping Russia in check is good for the United States. So you might say like, yeah, when I'm driving to work every single day and having dinner every single night, yeah, I'm not really thinking about like Russia invading Ukraine, but foreign policy matters, my man. Like,
I'm not saying it doesn't.
You would be somebody in World War II saying, yeah, like, why would we be helping Great Britain right now? Yeah, like, you know, Great Britain's an ally of ours, but that war is not involving us. Obviously,
again, I'm not saying that foreign aid is not a necessity and we don't need to support our allies. What I'm saying is I think there's other areas that we need to focus on that are much greater right now than a war overseas. For example, like that was such a big topic. It was a bigger topic than the border at the beginning of the presidency. Like, why? That's just insane to me. The war over in Ukraine.
Yeah, it's a really big deal. Like, I don't
know. Millions of people coming across our southern border bringing fentanyl.
It's not true.
You know, what do you mean it's not true? Look at the overdose rates. They've skyrocketed.
Overdose rates have actually went down last year.
Oh my God.
Yet overdose rates went down last year.
How high were they from? How much higher did they get from 2016?
I don't have an exact number of how much higher they got from 2016.
Okay, the amount of fentanyl coming across the southern border is substantially higher.
Oh yeah. In terms of the F drug coming across, yeah. So that drug has grown into prominence in recent years, even before Biden took office. But now we're doing a bunch of things to combat it. We have like a trilateral agreement with Canada and Mexico on this stuff. We also have been working with China to stem the flow because that's mostly where it comes from. But also, most of the F drug that's being brought in and just drug traffickers generally are native-born American citizens. So it has nothing to do with undocumented migrants. It's native-born American citizens who drive across the border into Mexico, get drugs, try to bring them back in the United States, and then they get arrested and convicted. And also, to be clear, the Biden administration tried to pass an immigration bill to clamp down on this further, and the Republicans rejected that bill.
Well, they rejected it the first time because they want to lump that in with a bill to support, for funding for Ukraine. Which
but that's nonsense. The Ukraine funding being attached to it had nothing to do with it because later the Democrats separated the bill and had a solely immigration bill, a solely Ukraine funding bill, and the Republicans voted for the Ukraine funding bill. So they clearly weren't objecting to the Ukraine funding bill. They just don't want to pass an immigration bill because that would give the Democrats a quote unquote win on immigration, which would hurt Donald Trump's campaign.
I don't find that true, but I mean, I know what he said to Congress. I understand all that stuff. But
yeah, he told them to block it.
Again, I think because, like the first attempt with the bill, they want to try to lump it in with so many other things. I didn't even read the second bill. I didn't know if that was a standalone bill or not for the border. Okay. Regardless, what did the bill push for?
Yeah, it pushed for hiring thousands of new Border Patrol agents specifically to deal with drug trafficking and asylum seekers. It also had funding for expanding immigration courts so that we can address asylum claims quicker. Right now, it takes like 4 to 7 years for your average asylum case to actually go in front of a judge. But with this bill, with the new funding and the expansion of immigration courts, that time would drop to below 6 months. It also invested in state-of-the-art technology at the border to scan cars coming through for drugs so we can, again, further stem the flow of drugs coming into the country and better catch them. It also gave the president the ability to shut down the border also gave the Border Patrol the ability to shut down the border. It also changed the law surrounding asylum, so it wasn't as easy to claim asylum. Right now, that's the main problem. People aren't just walking across the border. They're not undocumented migrants. They're people who are using the asylum system and abusing the asylum system and coming in legally. That's just a couple of the things that the bill did.
Okay. I mean,
Donald Trump blocked that bill. So all these reforms, we could be vetting people more thoroughly. We could have laws changed to stem the flow, but Donald Trump blocked that bill for political reasons. And right now, the issue that you're complaining about is something that Donald Trump hindered from getting fixed.
I just think it's very interesting that the Border Patrol Union just endorsed Donald Trump. It's kind of like the boots on the ground, the people that endorse them, know what they need, know the person that's going to get it done. But
they also endorsed the immigration bill that the Biden administration put forward.
Okay, again, but they after that
a bill that they
didn't
killed.
get passed, they still endorsed Trump. So clearly, the boots on the ground there have a better understanding of who's going to do what.
So first of all, it's not the Border Patrol, it's the Border Patrol Union. But also, again, they endorsed the immigration bill that Donald Trump killed. So whether they endorse him or not, they recognize that bill that Donald Trump killed would help them do their jobs. And Donald Trump killed it anyway.
That was interesting when you just, it's the Border Patrol Union, but you do understand how, the union votes on that, correct? I'm pretty sure 60% of the members of the union need to be in favor of that.
Yeah, but I was specifying because, a government agency doesn't endorse people politically.
Oh, okay. That's the point that you were trying to make. Okay. I got confused there for a second because
that's no problem. But that's the point, is that government agencies don't endorse. But again, the Border Patrol Union endorsed the policy that Donald Trump killed. So if this is an issue for you, if you have a problem with immigration, you want the problem to be solved, then you'd be voting for Kamala Harris every single day of the week.
That's not true because they've been in there for
What's Donald Trump's policy? What is he going to do to fix it?
Oh, he's going to have the largest deportation of illegal and undocumented migrants.
Okay. How's he going to do that?
Well, he's going to hire. He already said he's going to hire more agents for ICE, hire more Border Patrol agents.
Yeah. So how do you actually find out who is undocumented, and how are you going to do that in a legal way, and where are you going to get the funding for that?
Well, let me ask you, how would it be not in a legal way if they're here illegally? Why would it be illegal for us to take them?
Because, for example, an ICE agent just can't go door to door and barge into people's houses and search their houses for undocumented migrants.
No. I get that, but a lot of these people are receiving funding, or have applied for, state assistance and funding. You could track them down that way because you have to have obviously a home address to do that. For example, a lot of these people have either been bussed in or flown in to California or Pennsylvania.
If they've been bussed in or flown in, they're legal.
Not all.
Yes.
No, not all.
Yes.
I mean,
how would somebody that's undocumented be bussed in or flown in?
Because they're trying to seek asylum, but again, they're still coming over here illegally, and the government is.
That's not how asylum works. You have to claim asylum at the border at ports of entry, and then you have a credible threat interview. And if you pass your credible threat interview, then you're granted asylum or temporary asylum pending a court case. So, but to be clear, anybody that's flown in or bussed in, those are different programs of which people are coming in legally. Legal immigration.
Again, how many is there a official number on how many people have came over here illegally?
No, there's no way to have that exact number. But we know that there have been 10 million encounters in the past 3 or 4 years. But again, encounters are just you've literally encountered somebody at the border, and it doesn't mean that they came in. The majority of people who are encountered are rejected. And also one person could count for 2 encounters. So they might come to the border, get rejected, and then come back the next day. That would count as 2 encounters. So we don't have an exact number, of course.
I got you. I just think, the people that are here not seeking asylum, that are here illegally through and through, they should be forced to go back and come through the legal way. And I do agree with hiring more judges and, get the process rolling a little bit faster. But until then, I feel like these people need to go back and do it the right way. Again,
but then why would you then vote for Donald Trump if he wants to make the right way harder? And when he was president the first time, he made the right way harder.
He just came out in a recent interview. I forget which one, but he's in favor of hiring more judges.
Yeah, he's a total liar, though. I mean, I can't believe we haven't caught on to this yet. He lies about everything. So when he was president, he didn't put forward any policy to do that. Matter of fact, when he was president, he reduced the amount of green cards and working permits we granted every single year, which are legal immigration. It's legal immigration. He made it harder to come in legally. So anything you're hearing Donald Trump say right now is utter crap when it comes to immigration.
I could flip the script and say the same thing about Kamala, right? Like back before the 2020 election, she was hardcore against fracking. We're going to shut it down. No more fracking. Now that she's in office, we're drilling more oil now than we ever have in American history.
Yeah, I mean, her views change over time. So she's very much in favor of fracking.
Why can't Trump's views change over time?
What view changed?
Again, like I just said, he's in favor of hiring more judges and streamlining the process, you know.
Yeah, no, I'm saying that he's not actually in favor of that stuff. Like, he doesn't actually care about this stuff.
Okay, then how do I know that?
He's never suggested, when he was president, he never put forward policy to do this. It's not even part of his policy proposal right now. His main immigration things are like, yeah, we're just going to have mass deportation. And then we ask, like, okay, well, how? So we have a mass influx of immigrants in the past couple of years because of the COVID-19 pandemic, forcing people out of their home countries. How do we stop that? How do we reform the law? He has no answer.
Okay, again, I see what you're saying, but I could also say the same thing for Kamala.
What do you mean? Like, she has an answer.
Well, for the okay, so her original stance was we need to do away with fracking. We need to go all electric by 2035. No more fossil fuels, everything like that. She gets in the office with Biden. They're drilling more oil in American history now. Now she's running for president. How do I know when she gets elected that she's not going to turn around and have the same stance that she originally did back in 2019, 2020?
Because she has a track record on following through with promises. And she has a track record in public service that we can actually look at. Whereas Donald Trump has a extensive track record of lying.
I mean, again, like, how can you sit here and say that her view simply isn't a lie, but Donald Trump says, you know,
yeah, because when Donald Trump told 30,000 lies during his presidency, which averages around 20 a day, and he lied about the election, and he lies about the election to this day. And he lies about every single topic. He lies about hurricane relief. He lies about immigration. He lies about healthcare. He lies about climate change. He lies about manufacturing. He lies about veterans' healthcare. He lies about all of this stuff. I have no reason to believe that Donald Trump is suddenly honest about what his policy proposals actually are.
Okay, but again, like, this is a blatant lie that Kamala Harris told, right? Her stance originally too was, you know, she wants to allow people in prison. We should have the conversation to allow murderers and rapists that are locked up in prison the chance to vote. Does she still have that stance? If so,
yeah, I don't know. I don't know what her stance is on, like, felons voting, but I think there's an argument to be made that felons should have their voting rights restored
when they're currently imprisoned for murder or rape. Like, that's just kind of insane. That's,
yeah, I mean, like, whether you agree or disagree, I think there's like a decently good faith valid argument to make that felons should have their voting rights restored. I don't think you're a bad person if you're like, yeah, I think felons should be able to vote, because there are people who, like, committed crimes when they were like 18 and they're felons and now they can't vote for the rest of their lives. Is that fair?
No. I get that. Like, people that are out and reformed and, you know, benefiting society, but people that are currently behind bars for heinous crimes, I don't feel should have the right to vote. But again, that's just my...
Yeah, but that, you're like looking at the extreme. And I don't know what even clip you're talking about when it comes to Kamala Harris, but her view in that video, I'm guessing, is her just saying that people who are convicted of crimes, felons, should have the ability to vote. And that includes both, like, you know, light felonies and really heinous felonies like murder.
I believe the question was literally like, people in prison, we should have the conversation to allow them to vote. Yeah. And she said that we should have that conversation. I forget how it was exactly worded, but she said we should have that conversation.
Yeah, that's like a fine conversation to have. That's good faith. I don't think there's anything wrong with that.
I don't think murderers that are locked up for life should have the right to vote. I don't think they should have any.
Okay, you can have that. You can have that opinion, but she's not even running on that right now. I don't think she has taken a position on like whether felons should vote right now. It's perfectly fine for you to think that, but it's not like evil for her to say, "Yeah, I think that people who are in jail or like felons should be able to vote." I think there's a decent argument to be made that depriving somebody of the right to vote is, whether if they've committed a crime or not, is still anti-democracy, anti-democratic. And I don't even know how I feel about the position, but it's not bad faith for her to say that. It's not evil to say that.
I got you. I just think that view was a little bit out there personally.
Sure, I mean, that's fine. But how do you feel about Donald Trump's view that he wouldn't send wildfire aid to Gavin Newsom in a second term? Or how do you feel about Donald Trump saying that the enemy from within, aka radical Democrats, as he would put it, are more dangerous than that of like the leaders of Russia and China, and that he would use the military to go after them? And how do you feel about Donald Trump wanting to fire all of these different civil servants, like around 50,000 of them, and just replace them with Trump loyalists? Those people work in the FBI, the Department of Justice, the EPA, all of these agencies that require expertise, but instead of expertise, their only qualification is loyalty to Donald Trump. Like, it's funny to me how you bring up, like these very nuanced and old beliefs of Kamala Harris to be like, those are out there and those are extreme, when Donald Trump is telling you to your face, that he would use the military to go after the American people. And you're just like, meh.
It's not that I'm just like, man, I'm saying like,
well, you are.
I'm not though, because you can't trust either side. You know what I mean? Like the claims, both sides have claimed very interesting things, but like honestly, we live in a time with who can you believe, who can't you believe? I mean, like, I know that Kamala Harris was a prosecutor, yeah, but like, again, some of her claims that she came out with are just very extreme or very out there.
She doesn't have any extreme. She had like farther left views when she was running in 2020, but it's 2024. She's not running on those anymore. You can go find her policy. You can go find her policy on her website. And also, she said things like, I want a bipartisan group of advisors, including Republicans and Democrats, to give me advice on the presidency, on policy that I'm proposing. She said she would put a Republican in her cabinet. She and the Biden administration consistently reached out to Republicans to pass policy on a bipartisan basis. So she's clearly not a radical Democrat when she's advocating for a Republican to be in her cabinet. And Republicans like Liz Cheney, Dick Cheney, Adam Kinzinger, Joe Walsh, and a long list have endorsed her.
Yeah, I mean, all these things sound good, but how do we know that she's going to hold up that bargain when she gets in the office?
Because for the past 3.5 years, the Biden administration has held up what they ran on, which includes moderate policy that even you said earlier in this conversation you like infrastructure.
I like the infrastructure bill a lot, but a lot of that has to deal with our governor because, he knew how to implement that funding.
Yeah, Josh Shapiro is great. But to be clear, like Josh Shapiro wouldn't have been able to do that without Biden and Kamala Harris.
I kind of wish he would say that. If Josh Shapiro was running against Donald Trump, I'd vote for Josh Shapiro. But again, he's not, unfortunately.
Well, Josh Shapiro endorsed Kamala Harris because he sees the good job that she's doing.
He endorsed her because he's a Democratic governor,
but he's talked about working with her for years. I mean, they were both attorney generals. He was attorney general of Pennsylvania, and she was attorney general of California. They worked together for a long time. Now she's vice president, and he's the governor of Pennsylvania. And he's praised the job that the Biden administration has done when it comes to infrastructure, as the infrastructure bill, or when like I-95, I think it was, collapsed. The federal government was on the spot immediately helping Governor Shapiro get that bridge back up and running. That's the Biden administration, and your governor that you like. It's only able to get these things done, according to him as well, because of the Biden administration, because of Kamala Harris.
Again, like a lot of that, I feel has to come out. He has to come out and say that just because we're such a detrimental state in the election, and to align with his party, he has to come out and make those claims. But again, like if he was the one running against Donald Trump, I would have zero question that I would vote for him. Just because I physically see it every single day, what he's able to do. And may I add, I mean, we're the only state that has a split legislature.
So just to be clear, the infrastructure that you see in Pennsylvania that you are attributing to Josh Shapiro is, yes, the doing of Josh Shapiro, but it's also the doing of Kamala Harris and Joe Biden. So you're saying, I see it every day. I see the improvements being made to the country. You are seeing improvements from this administration.
Yeah, I mean, this is one example. I'm sure that
One example
could come
that you
out,
really like. I don't even understand how this is a question for you.
but again, like I'm sure there's something that Trump did that you like, correct? Like streamlining the COVID vaccines.
Yeah, 100%. There are definitely things that the Trump administration and Trump did that are good for the country, like Operation Warp Speed. But in terms of like the overall presidency, it was bad. Can you point to me like how the Biden administration and Biden's presidency has been overall bad?
I mean, I think our spending with foreign aid and how much we've spent over the last 3.5 years, that's been a little bit crazy in my opinion.
I can't even go around this circle with you about how this benefits you and how this benefits America. I mean, like if you can't see how like hurting Russia and like practically eliminating their army without any American dying is a good thing, then I don't know what to tell you, man.
No,
It's just
I get it, but again, like Ukraine's not gaining any traction in this war.
They are.
They're not.
They've gained a bunch of land in recent weeks. Yes, they have.
From what I've been seeing, Russia has been. I mean, Russia has this war locked. I mean,
What? Well, I don't know. Again, get off TikTok, my man. You got to get off TikTok. And anybody telling you that Russia has this war on lock is like, yeah, they're probably maybe receiving money from the Kremlin. I don't know, man.
I don't know. I think this is a war. That this isn't a war that happened overnight either. I mean, this has been talked about for a long time. But regardless, like our military aid that has been spent over there, I just feel like would be better useful here. But again, just my opinion.
All right, man. Well, all right, we're gonna wrap it up. I appreciate you coming up. We'll leave it there. All right, you have a good one. All right.
Yeah, you too.
Bro, just not going in that circle again, man. I refuse to do it. Not going in that circle, man. Alicia, thank you for the $5. Your patience with this one is unmatched. Keep up the work. It's can be tough. It can be tough. Devon, thank you for the $5. Quick question, Big Dog. Let's chat. Yeah, man, for sure. We're looking for some Trump supporters for the most part. So if you're a Trump supporter, happy to bring you up. Tara, thank you for the $30 as well. We appreciate you so much. Continue the good fight. Tara, I appreciate that so much. Thank you for being here. That's incredibly kind. Tanner, thank you for the $1.50, man. It's me again, Big Dog. The only articles that have come out about the Walls allegations are not even from the United States. Raise hell tonight. Yeah, seriously, man. It's like this whole it's so stupid, man. And Max, thank you for the 50 cents. I was looking forward to hopping on Twitch and seeing you and Chris in NCAA. Love what you do, Harry. You're inspiring me to get involved in politics at 15. Awesome, Max. I'm so glad to hear that. Yeah, don't worry. We're going to make that happen. We're going to hop on NCAA together, and I'm going to smack him around. He's going to get destroyed. So listen, Venmo, Cash App in the link in the bio. If you want to support the live, drop a follow if you haven't already. Double tap the screen. Let's try to get to 300,000 likes. And if you are MAGA, let me know in the chat, and I'll bring you up, and we can talk. All right, we can talk. You don't let people under 18 speak on your live. Yeah, because that's against TikTok's rules, my man. It's against TikTok's rules. TikTok says you have to be above the age of 18. So not my rules, TikTok's rules. Trust me, when I was 17, I wanted to debate as well. What's up, man? Are you MAGA?
Yeah.
All right, why?
Oh, laundry list of reasons, but kind of piggybacking off of what Cam said, it's hard to trust anything that Harris says because she flops like a fish.
Do you trust Donald Trump?
I trust him to handle the economy.
But do you just trust Donald Trump? In the same, like you're talking, like it's hard to trust Kamala Harris because she flops like a fish. Do you trust Donald Trump?
For the most part, I mean, he stayed consistent with everything. I mean, let's be honest.
So when he lies 30,000 times during his presidency,
since he has ran for president,
30,000 times.
But since he has ran for president, he has stayed to his values for the most part. He hasn't really changed his opinion on much. So with Trump, you know what you're getting. You understand where he stands on most policies. What you don't know about Harris is what her opinion is or how she feels about things, because one minute, like he said, she's anti-fracking, then she gets in here and then she's not anti-fracking, and now she's running, she's not, like, 1 minute she wants to do a mandatory buyback, now she don't want to do a mandatory buyback. Well, which one is it?
Yeah, so I just want to be clear that Donald Trump has not stayed consistent. So recently he came out against a policy that was included in his own tax law that he signed in 2017, surrounded like the SALT deduction and whatnot. So when he was president, he signed in something, and now he's saying that what he signed in was bad. So he's certainly not stayed consistent on policy. But also, just to be clear, again,
Say that
he
one
lied
more time.
30. So there was a part of his tax law in 2017 that he signed in surrounding the SALT deduction that capped it. And now he's saying that he wants to get rid of the SALT deduction cap. So he signed in a law, said it was the best bill ever, and now is running on getting rid of things that he did, right? So not good. He hasn't stayed consistent. But again, I just want to remind you, 30,000 lies in 4 years, averaging 20 a day. He is a pathological liar. He lied to you and lied to the American people 20 times a day for 4 years straight. How can you trust somebody that is constantly lying to you? Kamala Harris, don't get me wrong. She has switched policy beliefs, but switching beliefs is a good thing. Learning more information as a leader and then changing your beliefs based on that new information is a good thing. Not digging your heels into the sand and being adaptable as a leader is what we want in a leader. Whereas digging your feet into the sand and just saying, no, I'm going to believe what I believe for my entire life is stupid.
I don't necessarily disagree. I mean, I agree with you on that. I mean, but her changes are so dramatic. It's like, how can you really believe that? You know, and the thing about it is you bring up the fact that Trump's lied 20 times a day since he's became president. Well, you got to understand, we have a biased media. And if you don't want to admit that, you're being naive. You can look at these debates, for example. Even J.D. Vance, you know, that debate wasn't supposed to be fact checked. What do? They still fact check them. You know, when Trump debated Harris, they're only fact checking Trump. They're not fact checking Harris. If they did fact check Harris, they would have known that she lied about, you know, unemployment and stuff. Like, you know, they're saying that when Trump left office, the unemployment was the highest in U.S. history. That's not even
That's
true.
What she said. She didn't say that.
But
she didn't say it's highest in history. She said it was high, which it was when Donald Trump left office, and
it was 6.4%.
Yeah, it's typically, well, first of all, unemployment hit around like 14% under Donald Trump during COVID. Again, I'm not saying this is because of Donald Trump. I'm just saying that this occurred. And 6.6% when is still, you know, typically higher than the United States has it. We normally want it around like 4%. So she's not wrong in saying that. But just to be clear, J.D. Vance and Donald Trump were fact-checked on egregious lies. So Donald Trump lied many more times than he was actually fact-checked on. Many more times about what the Biden administration done, what Harris has said, and things like that. But the things that Donald Trump was fact-checked on was like, such as migrants eating pets in Ohio. And J.D. Vance was fact-checked on the same thing. These are such egregious lies that it is right for the moderators to step in and fact-check them. It's not like Donald Trump got a number wrong, and every time he got a number wrong, the moderators were like, It's only when Donald Trump was making up these wild conspiracy theories.
I mean, it's what people were telling him. So if that's what people were telling him and that's what they're spreading, then, you know, is that necessarily on them, or are they just repeating things that were told to them?
Who is telling him that? Because the mayor of Springfield and the governor of Ohio had debunked these things. These people, by the way, the governor of Ohio, Republican, endorsed by Donald Trump, they were like, yeah, this is not happening. This is not true. So nobody was telling him these things. He was just making it up to score political points. And so here's two things. Number one, if Donald Trump has advisors who are telling him things that are false and he's believing it, that's already disqualifying in and of itself. Number two, if his advisors are telling him things and he knows it's false and he repeats it anyway, that's already disqualifying because he's lying knowingly to the American people. Or number three, if he's just straight up lying and making it up on the spot, that is also disqualifying. So when it comes to Donald Trump's egregious lies surrounding migrants, every single scenario of which this occurred is bad for Donald Trump.
So were you aware of the Custom Border Patrol, that CBP-1 app?
I'm aware of it, yes.
So, you know, they tried fact-checking J.D. Vance, and their fact-checking was incorrect. So J.D. Vance then tries to point out, well, no, you know, they're not against, and they're not trying to stop immigration. They're trying to find a way to legalize the illegal stuff. So, like, if you're here illegally and you create an app to have people sign up so it makes them legal, that's not helping the issue.
Wait, it's not
all
making them legal.
All you're doing is helping.
Wait, what?
Like that CBP. I downloaded it.
the app,
and I looked at it, And like you can like log flights on there. There's a whole bunch of different things that they can do on there, and it's a way to they can plea for asylum on there. But our laws clearly state that you have to come through to enter the U.S. legally. You have to come to a legal point of entry, and that's a federal law. So they're already here illegally if they don't go to a port of entry and plead for asylum, or if they don't come here with like a visa or whatever. If you're just coming into the country, you don't have a visa.
Hold on. Yeah, I don't believe that to be the case. I don't believe that's what I don't think I can find the statute. Oh, wait, here it is. Yeah, so 8 USC 1158 for asylum. This is what the law says. Authority to apply for asylum. Quote, in general, any alien who is physically present in the United States or who arrives in the United States, whether or not at a designated port of entry, and including an alien who is brought to the United States after having been interdicted in international or United States waters, irrespective of such alien status, may apply for asylum in accordance with this section or where applicable. So actually, like, people who are here in the country already can apply for asylum. You don't just have to automatically go to a port of entry, and that's only where you can apply for asylum. And in some cases, you can apply for asylum not at a port of entry, but for the most part, people do. But the CBP One app is mainly for people tracking their court dates, to be clear.
Right, but how do you get here? But you're missing the point. So the point is, though, like, I get, and this is a talking point for Democrats, well, you don't have to do it at a point of entry. You can do it, as long as you're in the United States, you can plead for asylum. Yeah. How did you get here to begin with?
Yeah, I mean, so some people here came on green cards or work permits. Some people entered in an undocumented way. I don't think that if you're undocumented, you can apply for asylum, though, but I'm not 100% sure on that, so don't take my word. But yeah, some people like come in on humanitarian parole and then their 2 years expire and then they can apply for asylum there. There's a variety of different ways as to how people who are already here can apply for asylum. I think some people are saying, yes, you can. I'd probably take their word for it.
So I don't know how we got on this topic. I want to go back to unemployment.
Okay.
I honestly don't know how we got on that topic, and I don't want to be pivoting. So back to unemployment. You know, the Biden administration loves to say that, you know, unemployment was the highest when Trump left office and that as it ever was, and it's just not true. You know, unemployment was 6.4%. The last time it was 6.4% was in 2013 under Obama. Now, the unemployment
rate, which was a crisis that he inherited from a Republican president.
Right, yeah.
It just seems like Democrats really have to clean up the mess.
Obama did an amazing job on the recovery. That you can't deny that. And I don't care if you're a Republican or Democrat. Nobody can deny that Obama did a heck of a job.
I agree.
Making with the recovery. The unemployment rate prior to the pandemic was 3.5%. And that's the lowest it's been since 1969. Biden has yet to get us back down to there.
That's not true. We were at 3.4%.
What are we at now, though? We're at like 4 point.
Yeah, so unemployment has fluctuated over time, but we've hovered around 4% for quite some time now. It's like 40 straight months we've hovered around 4% unemployment. I think it's now like 42 or 43. But we actually got down to 3.4% unemployment under Joe Biden.
But when you expect us to believe that Harris is the answer to a better economy.
100%. Because she has good economic policies.
But the problem is we had 4 years of each presidency. Well, and I get it. She's the vice president. But we've seen what happened under Biden. And we've seen what happened under Trump. Under Trump, we had the lowest unemployment since 1969. And
but what did Donald Trump do to do that?
He continued to cut regulations.
Like what?
What's that?
Like what?
I don't know. I don't read into what the regulations are, but
so the
it makes it easier. So Trump made it. I don't know if he passed a bill or whatever, or if it was just an executive order. Basically, for every one new regulation, they had to cut like 2. But that was something that he enacted. I forget because I don't have it in front of me. I forget the exact.
Yeah, I don't even know if that executive order exists. But the point is that Donald Trump didn't actually do anything to help the economy. He didn't pass any major legislation. He didn't cut regulation in a major way that boosts, job creation and things like that. And you can look at the graphs yourself. You can look at unemployment go down steadily. You can look at wages grow steadily. You can look at jobs grow steadily. All of this stuff grew steadily. So if you're like, who do I thank for this great economy? Thank President Obama. That's the guy who handed off Donald Trump a great economy. It's almost like basically what Barack Obama did was he's on his 1 yard line. He was just handed off the ball. He just took it 99 yards and then just like tossed it to the left tackle to score a touchdown for fun. And the left tackle's like, yeah, I did it all. I scored a touchdown. Everybody, I ran the field. No, it's the running back who did that. Obama's the running back. Donald Trump's the left tackle.
I just got done telling you. I think Obama did a heck of a job. I'm not.
Yeah, but the point is, you can't attribute Obama's success to Donald Trump. So you can say like Obama did a heck of a job with the recovery. I agree. But Donald Trump didn't do anything to make the economy better.
I mean, you don't think his tariffs on China did a thing?
No. I think it actually hurt the United States a lot.
How did he bail the farmers out with the money that he got from the tariffs?
We had to bail the farmers out because the tariffs hurt them. And with Donald Trump's tariffs, most of the money actually went to big farms and screwed over smaller farms.
I mean, my family has a 300-acre farm, and I can tell you now that under Trump, and I don't run the farm, so I can't tell you. It's my uncle and them that run it, and they 100% support Trump, and they said that it was much easier under Trump than it is now.
A lot of people vote against their own interests, unfortunately.
What about abortion? I mean, I hear you guys say a lot about. Are we done with that topic?
Yeah, I mean, we can move on if you want. That's fine.
So yeah, I'm just trying to get new guests up here. This will be my last point, then I'll hop down.
Gotcha.
Abortion. I can't stand the fact that you guys love to use abortion as we're taking away women's rights, because it's not taking away anybody's rights.
Yes, it is.
Where in the Constitution does it say that you have the right to an abortion?
Do you believe the Constitution protects a right to interracial marriage?
Interracial marriage?
Yeah, like a black person marrying a white person.
Well, yeah, I mean...
Yeah, so it doesn't explicitly say that in the Constitution. But it's a right that's inferred in the Constitution by the Supreme Court.
How can you compare? I don't get how you're comparing that to an abortion.
So the point is that there are rights that are granted to people in the United States that are not explicitly stated in the Constitution. A right to interracial marriage is not written into the Constitution, just like a right to an abortion is not written into the Constitution.
Life, liberty, and the pursuit of happiness.
What was that?
I would feel like that would fall under, the pursuit of happiness, life, liberty, pursuit of happiness.
No, that's not what courts have interpreted as. They've interpreted as like right to privacy, equal protection, things of that nature. And that's the same with abortion, a right to privacy, protection of due process, things of that nature from, I think it's Article 3 of the 14th Amendment. But I think there's Article 1. I think it's Article 1. I actually think that there's a better argument when it comes to equal rights, but regardless, a right to an abortion can be inferred by the Constitution, as the Supreme Court did with Roe v. Wade. Section 1, Article 1.
I just don't think you can compare it, because you're talking about committing... I can't say that on it. You're talking about unaliving something compared to who you can marry. Like, they're just two separate things.
No. I'm aware that both of the rights are different. But the point is that there are rights that are not written into the Constitution that are interpreted by courts. So the court has interpreted the Constitution to protect certain rights that are not explicitly stated. So the right to interracial marriage is not explicitly stated in the Constitution, just like a right to an abortion is not explicitly stated in the Constitution. But when you read the 14th Amendment, in Section 1 of the 14th Amendment, that talks about equal rights and a guarantee of due process, which the courts have used to justify a right to privacy while also using the Fifth Amendment, then we can get to an agreement that reproductive rights are protected in the 14th Amendment.
So do you believe that laws are made based on what's moral and what's not moral?
I mean, to a degree.
I mean, would you say that it's moral to unalive something?
Yeah, I think there are instances where killing somebody or something is moral.
Correct. And there's times where it's justified, but
yes,
not just for any reason. For example, we have laws about self-defense. If you come into my house and I fear for my life, and heck, you don't even have to fear for your life in certain states, then I have the right to unalive you,
I think you do have to fear for your life in all states. I'm not sure though.
Well, I think Texas has a different law about that. If you go into their property or something,
Maybe I don't know. Yeah, maybe it's Castle Deltrin. I don't know.
Right. So I guess my point is, like, you know, a woman can go out there and take this pill, the unaliving pill, once they're so far along in their pregnancy. If they want to have can you say the A word on here or no?
I mean, I say it. I think you can. I'm not sure, but I think you can.
If a woman wants to have an AB, they can go take this pill, okay? And it's not considered unaliving. It's not considered the H word. But if I slip that woman that same pill without her knowing, and she takes it, then I'm getting charged for unaliving. Well, how can I be charged for unaliving if you can willingly do it to yourself? Do you get my point on that? Like,
I get your point, but you like debunked yourself, sort of. Like, you said that, you know, if a woman willingly, meaning consensually, takes a pill and gets an abortion, that's okay and is protected by law. But if I slip a woman a pill and she unconsensually, unwillingly gets an abortion, then I'm liable for killing her or her fetus, right? That's the point. It's consent.
No,
it's
so
knowledge.
You're making my point for me. So listen again to what I'm saying.
But okay.
Why is it okay? Why is it okay for a woman to take this pill and unalive what's inside her, where if I was to slip her that pill, I would be charged with the H crime?
Yeah, because it's all about consent. It's a woman that's willingly and knowingly.
That's not, no, you're missing the point. That consent has nothing to do with it.
It has obviously has something to do with it, because it has everything to do with it, because that's the way that the law is written. So obviously consent plays a big factor when it comes to terminating your own pregnancy. If somebody terminates your pregnancy for you and you want to keep that pregnancy, that's obviously a violation of your rights, right? Whereas if you're making a decision that is best for you and your body, you know, that's not for example, right? If somebody cuts off your arm, you're going to get charged with assault and a variety of crimes for cutting off somebody's arm. But if you cut off your own arm, you're not going to be charged with anything, because it's all about consent. It's about your body, controlling your body and what you want to do with your body. Whereas if somebody tries to do something to your body that you don't want, that's non-consensual, then you're going to be charged.
Harry, but listen to me. Listen to me. I get what you're saying. You can't compare my arm to a baby. When you're taking a pill to unalive what's inside you, to unalive life, that is what I'm talking about. If I was,
I understand that's what you're talking about.
If I slipped your wife a pill or your girlfriend a pill and it unalived her child inside her, I'm being charged for that baby. And maybe I would be charged for, you know, harassment or assault on your wife or your whatever. But that's my point. So that woman that's taking that pill to unalive her child is unaliving life willingly, consently. I get that. But if it is a crime for me to unalive it, it should be a crime for you, because
that makes no sense.
The M is
okay.
M.
So if it's do you think that somebody should be criminally charged for cutting off their own arm?
That's not the same. You're saying
at the core you're talking about consent, right? At the core, you're talking about consent, and like somebody's consensually doing something to their body versus you doing something non-consensually to their body. So it's by that logic, by like, oh, you do it to yourself. So if I do it to you, it's criminal. But if you do it to yourself, then it's not criminal. Why would that be? Apply that to literally any other scenario. If you cut off somebody's arm, that's legal. But if somebody cuts off their own arm, that's not illegal.
You're missing the point. You're missing the. I know your chat. I know somebody in the chat has to understand where I'm coming from.
I understand you keep saying over and over again that, oh, well, if a woman can take a pill, then you know, it's legal. But if I slip her the pill, that's wrong. At the core of the laws that you're citing is consent. So you're asking, like, why is this the way that it is? I'm telling you, it's because of consent. Now,
that's not my point. My point is that the baby inside you is considered life. Okay. The people that are pro-choice don't believe that it's a baby, don't believe that it's life yet. So it shouldn't be illegal to do it, because that they don't consider that life. So unless your life is at risk, or, you know, in certain instances, I don't think that an abortion should be legal, because you're taking away a life of another. I don't care if you're its mother who's carrying it, if you're its dad, or if you're a stranger. If you're taking away a life, that is considered the H word.
Okay, if you unplug a brain dead patient, should you be charged with murder? Like if you have like your grandfather's brain dead and the doctor's like, yeah, they're not coming back. They're still technically alive, but they're not coming back. You have an option to like do not resuscitate, things like that. Is that murder?
If they have a do not resuscitate, then no,
Well, why is that not murder if they're taking a life?
because they have a do not resuscitate, and they can't live.
Yeah, but that's still taking a life. So at the core of your argument is life, right? So the circumstances surrounding it are relevant. You're just saying that if you take a life, no matter the circumstances surrounding it, then it's illegal. So regardless of do not resuscitate, regardless of no brain activity and they're brain dead, you're still taking a life. So by your worldview, that would be illegal. But that's obviously nonsense.
But if they have a do not resuscitate, that is their choice. That would go back to cutting off the arm, because it's my choice to cut my arm off. It's that person's choice not to be put on life support or
But
do
at the
not
core of your
resuscitate.
argument is life. So regardless of the circumstances, you're saying regardless of the circumstances surrounding an abortion, maybe it's a 17-year-old girl who had an accident. Regardless of the circumstances, if she takes a life, that's illegal. So if you have a doctor who's like, yeah, I understand that there's a do not resuscitate, but I don't want to pull the plug because it's a life. Does that make sense?
But it's not. It's when it comes to abortion, we are talking about a life of someone that can't. That has no way of saying yes or no. You're talking about an innocent life that can't tell you what they want. I don't think anybody should have the right to say whether or not that child has the opportunity or privilege to live.
So if a family, first of all, like let's just say a family is like, yeah, do not resuscitate my grandfather, right? The grandfather has not left anything. We don't know what the grandfather wants. The family's like, yeah, do not resuscitate. Do you think it should be illegal for the plug to be pulled?
I mean, I don't. Yeah, I mean, the person is dead already.
They're not.
If
They're
the
alive.
only reason
still
they're
have cellular
alive is
development.
because they are on that plug, then they're already dead.
Okay, the only reason that a fetus is alive is that they're connected to their mother by their umbilical cord. Are they dead?
But you're not. It's different because you're committing an act to unalive that
Yeah,
child.
if you pull the plug on a brain dead patient, you are committing an act to unalive that person.
Well, no, because it's not the same. You can't. The
point
you're
is, it's
comparing
like-
an orange to an apple.
It's not an orange to an apple. It's life. It's life. It's taking life, right? So you're obviously okay with a brain dead patient having their life taken because it just makes sense. Like, of course, you'd give the family the ability to make that decision that's best for them and their family in consultation with their doctor. Kind of sounding familiar. And in that same vein, you should be like, yeah, well, if there's like a 17-year-old girl, she's about to go off to college. Maybe she has like a soccer scholarship or something. Yeah, she had a mistake with her boyfriend. They did everything right, and then accidents happen. If she got pregnant, yeah, maybe she should have access to an abortion so she doesn't have to become a mother at 17. That makes more sense. And she should be able to make that decision in consultation with her family and her doctor and, so on and so forth.
Well, you remember at the beginning of this, I said, "Is this moral or not?" Our laws are typically made based on what is moral and what is not moral. A 98-year-old man that's lived his life, that's brain dead, that would not survive any other way. I don't see how you could say that that's immoral to pull a plug. There is a moral issue with an abortion because that baby has no say. That baby has no choice in the matter.
Neither does a brain dead patient. Yeah, I don't think that having an abortion is immoral. I think that if, like, again, 17, 18, 19, 20, however old woman has an error or mistake or something like that, and she doesn't want to become a mother, I don't think there's anything wrong with not wanting to become a mother.
So take the Plan B pill. There's 100 different things you can do. You can use protection. You can take, you can be on birth control. You can take the Plan B pill. That you can have an early abortion before that baby becomes a fetus. Like, there's other things, and I'm not. And when I say I'm not anti-abortion to the point where I don't think an abortion should be legal at all. But there's got to be a cutoff. This whole thing where, these people just want to have abortions because they don't want the kid no more. They're already 3 months into their pregnancy. Like, it's just completely wrong. It's immoral.
Well, that doesn't really happen. The majority of abortions, first of all, like 3 months into a pregnancy is not that long, right? But again, the overwhelming majority of abortions take place in the first trimester. Like as soon as a woman finds out that they're pregnant and that they don't want to be, they're not waiting around, like looking up at the sky, being like, oh, it's nice up there. They're like getting this procedure done. And the data shows that like 99% of women get abortions done in the first trimester. And as soon as they learn that they're pregnant. So, you don't have like this group of women who are waiting till like 24 weeks to get an abortion. So most people are doing that. But also just to be clear, like Plan B is not meant to be used after every time you have intercourse. So there are women who have like an IUD, for example, as their form of contraception. And there's no way to know whether IUD fails or succeeds with like, a condom, for example, you can see if it rips. But with an IUD, you don't have that same ability. So IUDs are not 100% effective. Some people get pregnant. They don't know that they are even pregnant. And it takes like 8 weeks for them to learn that. And there's no Plan B that you can take then.
I mean, they're going to miss their period, or they're going to spot if they're...
Well, some women have irregular periods.
Yeah, I guess you got a point there. But
so that's the point.
Listen, man, anyway, I appreciate your time, man. I just, like I said, I think it comes down to what's moral and what's not moral. And I think that is going to be a big factor in this election. I think that's going to be something that loses a lot of... That's going to be a main factor where Trump's going to lose a lot of support, is in the whole abortion thing. So...
Trump will lose support, yeah.
100%. So,
yeah. All right, man. You have a good one. I appreciate coming up. Yeah, man. It's crazy, man. I'm truly of the belief that. Well, first of all, I'll say that in a second. Terrence, thank you for the $5, my man, with the celebration emoji. I appreciate you. Jordan, thank you for the $5, saying you're amazing. I love watching you, Dean, and Parker. I learn a lot from you guys and love watching you guys put Republicans in their place. Thank you. Thank you so much, Jordan. I appreciate that. That's very kind. Look, well, first and foremost, make sure to drop a follow if you haven't already. We do these lives all the time. Double tap the screen. Let's try to get up to 400,000 likes. Also, spam those shares down there if you'd be so kind. I also, if you want to support the live, Venmo, Cash App, link in bio if you want to support. But the one thing I wanted to say is that I think that, also let me know if you're MAGA in the chat, I'll bring you up. I think one of the reasons, if Kamala Harris wins this election, is going to be a high level of women turnout for Kamala Harris. And I think that we'll also see a high level of Republican women voting for Kamala Harris. And I think that there are a lot of women out there who may have voted Republican in the past. Maybe their husband's really conservative. Maybe their husband's like a huge Trump supporter, but they quietly, what are we in a tornado? They will quietly go into the ballot booth and cast their vote for Kamala Harris. Because when you walk into that ballot booth, your vote's secret. So if you're out there, you have a conservative family, you're like, I don't know. I don't know if I want to vote for Kamala Harris. I don't know what my family will think. Just remember, your vote's private. You can vote for whoever you'd like. Anyway. Hello? Jesus. What the heck? What's going on with your audio, bro? Take out your goddamn headphones.
How can you...
We can't hear you, my man. You have like headphones in or something?
You have been paid.
We cannot hear you. We cannot hear you. Your audio is bad. You have to like unplug your headphones or something, or speak up, or like put your phone next to your face.
You have been paid.
There we go.
Over $100,000.
Oh, I got paid $100,000. Who paid me $100,000?
The DNC.
Oh, the DNC paid me $100,000.
Yes.
When did they pay me $100,000?
Oh, that's already been proven.
When?
Oh, you're not Harry?
No, I'm Harry. But when did if the DNC is meant to be sending me $100,000, I want to know.
Hold on.
I would like to know that information.
It's the same way when you went on CNN. Officer Tatum.
Okay, wait, you went off the app. We didn't hear you. Can you restart, please?
It's the same way when you were owned by Officer Tatum.
Officer Tatum? Bro, wait, we can't hear you again. What the hell's going on with your fucking connection, dude?
The connection is...
No, you're like connected to headphones. Bro, figure it out. It's not that hard.
You've been paid over 100 grand from.
Can you like figure out your audio, please? Because it was good just a second ago. Now it's bad again. Now it sounds like we're underwater in a submarine, and you're like banging pots and pans on the side of the metal thing.
Over 100 grand.
All right, we can't hear you, my man. I'm sorry. You gotta. If you fix your audio, you're welcome. I can't even like hear it in my goddamn ears. This is, Jesus. Oh my God, it's so bad. If you can figure out your audio, you're welcome to come up. But it sounds like we're 9 feet underwater. Scratch that. 900 feet underwater in the middle of the Atlantic Ocean in a submarine, and you're just like bumping into the metal walls with like chain link armor on. It sounds terrible. Now get the hell out of the live. Alex says same old stuff anyway. Well, yeah, that's also a good point. I mean, he's not really saying anything of substance. D. Earl, thank you for the $1. I had my period the whole time and didn't gain weight. I didn't know I was pregnant till I was in labor. Wow. I didn't even know. I learned something new. I didn't even know that was possible. Yeah. Well, you learn something new every day. See, exactly right. I mean, exactly right. That's why reproductive care is so vital. Man, it's so vital. All right. Pearl Smiley says Trump all the way. We'll give them an it. Is that true? Like that's a lot of people are saying yes. I mean, of course it's true. I just didn't even know that. Look at me, man. I didn't know that, man. That's like, golly. Yeah. Wow. A lot of, I learned something new tonight. I also got pregnant with an IUD. There you go, Diana. Exactly. Huh. Wow. Fascinating. All right. Well, anyway, if your Venmo, there's a show on it. This is, I appreciate her bringing that to my attention. I genuinely just didn't know. Angelica, thank you for the $10 until you get your $100,000. Yeah, seriously. Like, listen, if the DNC is paying me $100,000, I mean, my God, I want to know where that $100,000 is because it's certainly not in my bank account. Certainly not in my possession. I would love to just, have a quick access to 100 grand. I mean, golly, 100 grand to go on live. Sign me up, man. I always say to these people, they're like, you've been paid $100,000 by the DNC or whatever amount. I'm just like, to be clear, no, I haven't. But if the DNC was like, yeah, we'll pay you $100,000 to argue with Trumpers, sign me up, bro. I'm there. I'm there. I would 100% do that. I think like any person would. Any person would. Anyway. Oh, are you driving?
Yeah, I am driving. Can you hear me, Harry?
Yeah, sorry. You can't be on TikTok Live when you're driving, man. It's unfortunate. Apologies. All right. If you're MAGA, let me know in the chat. I'll bring you up. Why wouldn't you? Yeah, exactly. Exactly. Yeah, me, all these people are saying, yeah, hell yeah. Seriously, 100 grand just to debate Trumpers? I mean, I'm there. So far, though, the DNC has not reached out. It's unfortunate because that's like really illegal to do so. But anyway, it doesn't matter. They, no matter what I say is not going to convince them. Hello, bro. You got to come back to the app. Hello.
Yo.
Hello.
Hey.
Can't really hear you, man. Your Wi-Fi's not good. Okay, we'll try to find somebody else so this guy figures it out. Yeah. Yeah, I'm sorry. This guy just got it.
Hear me?
Sorry, bud. Your Wi-Fi was terrible. If you're MAGA, let me know in the chat. I'll bring you up and we can talk. If you're MAGA, let me know in the chat. I'll bring you up. Wait, what? I gotta bring this guy. I'm just curious as to who this person is, man. Just do me a favor. Just take a look at their bio and hello.
Howdy, how's it going? Can you hear me?
Yeah, how old are you?
Howdy, I'm 24. My name is Mr. Leland King Fawcett, 2036 President of the United States of America. And I just want to come up here and just discuss why I think Donald Trump's better than Kamala Harris.
Okay.
First and foremost, how do I put this? Really quickly, he's the closest candidate between the two that's going to repeal the 16th Amendment. I don't know if you've seen his no tax on overtime, no tax on tips, no tax on Social Security. Now, I don't know about you, but a majority of Americans don't even want to see the 16th Amendment even still be ratified. So I believe that if we elect him into office, it will allow a path to repealing the 16th altogether. So that's why I'll personally be voting him this election cycle.
So you don't think that Congress should be able to levy income tax, right?
No, it's my body, my choice, my income, my choice.
Yeah, that's just like really stupid. So
Okay,
how
go
do
ahead.
you, so then how
Let's
do we
go
fund
talk
our
about it.
military and things like that?
Before 1913, America got a majority of its income. Well, I mean, the government got a majority of its income from taxing spirits, wine, liquor, and stuff like that. So how it happened was we passed income tax and then made prohibition. So if we repeal income tax, just the cost on spirits and liquor will go through the roof. You'll have to pay $80 for a bottle of vodka nowadays. But that will help us pay for all the income tax we lose by repealing the 16th.
That do you have like any study to back this up?
Any study to back this up? Hold on. 1898 to 1913.
No. I mean, like,
19
obviously, the United States has to spend more money, even when you adjust for inflation today, on goods than we did in like 1890 or like 1913, right? So do you have any
Comparatively now.
study to suggest that like getting rid of income tax and just raising tax on liquor would cover costs?
I mean, there are 5 states in America that already don't have income tax, and those states are doing pretty good.
And what states are those?
New Hampshire, Montana. No, wait, hold on. I'm sorry. I think it's 5 or 7. I apologize. I confuse sales tax and income tax all the time.
Yeah, but just to be clear, that's state income tax.
Correct. If repealing income tax would be so destructive to the American society, how come 9 states don't have income tax and they're still doing good? One of those
Most
being
of these states are not very populous. I think like Florida's the exception. I don't think they have an income tax. But
Florida,
a lot of these states benefit from the fact that a lot of people pay into federal income tax. So Florida and these southern states, specifically states like Alabama and like Louisiana, would not be able to stay afloat without taxes coming in from blue states like New York and California. A lot of that is income tax.
Well, the issue is it's not just Florida. Florida, Texas, Tennessee are the 3 biggest red states, but also Washington, Nevada, and South Dakota. Washington is a state of almost 6 million people. That's almost bigger than Connecticut, Rhode Island, bigger than Maine.
Almost.
I'm sorry, what?
Almost. It's almost is a pretty crucial word. But the point is that even if a state doesn't have a state income tax, the federal income tax in terms of brackets is still higher than state income tax. So the state is not missing out on all of that much when they don't have a state income tax, especially because they're getting a lot of federal dollars, which also comes from their residents paying into federal income tax. So again, these states would not be able to stay afloat without the taxes of blue states.
Correct, but wouldn't you think the quality of life in these states without income tax would be automatically lower because they have to go through the federal system instead of the state system? Last time I checked, New Hampshire isn't a decrepit state where only 3 people live there, and it's not a state that's primarily
This point
underwater.
is null and void. Like you keep saying, like, oh, well, New Hampshire doesn't have an income tax on their state level, which means that, like, my point is backed up. They're still benefiting from federal income tax, and these people still have to pay federal income tax.
Correct. I understand that. But when you okay, so let me ask you this question. If income tax today across the American board went down like 8%, because that's the income tax some of these states has charged before they repealed it, would America as a whole go down in quality? Yes or no? Would the American...
Our ability to fund certain government programs would definitely go down. And I think that thus a lot of people's quality of life would go down.
What government programs are so inherently needed in the American society that we need to keep subjecting people to income tax?
You want a strong military?
We already have one of the biggest militaries on the planet.
No, I know. Do you want a strong military?
Yes, but we have one bigger than the top 10 all
Do you want to
combined.
maintain our roads and bridges?
Yes, you can do that by just a sales tax.
Do you want to continue to like make sure that hungry people have food that they need?
Yes, you can just get that money from a sales tax. Again,
that's just objectively false. Like you would have to have like a sales tax that is almost equivalent to what income tax would be. So you might have like a 100% sales tax on products to account for an income tax. And at that point, you probably still would not be making as much revenue as you would from an income tax, and you'd still be pissing people off. So you might as well just have an income tax.
But again, where does the government have the right to take my income? It is my income, my choice.
Sorry, buddy, you're living in the United States. If you don't want to pay tax, there's plenty of countries out there you can go and not pay tax. Afghanistan's welcoming.
No, I understand, but can you name another system? Can you name another product that you are forced to pay into? What? And I know that sounds. I know it sounds weird, but with Donald Trump,
I don't really care about the moral arguments surrounding taxation. Like I hear people say, like, "Oh, taxation is theft." Prove to me that taxation is not. Couldn't care less. Couldn't care less if you think taxation is theft. We know that taxation helps the country move forward. Nobody likes paying taxes. Nobody's like, "Yippee, tax day!" But I want my country to continue to build and continue to be the strongest country in the world. That happens by investing in our country, investing in our economy, investing in our people, and also not electing a felon to be president of the United States who has no idea what they're doing.
Investing by force?
Yeah, I mean, again, I just don't care about the philosophy behind it. If you're like, yeah, you're threatening me by force to take my income, it's like, sure, if you want to believe that, you have at it, brother. You at the end of the year, you're still going to have to pay your taxes. If you don't, then the IRS will come knocking, and you can spend the next 10 years in jail. Like whatever,
correct, but
whatever mental thing you want to do with taxation, it's like I couldn't care less. Truly, couldn't care less about this argument.
Okay, I understand that. But now, since Donald Trump is going down the no taxation on the tax on tips, no taxation on Social Security, do you genuinely think that's going to be a better, you genuinely think that no taxation is a worse argument than higher taxation under Harris? There's no way. You can't legitimately believe that.
Yeah, Kamala Harris is not calling for raising taxes on the majority of Americans. She's saying if you make less than $400,000 a year, you won't be taxed. If you make more than that and have a net worth of like, you make more than $1 million a year or have a net worth of over $100 million a year, yeah, you're probably going to have some higher taxes. And I'm sorry, but you'll be just fine. You're making a lot of money yourself. You'd be all right. But if you're like an average everyday American, working job, trying to keep a roof over your head, food on your table, trying to send your kids to school, like your taxes are not going to be raised under Kamala Harris. And she also has her own no taxes on tip policy, which is far better than Donald Trump.
That she stole from Donald Trump. Very simple.
Then if she stole it from Donald Trump, then Donald Trump stole it from politicians that put it before him. Because Donald Trump is not the guy that came up with no taxes on tips. Ron Paul was talking about it in 2014. But Kamala Harris didn't steal it from Donald Trump because her policy is different. She would close loopholes that rich people would definitely exploit to reclassify their income as taxes, so they wouldn't have to pay taxes on that. Whereas Donald Trump's policy makes no specification as to how he would get that done.
Yes, because he's on the route to, he's bringing us on the route to just complete abolition of it.
Yeah,
do you think the average American?
And then no more military, my man. I'm sorry. When you,
what are you talking about?
It's so funny. Y'all want to fund the military.
What about property tax? What about sales tax? There's other taxes besides income.
Do you have any evidence to suggest? I'm going to ask the question again, and you can't just cite like a time period because we spend more money now in the United States than we did previously. Do you have any evidence to suggest a study that's done by economists that's been peer reviewed to suggest that income tax could possibly make up for, sales tax could possibly make up for income tax?
Yes, and I can prove it to you. First off, America did not have an income tax from 1776 all the way to the 1913s.
Yeah, you're citing the 20th century, the 19th century, and the 18th century as an example as why we don't need an income tax. Again, the United States was arguably not the dominant world force before World War I. Right. But after we levied an income tax and we continue to invest in our people, continue to have a capitalist economy, we became a stronger and stronger country. And we are strong because we invest in our people.
Correct, but that's incorrect. America's military was already strong. In 1898, we conquered the Philippines by force. We didn't need that extra money.
Yeah, 100%. We had a military at that point. But in terms of like the global world power comparable to what we are today, we were not that. Before World War I, we were not a comparable world power. Then after World War I and during World War I, we started investing a lot in our military, a lot in weapons development and things of that nature. We conquered different parts of the world before, but to be clear, they didn't have like a huge army fighting back against us. So it wasn't exactly like a very difficult conquering, to be clear. But now we have a different world, a more sophisticated world, where all of these countries and these countries that we're going back and forth with have their own militaries. So we, the United States, still need to be able to fund our military and have the money to do it. And without that money, which you're suggesting, we will not be the global superpower. China and Russia are listening to this conversation and you saying, let's get rid of income tax. And they're salivating. They're salivating.
Yes, because that's not our issue. Those wars over there are not our issue.
Come on, bro.
Ukraine's not our issue. Israel's not our issue.
So let me ask you this. In Great Britain in World War II, when German U-boats were taking out all the shipments that they were getting into their country in the forms of like food, weaponry, natural resources, right?
Yeah.
And Great Britain then turned to the United States to get a lot of those resources. And we were sending our ships to them. And we knew that German U-boats and submarines won't take out our ships because that would be an act of war against the United States. We were helping Great Britain, even though we were not directly involved in the war. Are you saying that if you would have been back in the United States during World War II, before the United States would evolve, you would have been against aid to Great Britain?
That's not our issue. Our issue is on this side of the world. That's not our issue.
I'm asking you a question. In World War II, would you have been against aid to Great Britain?
Yeah, because honestly, let's keep it real here. Let's keep it real here.
Oh my God, man.
If we're looking at Britain, like they're a tiny, insignificant island that literally slaughtered us back in like what do they have to gain from us? What I'm basically saying is this.
What the fuck?
What I'm basically saying is this. By removing income tax, those wars will be no longer the American people's issue.
That's so fucking crazy, man. Yeah,
I'm not talking crazy. I'm just talking facts.
You know when it would become our issue? After if Great Britain didn't get help from the United States, there's a reasonable argument to make that they would have fallen, right?
Yeah.
And then that would have become our issue because Mr. Mustache Man, whose name we can't say on TikTok.
Yeah, I know.
Mr. Mustache Man would have loved to come across that Atlantic and come for the United States. And with Japan on our other side on the Pacific teamed up and Mussolini in Italy, they would have loved to come to the United States. And then it's our problem.
See,
and now
I
they have all these people in Great Britain conquered, and they have all the natural resources. They have all the natural resources they need up in Europe. They have the entirety of the continent. And they're just building up and building up and building up. Then the United States is kind of sitting there like, oh shit, like they're actually really powerful. It's called nipping in the bud.
Oh, okay.
Right?
Okay. So here's the issue. Number one, that would have never happened because we put that heat to his head like a hairdresser. We have the Second Amendment in America. But also,
oh my God, that is so dumb.
It wouldn't have happened. It wouldn't have happened because, number one, these are all tiny, insignificant European nations. Second thing, America has an amazing geographic advantage. What I'm basically saying is this. The federal government does not need these trillions and trillions of dollars to go fight wars that no one in America cares about. No American cares about an Israeli. The average American doesn't care.
What war are we funding trillions of dollars to right now? What war are we giving trillions of dollars to?
Right now is the Ukrainian war, which
we
again,
have not
Ukraine's
sent
not
anywhere
America.
near to $1 trillion to Ukraine.
I mean, what is it, like 120 billion?
Yeah, which is like a rounding error for the United States.
Correct. But at the end of the day, that money has been forcibly taken from the American public's pocket and given to the Ukrainian people.
What are we sending to Ukraine?
Guns. I'm sorry. You know,
firearms. I get you.
Oh, I can say that. Okay, cool. That explode. What do you call? Probably. Are we sending Tomahawk missiles over there yet or no?
But you just like generally, you're saying like weaponry, right?
Yes.
Yeah. So we are not sending money to Ukraine.
Yes, we are we're spending money to make these weapons to send them to Ukraine.
Yeah, actually what we're doing is sending them old weapons from our reserves and then investing in American companies to produce new weapons so we can refill our reserves with the best of the best. So we're investing in American industry and we're destroying Russia's military and army. What's the loss?
The loss is that you're now intertwining American business with an enemy that we know wants to destroy us, but they can't do it directly, so you're proxy doing it. If you simply just allow Russia to take Ukraine, this whole thing gets over in about 3 days. Peace will happen.
Wait, is that Jolly? I think I see, is that Jolly Good Ginger requesting up? Oh, hold on. This is a friend of mine who served, so I would love to get his perspective on this as well.
A military man? Here we go. Let's get it cracking.
Yeah, get him. Man? If he wants to come up here, he's welcome to do so. I invited him. We'll see if he does.
Jolly, please come up here, man.
But the idea that this would just be settled in 3 days is really short-sighted and like a really funny and unfunny thing to say. Because, yeah, it would be definitely the case that Russia would take over Ukraine quicker. Right, no doubt. They would definitely conquer and kill a bunch more innocent people.
Yes.
But the idea that this would just be over is so funny because they would then very, very gradually go into NATO countries and then try to expand Russia's influence and try to expand Russia's power. And then they would use the influence and the resources and the goods that they've taken from Ukraine to then expand their power, hurting the United States' power.
How? Again, America is on the western side of the earth. Europe is on the east. Explain to me that.
You know, we're a globalized world. So we might be in between two big oceans called the Atlantic and the Pacific. But we're a globalized world. We have a lot of allies around the world. We have trade routes with allies around the world. We don't want the Russian military and government being along the Mediterranean Sea, cutting off certain ports and things like that, and having access to certain ports. That would hurt our ability to trade with our allies. And just as a rule of thumb, the United States having less allies and Russia gaining more land is a net loss for the United States.
I'm sorry. Russia getting more land, us getting less allies. At the end of the, okay, I understand that. I understand Russia getting more land means they're going to become more powerful, yada, yada, yada. But again, it's not the average American's issue. So by forcing the average American to pay for this stupid war is not our issue. And that's why I'm still supporting Donald Trump, is because as long as he starts repealing more taxes, this becomes less and less of a forced issue onto me.
It is an issue because Russia can build up and build up and build up, and that becomes a problem for the United States down the line.
When has, okay.
Think again, we have historical examples of this with Germany in World War II. It didn't touch the United States land until they attacked Hawaii, and Japan attacked Hawaii, which was allied with Germany. It didn't touch us until then. But if we just laid off and we didn't support Great Britain, that war would have eventually come to us. Do you think, like, just out of curiosity, do you think that Mussolini and Mustache Man would have stopped at Great Britain?
From what we see, from what the historical examples of their plans, because they did tell us what they wanted. Mussolini wanted all of Africa, which I don't know why he'd want that. Mustache Man wanted one half of North America, and then Japan wanted the other half. So he would have never had it. He would have never gotten it. It would have been impossible. Because you also have to remember, half of Germany got wiped off the face of the planet 20 years prior. That would have never happened. Germany was not going to ever touch America with enough men. But what I'm saying is this. There is a point where Russia is going to be appeased. And with Ukraine, Russia is going to be appeased. They can't keep pushing into Germany. They don't belong there. The average Russian man would not know what to do with Germany. So what I'm basically saying is this. Why should the American people have to fund these wars?
Yeah. So when Mustache Man in World War II was thinking about invading Poland and Russia and Great Britain, your average German man would not have quote unquote belonged, as you would call it, it's a weird word, in Great Britain or Russia. But German man didn't care, right? Mustache Man just wanted power. Do you think Putin cares whether somebody living in Moscow could then, just automatically become a productive member of Warsaw and Poland? No, he just wants power. He wants to expand Russia's influence, and Putin will do anything to do that. He will even invade a sovereign country, an ally of the United States, and kill hundreds of thousands of people to do that. So if you just think that, Russia's going to be appeased, then I would like to introduce you to Prime Minister Chamberlain in Great Britain, who thought the same thing of Germany in World War II and that they would be appeased with Poland, because they weren't.
Okay. Again, you have to remember they were going to be appeased with them, but then, oh my goodness, Great Britain declared war. I don't want to get into a history lesson with you. That's how it actually went down. They were not going to be appeased.
Mustache Man went into Russia. He turned on Stalin after they did a joint invasion and then went into Russia. He was moving all the way east.
The UK and France declared war. Again, this is just a history lesson. I don't want to get into the history lesson because we all know at the end of the day.
Even if they hadn't declared war, I'm sorry. Is your view? We won't get into a history lesson, but just out of curiosity, is your view that if Great Britain and France didn't declare war on Germany, they would have not gone into Russia?
Yes, because even Mustache Man himself said he asked for peace 5 times. Britain said no.
I'm sorry. You're now taking the word of Mustache Man?
That's the biggest lie that the Democratic Party tries to put, or the American Party tries to put. Mustache Man wanted peace, but you guys didn't give it to him. So he just had to go ahead and do. Now
you can get the fuck out of my live. Now you can get the fuck out of my. No. Now I know why Now I know why he was just not that great. Right? He's a modern day Yahtzee. Now I know why. Yeah. Okay. Now I know. I mean, that really explains a lot, right? Now we got there. Okay, well, that took a second to find out where his loyalty actually lied, but now we know. What? Bro, I mean, what the fuck? Dude. God, holy fuck, man. That's crazy, dude. I can't believe we have... No wonder he wants Russia to win. No wonder. I mean, like you're sitting here as like an American, right? Whether you're a Democrat, Republican, Independent, you're sitting here like, why would any American want Russia to win or make it easier for Russia to take land and gain more influence? Well, you might if you had that guy's views, man. You might if you had that guy's views. That guy, who's a sporting mustache man in World War II, saying he asked for peace. Give me a break. Just like history revisionism at its finest. Serena, thank you for the $5. I can still get pregnant even with a partial hysterectomy. It's very real. There you go. There's a lot of intricacies and nuances with that stuff. Absolutely. Killer, I do what I can. You're a hero. I had a fire. I lost a lot of my child's clothes and toys. My clothes a lot. I'm glad you're here. I lost a lot, but I changed a mag's mind at the doctor's office today. Wow. If you want to offer my info to help with fire damage, but I hate for asking for help. Yeah. I mean, Killer, maybe identify yourself in the chat. You can pin your comment. That's really sad. And Killer is always supporting the live, very reliable person. So really sorry to hear that. I hope you're doing okay. I hope your house and your belongings are doing okay. That's crazy. I'm so sorry to hear that. You can identify yourself in the chat for sure. And yeah, that's Killer right there. Deborah, thank you for the $5 as well. Yeah, that guy, I mean, no wonder you ask yourself, why is this guy? I can't believe we just had like a Yahtzee in the live, dude. I cannot believe that, bro. Like I don't actually think I've actually talked to. I don't think we've ever had like. Oh, let's bring up, dude. I gotta tell Chris this, bro. Holy shit, bro. I just had a Neo Yahtzee in my live.
Wait. I'm sorry, my ear. I was still getting my earbuds in. What'd you say, bro?
I just had a Neo. I can't say the word online, but a Neo Yahtzee online.
What'd he say?
Bro, we were talking about World War II, and he's like, he's like, we should get rid of income tax and just raise sales tax on liquor. I'm like, okay, that makes no fucking sense. And then he was like, yeah, well, if we eliminate the income tax, we'll have less money for like our military and like helping wars abroad. I'm like, we got into this whole like Ukraine thing. I'm like, well, would you have wanted to help Great Britain in World War II against, Germany? He's like, no, I wouldn't have. And then we kind of go into this conversation about like World War II and stuff like that. And by the end of it, he's like, yeah, actually, like Mustache Man asked for peace 5 times and the West just won't acknowledge it.
I just want to say really quick again. I put like $5 that dude got that information partly from Twitter.
Yes.
Because Twitter is literally like becoming this like super anti-Semitic, like people literally like huge creators like that German guy. It's actually terrifying.
It's so weird. But
also that's fucking insane. Yo, champ, if you're still in the comments down there, do me a favor, get a job. Do something fun. Don't be such a, how do I put this nicely? Don't be such a fucking loser. How about that, Jim? Appreciate you, bro. And I know it's like comes from this insecurity on the inside, right? You feel like you're not enough, so you have to tell other people they're not enough, right? It's okay. It's okay, little guy. You'll be okay. You'll be okay.
Yeah, dude's a freak. I hope that guy's listening. I hope he never comes back to my live.
Yeah. What a terrible guy. What a terrible guy.
Yeah, he's like, Hit the West won't tell you this. Get a life, bro.
The West won't tell you this. Yo, champ, your friends won't tell you this. But you're soft. You need therapy. You're really annoying to be around. You're annoying to hang out with. And the insecurity is reeking off of you.
Hi, everybody from Barker's Live. I appreciate you. Sorry, we're making fun of a Neo Yahtzee right now. Ladies and gents, Venmo Cash App in the link in the bio if you want to support the live. Ladies, gents, and others, Venmo Cash App in the link in the bio if you want to support the live. Also, drop a follow if you haven't already. We do these lives all the time. Double tap the screen. Let's try to get up to 500,000 likes. But if you fill the entire bar when you double tap the screen, you can do 600,000 likes easy. And Lucky Bags, thank you for the Halloween-themed gift. I love that. I appreciate you so much. So kind.
How's it going, Harry?
What's up, man? And by the way, last thing, shout out to everybody coming from Parker's Live. I hope he comes over here. I'm not sure if he will, but if he does, he's welcome to come up. All right, what's up, man?
Yeah, dude, appreciate you having me on. I got a pretty unique perspective on this, and I'd like to just debate it with you. I voted for Biden in 2020, and then, as I've gotten older, I've seen some health issues go on, and I was kind of torn in this election because I saw a lot of what Trump was standing for, a lot of what Biden was running on, and then I saw RFK. And a lot of what RFK stood for, I actually really agreed with. I understand his vaccine views a little bit crazy, and I don't necessarily agree with that. But more so, his idea on wanting to reform the health of this country, the food and water of this country, and just overall improve the quality of life, and him partnering with Trump is really the main reason why I want to vote for him. And I guess if Kamala Harris could give a similar statement or a similar perspective, I'd really be inclined to vote for her. But at the same time, I haven't heard anything. So I'm really inclined to vote for the right, just for the mere fact that that I want RFK to get his agenda done.
Why do you like RFK? Sorry, Harry.
While you talk, I'm gonna go get more water. I'll be right back. But I'll be back to
why
talk
do you
about
like
this.
RFK?
Well, I think he stands for what traditional Democrats used to stand for. And I think over time, they've moved in a direction that I'm not comfortable following, especially as a Catholic. So seeing what RFK stands for and what he at least preaches about as far as the health, I'm very inclined to believe in, especially just reforming the quality of food.
So what about I actually, that's probably like what I dislike the most about RFK is like his ranting about like food health and
His
like
food policy.
wellness. Cause like in general, right? Like, you know, I know people talk about like him being anti-vax because he's anti-vax. And I think that's like super dangerous. I also think when it relates to food, like I have a really big problem with how he talks about it in relation to mental health. But I mean, you might know, like you might have more specific things that are like, I probably don't know. I don't know if you have anything like specific.
Yeah, I mean, so one of the things that he talked about was just the excessive use of pesticides on our food, which, I mean, those chemicals probably aren't the healthiest for you. And I don't really see a reason why they should be so overused. And, you know, the more we use them, I do think they are in some way correlated to an increase in chronic health disease. And regardless of whether or not that is the causation, I still do think that as one of the richest countries in the world, we do have one of the largest health epidemics, whether it be obesity, whether it be autoimmune disease, or any other sorts of issues. And I think that as the wealthiest country in the world, we should have some sort of way to combat that. And I think it should be a bigger issue, especially in the political climate. And so from my standpoint and from what he said, I do think a lot of it is coming from the excessive use of pesticides, the low quality of our food, and I guess the overuse of processed foods in our country, especially in the staple of American diet. And I think that healthier foods should be cheaper and more affordable. And that should be a subsidy that farmers get rather than growing crops that are going to be processed or sprayed with glyphosate.
Yeah, sure. So look, I think part of the problem is that you like someone like RFK can start with a good foundation, a reasonable, I should say, foundation on some of this stuff, and then it can like very quickly get into like very dangerous misinformation. I think it's like important to draw a line, right? So I agree that like as the richest country in the world, like we have a big obesity problem, right? We have an obesity problem because people eat too much, right? And that's like just like from a pure, like obviously everybody's going to have like you may have like a mental health thing around that or you know, any given factor, but in general, right? It's like also the richest country in the world, people have like a lot of access in a hyper capitalist society to like very cheap food. And most of that food is like high in calories, low in nutrient density, and it's cheap, right? Like fast food. And Americans eat a lot of it. Right. So I agree. We have like a problem of obesity and like chronic health disease. I just don't know that like, you know, talking about it in a perspective of, in my opinion, like RFK going on about things like Red 40 or glyphosates that like, again, I think the FDA does a fantastic job regulating. I think our problem is that we have Americans are eating too many calories with too much sodium, too many, you know, sodas instead of diet sodas with extra calories. And it's leading to an obesity problem that can lead to other things. I think if we stuck to like more whole natural foods, and I agree, you know, try to make them cheaper. But again, he also talks about this as if it like, I think some of his rhetoric around like mental health as well can be super dangerous because he talks about health in relation to, he's like, oh, if we, you know, kids have ADHD, for example, because of, you know, because of the food they're eating and the society we've built around them. So he one time floated, we should take away their phones. And if we send them to like these camps in the woods, where they can experience like real life, he went on this weird thing about how they could actually learn how to dig holes or something. But he was like saying all that. He's like, just take away all the drugs, take away the phones, and that's how we'll solve the ADHD. But it's like that, you know, like we can start on a foundation of processed food is bad, but ADHD is like genetic, right? So like 99, any like psychiatrist would say like when you are born, your brain makeup is different. Your frontal lobe is potentially, for example, smaller, right? So like taking away the medication that is safe and effective and helps that and putting them in the woods is a nonsensical, dangerous policy. And acting like things like Zoloft or Adderall are not like extremely safe to use when used correctly, I think is like really dangerous. And also,
you know, I don't necessarily completely disagree with you, but I do want to say, I do think when you look at a country like England, for example, or some countries that are overseas, they do ban a lot of Red 40 and some of these chemicals that we have in our food. And I think that that's a good policy to adopt. And I really wish Kamala Harris would talk about that or would mention that.
Yeah. I do want to say, like, and again, like, I don't know, like,
I haven't
maybe
heard anything from her about it.
Yeah, maybe Harry wants, like, like, I don't want to, take a go like on and on about this. I will say quickly, like, Red 40 is not banned in other countries. Like, Red 40 is named something different. So I know that, like, a lot of people say, like, oh, Red 40 is banned because it's not, because I don't see it on the label, but they don't call it Red 40. But they still have, I think, very similar food dyes over there. Again, I think that, like, there's a much better.
So you're getting into a niche area where it's like natural food dye versus like artificial food dye in America and in Great Britain. They're both classified differently. So I think the argument there would be, if the food dye is correctly presumed natural in America, then we wouldn't maybe have as much issue. I think the bigger thing that I like about RFK, though, in relation to this, is he just wants to have studies on it. And whether or not the information comes out in the wash really is left to be discovered. But I still think that studies should be done regardless of what it is. And no matter what happens, fair. People deserve to have the information.
But I guess I guess the last thing I'll say is, like, studies on what? Again, like, we're starting to, I agree, we're diving into like a niche area about like the like harmfulness of Red 40 or natural food dyes. Again, like, actually, I think the studies are overwhelming and conclusive. You should stick to like whole foods, try to like generally track your calories, switch out sodas for water or diet soda, and you'll be healthier than like 95% of Americans. If you want to lose weight, you should eat less calories than you burn, right? So like, I think the studies on some of those things are like very conclusive. And if we went toward the direction of like, I don't know, giving a lot more food education in schools. So we talk about like the obesity problem in school. You have places in America that are like the real there's like actual problems with this, like things like there's a name for this, food deserts, right? Where there's a ton of places in America, rural areas in America, where they literally have no options for food. They have like a McDonald's and that's it. And maybe Whole Food is too expensive. You have grocery deserts. These places are really scary. We're literally the only place within like a 50-mile radius you can shop for food. It's like a Dollar Tree, right? And Dollar Tree is going to have like very highly processed frozen meals, but they're not going to have like real whole foods, right? And so Americans in those areas, which are a lot of them, or in schools where like we have like a school system that, again, like I don't think we're teaching our kids how to like eat correctly. Those things are objectively leading to people eating more than they're burning, not having a dense diet, and therefore they have chronic problems, right? If we would just focus on that, I feel like RFK is focused on like nonsense like food diet, bro. If you want to go have some Red 40 every once in a while, you'll be just fine. I promise. The problem that the people in America are not unhealthy because they're having a Gatorade every once in a while, or a Coke every once in a while, or consuming a little bit of alcohol. People in America are unhealthy because they're eating more than they should. That's my take. Anyway, we can talk about something different. I know this is like super neat. I understand your point, though.
Yeah, 100%. And the only reason I say that is because I do see only one side talking about it. And again, like I've said before, if I saw something from Kamala Harris that referenced this, where she gave her opinion or said her side of it, where she said something similar to you, yeah, I'd be more inclined to agree with her. But I haven't heard anything. And I think that's one of the downfalls so far.
But you know what you have heard from Kamala Harris?
What's up?
Is like policy to make your healthcare better, policy to make your ability to buy a house easier.
Well, let's talk about the housing, because I think Trump's plan is underpinning the energy costs to lower costs on everything, especially building houses and gathering materials. What's Kamala Harris's view on that? What, fucking drill oil? I mean, come on. That's
so
Trump's
right
view.
now we're actually drilling more oil than ever before in American history, including on more than the Trump administration. But Kamala Harris's plan is actually nuanced, whereas Trump's is a lot of fluff. So Kamala Harris wants to do things like building 3 million new housing units in her first 4 years of office.
How's she going to pay for that? They asked her that in the debate and on ABC interview, and she couldn't answer that question.
She did answer the question. It's not the federal government paying for that. It's not the federal government paying to build 3 million houses.
So who's going to pay for it?
We are giving tax breaks and tax subsidies to contractors and developers.
Paying for it?
Yet, so just listen. We're giving tax breaks and tax subsidies to contractors and developers to build houses and build rental apartments. They pay for the houses. They pay for these things, and then they rent them out and sell them.
Why is it okay for her to give tax breaks, but it's not okay for Trump to give tax breaks?
Nobody's saying that Trump can't give tax breaks. The problem with what Trump did was he gave tax breaks that overwhelmingly benefited the wealthy. So Kamala Harris wants to give tax breaks to the middle class. So we, like, Democrats agree with tax breaks, but the tax breaks should be going to people who need it, not people who might use that tax break to buy another beach house. That's all.
And that makes sense. But at the same time, I think Trump's plan is very similar. He wants to underpin every cost by getting the energy costs to be lower by drilling more. I think her and him see eye to eye on that. But I think that as far as how they execute it, I personally trust Trump a little bit more just because of his record on the economy and the prices that I saw. And on top of that, too, because he is a businessman and because he knows how to get things done and he presents that way well. I think Kamala Harris's flaw is she doesn't present that way very well. I think if she could find a way to present herself as a businesswoman or come off as businessly literate, she would garner more vote for that area.
Just think that was ironic. So Trump is a businessman who went bankrupt 6 times and was recently found liable for extensive business fraud and has to pay like $500 million. This guy is, and the Trump organization was also recently found guilty of all tax crimes alleged against it. So this guy is not some world-class businessman who really knows how to run the country and really knows how to build a business and make some money. This guy is just a total fraud, right? And he's convinced people that he's this businessman. He's convinced people that he knows how to run a business. But in reality, that's not true. So Kamala Harris doesn't have to present herself as a businesswoman. She has to present herself as a leader, right? She has business experts around her who can give her advice on this stuff. But Kamala Harris's job is not to be a businesswoman. Her job would to be president of the United States. And her policy is just far more extensive than that of Donald Trump's. Trump's entire policies, we're just going to drill more oil to reduce the price of gas. That makes no sense because gas prices are not just based on how much oil we're drilling here in the United States. They're based on global markets. So we, the United States, are producing more oil than any country in the world right now. But as you'll notice, our gas prices are not cheaper than any other country or the cheapest country in the entire world. It's because it's based on global markets. And if supply is not meeting global demand, prices will go up. Right. So Trump's entire policy is just a cop out. He just says something that sounds nice that, if we reduce the price of oil and the price of gas, then everything else will come down. Well, that's not true because housing prices have been going up for a long time. And there have also been periods where gas prices were really cheap. So point is that Kamala Harris has actual nuance and specificity in her policies. These policies have been not only developed by her and her team, but business leaders as well. Mark Cuban, a very successful real businessman, has talked about how he's been very involved in a lot of these policies that have been specifically focused toward business, whereas Donald Trump has nothing. So,
well, I understand that. And maybe she does have very well laid out policy, but I do take issue with how quickly she rose up out of nowhere and how I'm supposed to now just know her policies or just know what it is that she's going to run when she just came up so quickly. I don't have enough time to digest that.
So what I would encourage you to do is, and I totally understand, right? Like everything in politics moves really quickly. And if you're not somebody who pays attention to it like 24/7, it feel like it can move really quickly and you feel like you miss things. Totally understand. So what I would encourage you to do is go to Kamala Harris's website where she has all the policy listed out. Or alternatively, you can just listen to certain speeches she's given. So she's given speeches specifically on housing, speeches specifically on small business, speeches specifically on immigration or the economy just generally, and you can hear what she proposes. So pick whatever major issue really matters to you, and I guarantee that Kamala Harris has spoken about it one way or another. And you say like, oh, in these interviews, she doesn't answer them. A lot of these accounts that you get clips on TikTok or social media just generally will cut clips prematurely to make it seem like Kamala Harris didn't answer the question. But in reality, they're leaving out the meat of what she said. So Kamala Harris does all these policies. I'm not expecting you to be an expert in every single thing that she's talked about. But, these resources are out there. And you, as a young guy, how old are you?
23.
Yeah, you're 23. We're both 22, Chris and I. So as Gen Z, we want you to be on the right side of history, which is voting for people who are competent, people who know what they're doing, as opposed to Donald Trump, who sounds really great when he talks. He says, I'm going to solve all your problems. Don't worry about it. Just trust me. I'm going to do it. It sounds really great. But will he actually get that done is another question.
Well, I do want to pivot to one more point before I let you pick somebody else.
Sure.
You were talking about abortion earlier, and as a Catholic, I have a very, particular opinion on what that should be. I guess my issue with abortion, and this is probably the biggest issue as to why maybe I would never vote for a Democrat again, is because they're using it as birth control. When I personally do believe that if you play bad games, you may win a bad prize. And if you choose to play that game and you end up getting pregnant, I think you should bear the responsibility of it. However, in cases of rape, in cases of the mother's life being at risk, yeah, I agree in abortion.
All right. Mind if I speak really quick, Larry?
By all means, Chris.
All right. So I want to just start here really quickly. So after Roe v. Wade was overturned, in states that have, I live in Georgia. We have a 6-week abortion ban. It used to be 22 weeks, right? Texas has a complete and total abortion ban. Mississippi has a complete total abortion ban. Doctors are getting up and they're leaving these states, right? Because our laws are vague. They're confusing. Doctors have to work under a lot of pressure. We saw in Louisiana this week, 2 weeks ago, they rescheduled mifepristone, which is a common abortion drug that can also be used during miscarriages to save somebody's life. They reclassified it as a Schedule 4, so not have to be locked up outside, across the hospital, right? So doctors are doing time drills where they basically have to see how fast they can run from one side of the hospital to another to make sure they can save someone's life, along with having to consult with attorneys to, do their job because governments threaten to throw people in jail. The result of this has been the fact that in Georgia, half our counties don't have OBGYNs, right? These are primary care doctors for women, not just for abortion, not just when you're pregnant, but primary care in general is gone. A lot of women in Georgia are driving well over an hour to see a doctor. And this has led to things like in Texas, from 2019 to 2022, the maternal mortality rate increased 56%. Compared to 11% nationally. And maternal mortality being a woman dies anytime she's pregnant, giving birth, or shortly after birth. We're talking about rates in Texas of roughly 40 women per 100,000 births are dying. In Canada, the maternal mortality rate is 8 per 100,000. The United States has the worst maternal mortality rate in the developed world, 55th, right? And so abortion bans have already made this drastically worse. Women are not seeking out care. They don't have basic medical care in supposedly the greatest country on earth. And a lot of that is because of Trump-led, all of it really, in my opinion. It's getting much worse because of Trump-led abortion bans. Number 2. I think I'm going to take actually not me, because I'm just a man, but I'm going to take offense for other people. I think it's very offensive to suggest that women are, quote, using abortion for birth control, right? You have now suggested that an entire group of people is so, careless. They just, how I infer that, or how you imply that, is women are just so careless. They open their legs for anybody. They'll do whatever and go just carelessly walk into a Planned Parenthood, right? Abortion is something that's an incredibly difficult decision, even if you are pro-choice. It's something that most women who get an abortion do not do lightheartedly. It's a really, really hard, really difficult thing for most women to go through. Right. And so not only, in my opinion, is it disgusting to suggest that that's how women operate, but number 2, it's also just a logical falsehood. Right. So, just because I don't care what the reason is, right, because you say you support it for things like rape and when the mother's life is at risk. But we see over and over again, based on Republican policy, that doesn't happen. Right. There's a girl in Mississippi who was in 7th grade. 12 years old, she got assaulted in her own backyard and was forced to carry the baby to term. She dropped out. She's in the 7th grade with a child. Right? Deborah was 22 weeks pregnant in Florida with her second child when she learned it had a fatal defect. 2 doctors said she needed an abortion. That claim was denied. She carried the baby to term in pain, almost lost her other child because she couldn't take care of it. The baby who was born died 2 hours after being on the table. 2 hours. Amber Thurman was in Georgia, traveled state lines to take abortion pill, came back, got sepsis, needed a 15-minute emergency surgery, waited 19 hours at Piedmont Hospital while the doctors probably consulted attorneys, and she died. 28 years old, was supposed to go to fucking nursing school. Right? There's a woman in Texas who was pro-life, Kate Cox, who had an unviable pregnancy that was going to kill her. A federal judge agreed, except the Texas Attorney General overruled, said no. She had to go across states to save her life. I just read a story about a woman in Mississippi who was devastated to learn that the kid she was going to have with her husband that she had been waiting for, it was not progressing. She was going to have a miscarriage. She needed 2 drugs, mifepristone and misoprostol, which are the 2 common abortion drugs, one of which would expel the pregnancy or expel the fetal tissue because the miscarriage, the pregnancy that was already it was a miscarriage, was not passing on its own. So one would pass it for her and the other one would stop her pregnancy hormone, right? Except in Kentucky, that second drug is really hard to get. Right? So she waited and waited. The OB warned her it's going to be hard to get. She looked everywhere. She called pharmacists. She couldn't find it. So she takes the first drug and she's supposed to move with her husband to Massachusetts. On the way to Massachusetts, she's in so much pain she can barely walk because she didn't take the second drug. Her body tried to save the pregnancy that was already gone and she got sepsis in fucking upstate New York. She's in a hospital, U-Haul in the parking lot, emergency surgery under anesthesia to save her life. Not only is that a failure of the American healthcare system, because if she was in Kentucky and got the second pill, none of that would have happened. But imagine if she was in Kentucky and not in upstate New York, she would be dead. I almost guarantee it. Doctors would not operate on her, right? So this is like a much broader issue than just things like abortion. But also, again, sorry, I'll finish my rambling here, but logical fallacy, right? Play dangerous games, win dangerous prizes. If I get in my car right now and a drunk driver hits me head on while I'm at a stoplight, the EMT is not going to show up and say, you play dangerous games, getting in a car, you win dangerous prizes. That's not how that works. You don't, just because you do something that has risk doesn't mean that you have to accept the consequence of, or the action of that risk, I guess. Anyway, I'm ranting now. I'm going to let someone else talk.
Now, look, I mean, those are all completely valid points. And, that it makes total sense. I agree with you in basically everything you said. I guess just more from a faith perspective, in my opinion, that is a life. And I'm not so sure that taking that life is the right thing to do.
Was the seventh grader, was the seventh grader alive?
Yeah, absolutely. And that's why I said I agree with you.
Well, but if you're voting on policies like Republican, if you're supportive of a Republican abortion policies, I'd argue you care more about the unborn than the currently living.
Well, no, I think they both matter. And I just want someone to reach an agreement where both can be valued equally.
Well, Harry, if you have.
Oh, no, I wasn't going to. Just like, why must you force that on other people? Why can't like you and your family value the unborn and the born equally, whereas other women can make a decision that are best for them?
Well, I mean, I guess it sort of falls along the same lines as, should state execution be legal?
I don't really know how that falls along the same lines, to be honest.
Yeah, but like, how is a part? Like, I actually had a nurse up here in my lab, like 2 nights ago, who's like super informed, and she's actually like very pro-life. In fact, in her personal opinion, for her personal life, she believes that like life starts at conception, and she's like studied this her whole life. She specializes in essentially like helping women through pregnancies. She terminates pregnancies, etc. And she's like, part of what I support is like the women's decision, right? So she's like, it's very, very difficult. And there's times where I might have an opinion, but what I'm staunch about is the fact that like no government should be in that room. It should be a doctor and a woman. And she was talking about, as someone who like studies cell biology, that the general consensus is that like 99% of providers will not provide an abortion past like 23 and a half weeks. Because at that point, a lot of people find it not appropriate, right? But before that, the final decision, I don't know if the party of small government, the party of choice, the party of the country of freedom, I think a woman and her doctor can make that decision. And it's possible to be pro-life for your family, but not be anti-choice for other people, no?
Yeah, sure. I mean, if that's the case, then I should be able to vote that way as well.
So you can vote that way, but to be clear, the party that you're voting for is a party that has recently voted against a right to contraception, like the thing that is used to prevent this from even happening, the right to IVF, the right to an abortion. So point is that like the Republican Party is very much anti-woman in this sense. They're like, yeah, you can't get an abortion, but we also won't protect your right to having a family in a way like through IVF. And we also won't protect your right to contraception so you can engage in intercourse without worrying about the possibility of getting pregnant. So if you're like, yeah, you know what? I may be personally pro-life, but I want women to be able to engage in intercourse if they want to be able to engage in intercourse, and have contraception if they need it, and be able to start a family when they want to start a family, then you would be voting for the Democratic Party. And you might be like, you know what, Kamala Harris, she's pro-choice. I'm not all about that. But at the end of the day, her view is just that the government should not be making decisions about women and their bodies. And if you agree that the government should not be making decisions about women and their bodies, then I don't know, maybe you don't agree with that. But anyway.
Or even if, yeah, I mean, like sorry, go ahead if you want to respond.
I mean, yeah, you guys have made some good points tonight. I'm not necessarily sure at this moment exactly where I stand on everything, but I appreciate you taking the time to let me come up here and talk and debate with me a little bit.
Sorry,
Yeah.
Joe. I was just gonna say I appreciate it a lot. And again, like the last thing I'd consider is like again when it comes to abortion, like those complete and total abortion bans are leading to some very, very, very like some of the like I said, the worst health outcomes in the developed world for women. They have no access to general health care, obviously no access to abortion care. But again, like we're these total and complete abortion bans have put women at risk for in a lot more ways than just needing an abortion. So just keep that in mind.
Yeah.
Yep, appreciate it. Thank you.
Yeah. Thanks, man.
All right, man. Have a good one. Appreciate it.
You too.
I've got to learn when to shut the fuck up.
Why?
I don't know. I hate myself.
Why? No, you. I don't think that's an appropriate response. Hold on, Danny. Thank you for the $5. Go Ducks. Texas shouldn't be number one. I was happy that the Ducks beat the Buckeyes. I'm very happy about that. So thank you for the $5. Texas is probably the best team in the country, though. I got to be honest. Michael. Whoa. True Gods, thank you for the $100 on Venmo saying, keep up the great work. Yo, can you please show some love to True Gods in the chat? Just spam the chat with W's. We need at least 100 W's for True Gods. That is incredibly generous, my man. I appreciate that so much. Thank you. That is so incredibly kind.
Huge
Thank you,
W's in the chat.
That's really kind. W's in the chat, please. True Gods, man. You're always here supporting the live as well. It really means a lot. It goes a long way. It means the world, man. Thank you so much. David, thank you for the $1. Defending Mustache Man and Trump goes to show where the Republican Party is going. Exactly, my man. Exactly. Raphael, thank you for the $10. Thanks, Harry. Education is important as well as honest conversations. I totally agree. You can do both. You can do both. You can have education and honest conversations. But you know, that it also in turn requires the other person on the other side to be honest as well, which is not always a given. Amanda, thank you for the $5. Say when men say it's their right to vote on an abortion, the first law against abortion was 100 years ago 100 years before women were even allowed to vote. We've been fighting a long time for the right to our bodies. Well, yeah, that too. It never makes sense to me when a man's like, well, no, it's actually a man's issue as well. Shut the fuck up.
Yo,
dude. Like,
do
shut
me a
the
favor.
hell up.
Do me a favor. Be quiet, champ.
Yeah, why don't you just be quiet? You be all right now. Just shut
Appreciate
the hell
you.
up. Anyway, all right. If you're MAGA, let me know in the chat.
I'm kind of
Yo,
holy shit.
Lucky Bag just sent a whale thing to Chris. Look at
Yo,
that.
huge W, Lucky Bags. I appreciate you so much. Holy shit.
Look at that.
I really fuck. Sorry, I really appreciate that. That means a lot. Listen, really quickly. Thank you so much. This really is like, I really don't need to say this, but I'm going to say it. So I've never really known much about like my extended family or where they come from. Learned last night. My whole family is from some small town.
Very
Partly
small.
from New York, Long Island, but the other side, Pennsylvania, a place called Newcomb, I think. New something. If someone knows something about this place, apparently my great grandfather owned some like pharmacy there or something. Dude was tripping. Sorry,
Dude,
no. Apparently he was like super psychotic, but
what a Gen Z thing to say about your grandfather. My grandfather was tripping.
No, not my grandfather. My great grandfather.
That's what I'm saying. Stroke that thing.
Or maybe what's the? I don't know. Something like really weird small town, and I don't know.
All right.
People were strange people.
My grandfather was tripping. Can we put that in a fucking t-shirt?
Someone
please?
said, "Been there, it's a dump." Damn. Well, I need to go.
My God. Listen, first of all, very interesting, Chris.
I'm sorry. It was really unnecessary to say, but
No. That's actually genuinely
Well,
interesting.
everyone always is
Why?
like, you're Chris, like you're not Southern, like you're born and raised in Georgia. But I mean, it's like my parents are from Cincinnati, but their parents are from New York and Pennsylvania. So it's like, yeah, I'm like the first person. I'm not really like a Southerner. I'm a Southerner,
Well, anybody that tells you you're not is lying. How about that?
You're built like a toaster oven.
And you're built like a washing machine, bro. For real. Super boxy. Anyway.
Why are there two people in here, bro?
I added two. All my links are in my bio to my Snapchat, Instagram, Twitter, YouTube. I post on all those things. Sorry. Also, my Snapchat is harry.sisson02. I've been posting on there. There's a new video of my dog and I on my Snapchat. It's a great video.
Yep.
It's beautiful. So go add me on Snapchat. Also, Chris's Snapchat is
Chris D. Mowry, the same as my username. I just posted the most insane thing I've ever seen. My screen time. I posted a screenshot. I looked at my screen time. My average for last week. I don't know how it's possible, but it says that my screen time average was 33 and a half hours. There's not 33 hours in a day. I don't know, but it also said I spent 30 hours on TikTok last week. So just why. Apparently 255 total hours on my phone, which again, I don't think there's that many hours in a week, but makes sense.
Okay. That's weird.
That's what I post on Snapchat, Christine Mowry. I also post pictures of myself, and you can follow Harry Sisson, Harry.Sisson02.
Harry.Sisson. I'm in the process of changing it to Harry J. Sisson, but I don't know if that's ever going to work. All right, guys. 22. Who's, I guess, a car? Is that a car model? Are you a car?
I am definitely. I'll be quick though, guys. I just wanted to say I appreciate you guys. I was on Dean's Live yesterday, just saying the same thing. I love what you guys do. I'm in Colorado. You guys have flipped the entire family of mine over, so that's 6 votes for Kamala. So
hell yeah,
I appreciate
huge
you guys.
W's. Oh my goodness,
Huge
dude.
W's. Are you kidding me?
Dude, I appreciate you
absolutely.
so much.
No, absolutely. And I have 2 kids, so I benefit majorly from the child tax credit. And I just picked up a lot of information from you guys. And you know, just being a Trump supporter about 4 months ago, you guys have definitely helped turn my vote over. So I appreciate y'all.
Yo. There's 4,000 people, over 4,000 people. Spam the W's, man.
Spam the W's, man.
Holy shit. That's incredible.
God, that's so, bro. Thank you so much for coming up and saying that. Like, we really appreciate when people tell us stuff like that. So thank you, man. And I'm so glad that, like, you know, you could watch and tune in. It really means the world to, like, I know Parker, me, Dean, Chris, everybody, man. Seriously, appreciate it a lot.
Yeah, I appreciate you guys. Keep doing what you're doing. And come November, I can't wait to be on the right side of history.
Yes, sir.
Awesome,
thank you, man. Well, hey, thank you for everything you're doing. And thank you for, you know, also convincing your family. I appreciate it, man. All right.
Yeah, absolutely. Have a good night, guys.
All right. You
Thanks,
too, man. Damn,
I don't think people realize that, like, always talking about how, like, passionate Harry and I are about this stuff. Like, dude, that gives us so much motivation to just, like, we're tired. It's like, let's hop on again. There's somebody out there, 1 vote at a time. That's 6 votes.
6 votes, man.
That's crazy.
I was like, you know what? It's 10:30. I wanted to watch the Bills play the Jets. I was like, tonight. I was like, you know, I was like, let's hop on live. And
Yeah,
well,
huge W's. By the way, did the Bills won?
Bills won, and I also won in fantasy. By the way, you still have to send me Jamar Chase and
No, I
Justin
don't. 'Cause I
Jefferson.
think I won again this week. And what did you do? You lost?
I won this week.
I have got that. Listen,
Yeah,
buddy.
you suck.
Listen, champ. You said you were going to live stream today. Actually, the people were asking me live stream NCAA today, and that
Yeah,
didn't happen,
I
so.
was waiting for you. So
You do, yeah, you're a liar. You're a liar.
Anyway,
you're
let's get back.
fucking liar.
Anyway, Claiborne, hello. Are you MAGA, my man?
All right.
I sure is.
Oh, this guy's a troll, man.
Ain't no troll. I'm the real deal.
You know what they say, man. When life gives you lemons.
You lost, by the way. I'm just checking fantasy right now. You lost.
I did not lose.
Yeah, you did.
What?
You lost to somebody who's 1-4.
Yeah, and you're. Never mind. I can't say.
All right, Claiborne, why are you MAGA, man? I'll entertain it.
Can I walk you through a line of thinking?
Sure.
Okay, I got 2 words for you. Mass deportation.
Mass deportation, huh?
You know how that's going to benefit you and me?
How's it going to benefit you and me?
When you get rid of 2 million people, you ain't got to worry about competing with 2 million people for resources. That means you ain't got to compete for housing. You ain't got to compete for jobs.
Actually-
you ain't got to compete for medical appointments.
that
you
would-
ain't got to compete for insulin.
That would cost. That would cost the American taxpayer like almost $1 trillion. Actually,
But it's going to benefit us.
Wait, are
it's
you then
actually, it's actually
arguing
gonna
that
it's going to benefit
It's
us.
actually going to do way more harm. Like
No, it ain't.
No, it is.
You ain't got to.
Can I finish
they
speaking?
strain on our resources.
Can I?
They
No,
are
they're
strained-
actually-
I think you're a strain on our resources.
Yeah.
I think you're a strain on our
yes, I agree with
resources.
that. No,
I ain't no
that's
strain on
that's not how
nothing.
that's not how that works.
I think you're strained.
That's not how that works economically, right? So actually, economically, there's not enough native-born Americans to work every single job, and so these numbers have been crunched. That actually, if we did this quote mass deportation you're talking about, we would start to slip into recession because there'd be so many openings at jobs. It would cost American taxpayers like an enormous amount of money. So they're actually not a strain on our resources. Like other human beings. Hey, numbnuts, shut up. Other human beings are single-handedly.
What are you just calling me?
Other human beings are single-handedly holding up the American economy, and that's according to plenty of economists. And we're happy to walk you through the data. You have no idea what you're talking about because economically, it would do way more harm for you if you deported a bunch of people than if you kept them, which has to mean that either A, you're ignorant, or B, you know that, and you're. What, you don't like brown people? Let's talk about it.
It ain't got nothing to do with brown people.
Are you sure? Because it sounds like it's going to cost the American taxpayers $1 trillion, and like we're going to slip into like
that ain't true. The thing is when 2 million people, probably 6 million people, as far as we know,
He's making
up numbers.
Let's just make up fucking numbers.
Why not 4 million on there?
Why not 10 million?
Why not 40?
We
Why
don't
not
know how
40?
many
Why
they
not
is.
fucking
We just know it's a lot of them.
It could be 150.
They ain't accounted for.
Maybe
But the
it's
thing
300
is,
million.
if
I
they
think the United
just
States has
strain
double
our economy.
population in recent years. What a terrible thing.
The American dollar has gone down in value since they been here.
All right, champ.
What?
Is this guy actually?
The
a
dollar
Are you
worth
saying that
much.
immigrants have devalued the dollar?
They sure has.
troll? Wait, Harry, is this
How
guy
the
a troll?
fuck does
That
that
means
work?
that's the inflation.
Wait, Harry, is this actually a troll or no?
I
ain't
think
no troll.
I thought he was a troll, but now I'm like, I can't tell.
What state are you voting in?
I'm voting in Mississippi.
How old are you?
62 years old.
Have we ever talked before?
Oh, yeah, I done schooled you a couple of times.
I think I have. I think I have talked to this guy before.
Okay.
But
I done schooled both of you
wait,
a
how
couple of
how
times.
are immigrants devaluing?
Yeah, can you walk us through that? How immigrants are devaluing the American dollar?
Well, the thing is that they causing inflation.
How are
they
immigrants
causing
causing inflation?
Well, when they come here
Yep. Uh-huh.
illegally,
How does that
Uh-huh.
cause inflation?
How does that cause inflation?
they taking jobs that don't belong to them.
That's no. It's
That's not true.
That's just
also
not
how
true.
would
And
how
they
would that
buying
cause
they
inflation?
buying houses and cars.
Wait, they're engaging in the U.S. economy? Oh,
Wait, what? Do you have any economic data to back any of this up, or you just
Yeah, I
feel
do.
that?
They stay 10, 15 to a room.
Okay, so can you source some like economic data that backs that up, or else it just sounds like facts over feelings, and the facts are that's just not true. You have some data because like I can source like the last like 18 months of like job growth data that shows that like native born Americans like when they're not gaining nearly
But them job data was for immigrants. Them immigrants taking up jobs.
yeah. So what do you think about the stat that there's not enough native born Americans to work every job?
They ain't gotta work every job. That's why you.
Wait. So I have a question. So what happens when there's a bunch of businesses around the United States who don't have enough employees to operate and they have to like close?
Well, now you get legal immigrants. What we're talking about is illegal, undocumented immigrants. There's a difference.
And you're telling me right now that there's how many illegal, undocumented
Probably
immigrants?
10, they say anywhere from 3 to 10 million.
Okay.
That's a lot of people.
Okay.
And a lot of them buying up houses, buying up apartments. We can't afford that. Average American can't afford cartel money, Chinese money, African money.
Wait,
We
that has
can't
nothing
afford
to
that.
that has nothing to do with immigrants. So there's like an argument to be made that we shouldn't have like these massive investments from foreign entities into American real estate. Like that's perfectly fine, but that's not immigrants. That's
And
not
I agree with
undocumented
that
immigrants,
too.
at least
You
in that.
shouldn't have, if you don't live in America, you shouldn't be allowed to buy an American house.
Okay,
I
yeah,
agree.
but that's not undocumented immigrants. So you're.
But
conflating
I'm
two
just
different
saying,
issues.
I agree with that too. We agree on something.
Okay.
What do you think about Donald Trump like being found liable for sexual abuse and like bragging about it?
Just want to
That's,
point out to the chat. Hold on. Just want to point out to the chat that he never told us like in depth about how like immigrants are devaluing the American dollar. It's just like a super bigoted lie. But anyway, please elaborate on it. Why, how do you feel about Donald Trump?
It's kind of like when
assaulting
Harry
women?
tells. Actually, I can't say that.
No, go ahead, Chris. say it.
No, I can't say that.
What were you possibly going to say?
No, seriously, don't worry about it. Go ahead, bro. So wait, what do you think about Donald Trump being found liable for sexual abuse?
You said found liable,
Yeah, he was found liable by a jury, and he also brags about it like a lot.
but was he sent to jail?
No, he's found liable.
Was he sent to jail?
No.
Was he sent to jail?
He said no. Would you hire somebody to babysit your kid that was found liable of assaulting children?
It ain't got nothing to do with it. It ain't got nothing to do with it.
Nice.
All right. So, okay. I'm asking you a question. Would you hire somebody to babysit your children that was found liable to have assaulted children?
I ain't asking to babysit my kids. I'm
just out of curiosity. In this instance, would you hire that
run
person?
this country, and he
Would you
did
hire
it the
that
first
person?
time, and he can damn sure do it again.
Would you hire that person?
I sure would. I'd hire him to run this country.
Wait, you would hire the babysitter that's been found liable for assaulting children?
Donald Trump.
No, holy fuck. What the hell?
Bro.
I'm asking you a very simple question. If there's somebody found liable for assaulting children, would you hire them to be your kid's babysitter?
ain't got nothing to do with what I'm talking.
I'm just asking you a question.
That
Just
ain't
asking you a
got
question.
nothing to do with the conversation.
I'm just asking you a question. The fact that you just can't say no, be like, no, I would not hire that person to babysit my kids is insane.
Y'all trying to strong arm.
No, there's no strong arming. It's just saying, yeah, I wouldn't hire somebody who
this is
assaults kid to be my babysitter for my children.
Yeah, I'm sorry to interrupt, Terry. I was just gonna say, like, the bar is in literal fucking hell right now, man. We're not like strong arming you. This man asked you, would you hire somebody to take care of your children who was found liable for assaulting children, and you can't answer the question.
That ain't got nothing to do with the conversation at hand.
It's so fucking ridiculous.
So Trump was found liable by a jury. What do you think about like his comments around it? So here, let me give you one. So that was like probably like 3 weeks ago ish. He's on a stage talking about how he's found liable, and then he started talking about another woman who also accused him of sexual abuse, and he said, "They're gonna hate when I say this, but it's the truth. The reality is it didn't happen because, quote, she wouldn't have been the chosen one. She wouldn't have been the chosen one, unquote." Do you support
That's
that?
true. Donald Trump. Yeah.
So wait. Pause. Let me ask you one. So he is implying, I am inferring that what he means by that if she was more attractive, he would have sexually assaulted her.
What you got to understand is Donald Trump is a very wealthy man.
No, I understand Donald Trump's wealthy, but again, like, but here's the thing. So explain this to me. So like Donald Trump, when he says that, he's implying that he would sexually abuse someone, I guess, if they were more attractive. Do you find that like to be
no, that ain't what he's saying. He's saying that he wanted to pick her because you ain't that good looking.
Right, which means he would have picked someone better looking to sexually abuse.
That ain't
That's
what he's saying.
you just said.
He's saying that she ain't good looking enough to even be considered for them sort of.
Do you have a problem? Do you think it's okay to like touch women when they don't want to be touched or when they haven't asked to be touched?
No.
You don't think that's okay?
No.
Do you find it concerning that like there could be other like young people, young men, people growing up like thinking that maybe that is okay because the person running for president of the United States who was previously the president has been found liable by a jury, and he's on audio and in the Hollywood Access tape. He says, when you're this rich and famous, quote, you don't have to wait, you don't have to ask, you can just start kissing. He, obviously just said that comment. Like, does it not concern you that we're like creating a culture?
It was a different time.
Can I finish speaking? Can I finish speaking? Right? These are this is where I start to get frustrated because these are real people's lives, right? So like when you're touched in a way you don't want to be touched like that, that's like a really traumatic experience, right? These are people's lives you're talking about. We're creating a culture in America where we think that that's okay and it's not, right? So how is it possible that you could support things like the Hollywood Access tape, him being found liable, him saying these things? It's not okay.
That ain't the thing is I'm not voting for him because of who he is as a person. I'm voting for him because he's the right
character
man for the
matters,
job.
Bozo. Character matters.
No, it don't.
Let me ask you this: Would you hire somebody at your company who was a convicted felon?
I am.
You have.
I am.
Let's add a little bit more though, Chris. Would you hire somebody at your company who's a convicted felon who's been found liable for assaulting women, liable for extensive business fraud? Their organization was found guilty of all tax charges against them. They have bragged about assaulting women. They have talked about women in a demeaning way. They are still pending many other felony charges in multiple different jurisdictions and possibly facing like 600 years in prison. Would you hire that person?
The thing is I believe in redemption.
No,
and anything is redeemable.
But it doesn't seem like Donald Trump. The thing about redemption is that like you have to show that like you're interested in redeeming yourself. Right?
You don't have to do it.
So here's the thing, Claiborne. You're right. No. There's a lot of people in this world who do good things. But most people are good people who make mistakes, and most good people who make mistakes are like try to figure out how they can like right their mistakes, right? But like I don't see anything from Donald Trump saying he's a convicted felon. He's like, nah, fuck that was wrong. Even though all the evidence is that he didn't. Or he sexually abuses a woman. He doesn't apologize. He doesn't say I was a different person. He brags about it, right?
Well, if that's how he cope with it, that's how he cope with it.
Right.
Okay, but coping with it and taking accountability and like trying to learn from it are two different things.
I mean, at least he acknowledging that
he's not.
Yeah, he is.
What is he acknowledging?
that there may have been some mistakes in his past, but he's a changed
No,
man.
he has never apologized for any of these things. Matter of
But
fact,
he ain't
he
gotta
still
apologize- he ain't gotta
defames
apologize
to
to
this
you and
day
me.
the woman who he sexually assaulted.
He ain't got to apologize to you and me. He can apologize
He's
privately,
never, yeah, but at the end of the day, he is a public figure running to be president of the United States.
and he gonna win.
So, regardless of his prospects for the victory, point is that we, the people, are watching him and judging him. And so far, maybe he's apologized in public, although I highly doubt it. Maybe he has. But at the end of the day, in public, he is showing no remorse for what he's done to these women and other women for that matter.
Well, he got to show strength, and you don't.
I'm sorry. Defaming women that you've sexually assaulted is not strength. That's not strong. That's cowardice. Can't say that on live. Can't say that on live.
I 100% agree. Literally, Harry, what perfectly said. Yeah, this is like this is the, again, Claiborne. This is like the talk of this is not the talk of someone who's strong or a man. This is the definition of like not being a man. Like this is you're like, yeah, that's some.
Yeah, weak men do
cowardly
shit like that. Weak men do shit like that. Weak men assault women and then continue to make those women's lives hell.
No.
That's some weak shit.
Wait, did you say no? Did you just say no?
Wait, does a strong man assault women?
Strong man. Let me say something real quick, because I'm a man. Strong men will take all the bullshit that come their way, like Russia collusion.
Holy
like,
shit! No. Hey,
like
champ,
COVID,
champ, big man, big strong man right here. Can you do me a favor one more time? Do you think it's okay to touch let's say you just see a pretty woman and you're at a bar without speaking to her, for example? Do you think it's okay to touch her?
No.
Are you sure?
Yeah.
Do you think it's okay if you go up and start talking to her to start?
That's fine. You can talk to a woman. You can talk to anybody.
It just seems like you're like, you seem to just have like this unwillingness to would you say, how about this? Besides Donald Trump for a second, can you just tell me that, like, do you think sexual abuse is wrong?
It sure is.
That's a wrong thing to do. That's a bad thing to do.
It sure is. Yeah.
Okay.
That's common sense.
Oh, okay. So just to be clear, like saying that sexual abuse is wrong is common sense, but then voting for somebody who does sexual abuse is also simultaneously common sense.
Did he go to jail? Did he? Yes or no?
Just to be clear, there are men who have been found liable or guilty of assaulting women. Wait, I'm sorry. Does going to jail automatically mean you didn't do something bad?
If he was convicted of it and went to jail, then I could be on the outside with it. But he ain't getting no prison.
So wait. Just to be clear, there are men who have assaulted women and never gone to jail. There are men who have groped women and never gone to jail. There are men who have groped women and been like publicly shamed but never went to jail. All of that is assault, and none of these people went to jail. But they still assaulted a woman. So your whole like, oh, they have to go to jail in order for me to consider it to be significant is utter crap, because there are women who have still been assaulted and never come forward, and their assaulters are walking around working jobs. Maybe they have a family, maybe whatever the fuck they're doing in their lives. What is this dumb shit?
But we're talking about Donald Trump.
And Donald Trump qualifies. You know, a lot of women have been assaulted by Donald Trump, and now he's out there walking around living his life.
Okay, but
okay,
but that ain't gonna stop me from being president.
All right, Jim. Let me ask you this.
Should. It should, but people like you vote for him.
Claiborne.
That sure is.
Okay.
All right, Claiborne. Yo, can I ask you a question really quick? You said that you kept asking Harry, was he convicted? And Harry said no. And you said if he's convicted, that you'll believe it, correct?
If he go to prison for it, then you got something to say.
Wait. So what if he was convicted of sexually abusing a woman, but it's his like first charge that we like please out and is like on probation?
Yeah, I mean, if
you would believe that he was guilty.
I sure would. Yeah.
Okay. So what do you think about Donald Trump currently being a convicted felon? Like
Well,
he's been
that's
convicted.
political.
What? Oh my
political.
God! See, dude, here's the thing. Let me try to sum up this entire conversation. Your head is so far up Donald Trump's ass, nobody can talk to you, right? So you just agreed that if someone was convicted, and even if they didn't go to jail, that you would believe it. And I'm like, okay, well, Donald Trump's been convicted of 34 felonies, falsifying business records, and quote, it's political.
Didn't you drop out of school to support Joe Biden?
What?
Didn't you stop your whole school to support Joe Biden? Ain't that what you said the last time I talked to you?
I'm taking a break from school currently.
Exactly, so you can support Joe Biden. Is Joe Biden still in the race?
That's not.
Hold
originally-
on, is Joe Biden still in the race?
Hold on. Can you be quiet?
So you got a nerve to talk about me being upset
hold on,
about ass.
champ. You pivoted and got very angry when again I suggested that you're. I mean, I really can't say that on TikTok Live, but I mean, you're on your knees for Donald Trump. I just need to know. I mean, your head is so far.
You on your knees.
Champ, shh. Your head is so far
You
up his
stuck
ass
on
that
Joe Biden's
it's-
skid
it's-
mark if you
Oh,
could.
here he goes. Look at it. Look. And again, that's not why I took a break from school. So good try though. Good try. Right?
Yes, that's what you told me last time I talked to you. I'm taking a break so I can go support Joe Biden. And he ain't even in the race no more.
Yeah, we I mean, what kind of a
The same
dumbass
thing for
point
Eric.
is this, dude?
Little
What kind of a
guy.
dumbass point is this, man? This is crazy. What kind of a dumbass? What kind of dumbass argument?
Anybody taking advice from the likes of you two is dumb. Y'all ain't got no degree. Y'all ain't educated nothing.
That's right.
Yeah, you're right. You know, sorry. You know what? I won't say that.
And this Harry think he's somebody because he was at the DNC. You ain't nobody.
Who are you talking to?
This guy's
talking to
fucking
you.
furious right now. How old are
Wait,
you? bro?
why? When have I ever claimed that I'm somebody?
You
because I was
think
at
you
the DNC?
somebody because you at the DNC.
I don't think I'm
you
anybody.
somebody because you met Joe Biden.
When
Barack
did-
Obama.
I
You
don't
ain't
think I'm
nobody.
anybody. I'm just a random guy.
Bro, how old are
You
you?
sure
dog?
is.
How old did you say you were?
Yeah, we're in agreement.
How old are you?
How old is you?
No, you told me. I'm pretty sure that you were 50 something. It's 1:18 a.m. on the East Coast. You're in Mississippi. 50 years old, telling some 22-year-old you ain't nobody, bro. Go. Listen,
But you ain't educated. I know that.
I got you. WikiHow, how to have fun. There's a lot of shit. Tennis, fucking touching grass, knitting. Right? This is the thing. I mean this from the bottom of my heart. I just posted a video, Claiborne. I just posted a video about this. Conservatives are the softest people in America.
Yeah,
you
man.
are so soft. You're whining about issues that don't exist. WikiHow, how to have fun. Most of us have shit to do, right? It was Columbus Day. Some of us, or Indigenous Peoples Day. Some of us had have families, or we're hanging out with people. Some of us didn't have off work. You were like hang out with people at work. Meanwhile, like what do you, bro? WikiHow, how to have fun, please.
You need to wiki how to get an education because what you did was dumb.
Okay, how many
How you
Supreme?
gonna
Hey,
drop
how
out
many?
of school for
Hey,
somebody that ain't even raising no more?
Hey, how many Supreme Court justices are there?
9.
And can you name 5 of them?
Gorsuch, Roberts, Alito,
It's a tough task, I know.
Clarence, and what's her name? That new one, Jackson. So y'all
So
think
it took you a good while. How many continents are there? How many continents are there?
7, I think. 7.
7, you think? Are you sure?
I think it's 7.
Are you sure?
I'm pretty sure.
Final answer?
I'm pretty sure.
Can you name the 7 continents? Go for it.
You got North America, South America, Australia, Europe, Africa. That's about it, ain't it?
Wait. North America, South America, Europe, Australia. I think I heard 4. Was there a 5th?
No, you're good, bro. Yeah. North America, South America, Africa, and Australia. Yeah, we're good. That covers it. You're good, man.
That's right.
You just forgot, I think the most populous continent in the world, but sure. No, you're good, bro. You're good, champ. That's good. But anyway, what were you saying about us getting an education?
But y'all ain't educated.
I was just making sure that the guy who named 5 out of 7 continents and said that's it is telling us that we need education.
Well,
but you'll be all right, bro. You'll be all right. That's all good.
I ain't been in school in some.
Normally
You're good,
when
bro.
you get
You're good.
the idea behind getting educated is that you retain information.
Yeah.
So I don't
'Cause,
think
But it's
like,
been a long time.
getting like a degree is like great. You have like a piece of paper, but did you retain the information? Are you knowledgeable on what you study? That's a different
Okay?
question.
But you ain't even got no degree. That's the thing.
Yeah, but
You
I know
up
that there
here
are 7
with
continents and I can
these
name them.
5,000
So
people talking like
I
you're an expert
can
in
name the
something.
7 continents.
But you ain't
You on
even
the
wrote
other
a
hand, well,
dissertation. You
not
ain't even
quite
wrote
sure.
a paper.
Not quite sure. Not quite sure you can name this.
And this
I know
fool
you
down
can.
here
I've never
done
wrote-
dropped out of school to support somebody that ain't even in the race
that's
no
not
more.
why. That's
Dro-
that-
Yeah,
now,
it
wait,
is.
now,
That's what
now
you
we
told
dropped
me
out.
last
of
time.
school. Which one is
original
it?
the original reason I dropped out of school is actually because I went to a out-of-patient program for depression because I wasn't doing well with my mental health, and kind of in the midst of that, I accidentally posted. Well, I didn't accidentally. I posted on TikTok kind of very randomly, and now I'm here.
Well, I'm sorry to hear about that. I didn't know that was the case.
Now you feel like a really bad guy, huh?
School,
What does that mean?
I got very passionate about politics.
Well, I regret bringing it up then.
Yeah, you can say I'm sorry. You can apologize.
Well, I don't do that.
I mean, he is. I mean, I'm taking a break currently because I'm like really invested in politics. Just want to point that out.
Yeah.
I got lucky on this on social media. Randomly posted one day, and then Harry DM'd me one time. He's like, "Dude,
That's
love your
literally
stuff."
not true. He DM'd me first, and I DM'd him back. Chris,
Dude,
Chris
it
is
sounds
first.
so. Dude, bro, we're not being.
I'm just saying, like,
We're
yeah,
not beating
Chris slid in,
We're
bro.
not
He
beating-
slid in,
bro. I'm sorry, but we're not beating allegations with some.
bro. But that's legitimately what happened. Chris DM'd me. He was like, I'm such a huge fan. Like, thanks for following me back. I was like, yeah, no problem, bro. Like, that was like my response. I was like, yeah, no problem, bro. You're all good. And then he DM'd me later. He's like, dude, like, like, I really love your lives. Maybe you'll let me up one day. I was like, for sure, bro. For sure, I'll let you up in my lives one day. And I was debating, and then like, you love your lives. Maybe you'll let me up one day. I was like, for sure, bro. For sure, I'll let you up in my lives one day. And I was debating, and then like, Chris, maybe like figure out the tech issues, buddy. I mean, what the hell's going on, dude? There's like huge echo. Huge echo.
well, I'm going to let you two have it. Y'all have a good night, though. Thanks for having me.
Yeah, get the hell out, all right? Easiest decision I've ever had to make. Make sure to drop a follow if you haven't already. We do these lives all the time. Why is my lighting go? And Chris is gone. He'll come back in a second. Make sure to drop a follow if you haven't already. We do these lives all the time. Also, double tap the screen. Let's try to get up to 900,000 likes. It means a lot, goes a long way. Also, make sure to add me on Snapchat, harry.sisson02. Also, I post on YouTube, Twitter, Instagram, and of course TikTok. People are saying be nice to that guy in the chat. He was defending Donald Trump for assaulting a woman. So I don't feel necessarily inclined to be very nice to that guy. But yeah, follow me out on all the platforms. Venmo, Cash App in the link in the bio. If you want to support the live, Venmo, Cash App in the link in the bio. And yeah, shout out to Ashley. She goes, I love the nightly recaps. On Snapchat, I've started a new series. Every night I talk about the craziest conversation I had on TikTok Live, just like a picture and some captions. And people like that series. So that's what I'm doing over there on Snapchat.
I should steal that.
Yeah. No, don't do that.
Oh, by the way, sorry, I glitched out there, but yeah, I just want to say, like, I don't mean anything by this. We're very pro LGBTQ plus here. Everyone knows it. But here, we're not beating allegations with some. You texted me first, bro.
Am I wrong?
he said, am I wrong? Oh my.
Look at Anthony in the chat. He goes, especially Chris.
All right, bro.
Come on, Anthony. Come on, man. Be better than that, bro.
No, it's good. Like, again, we're very pro LGBTQ plus here. Harry and I are not in the community, but always very supportive.
Yeah. We're two generic straight white guys. Chris and I always joke that you could like walk out into the street and just find like two random white guys and they're probably like the same as us. Like,
I don't know.
They look exactly identical to us. Chris is about to say some dumb shit. Don't listen to him. Christina.
I was actually going to say, like, I can't. There's like so many times we've told that to people. Like, oh my God, like, I can't believe it's you guys. Like, in person, we didn't really like recognize you. It's like, yeah, well, there's like 400 of us like down now.
Yeah. Go to like an NFL football game.
Between 5'10", 6 feet, average height, average weight, average. Yep.
Yeah. Somebody says, what's my Snapchat again? It's harry.sisson02.
I am warning
Link in my bio if you just want a direct link. Christina, thank you for the $25 saying, Harry, you and Chris are on fire tonight. Thanks for speaking up for women. No matter what happens this election, I look forward to your future. Thank you so much, Christina.
Yeah, huge W's.
I appreciate you. Megan, that's very kind, Christina. Genuinely, I appreciate that. Megan, thank you for the $1. Thank you for speaking on abortion. I'm a pro-choice Catholic from Missouri and I'm currently publicly dragging. Shut the hell up.
Sorry, wait, Harry, I really need you. Crystal, thank you for being a sub. Chris, you look tall. Certainly significantly taller. Than Harry.
This is what you interrupted me for.
I was say like just because
my God, excuse me. I'm dragging the local churches who have been disseminating this information about our abortion amendment.
Broad shoulders. I
appreciate that, Megan. Thank you. Excuse me. This woman is fighting for abortion rights in Missouri, and you can't shut the hell up about some trivial garbage. Can you shut the hell up?
You know, that's the first time you've been right all night. I'll give you that.
Christina, thank you for another $25. You sent it to me twice. Well, I appreciate that. That's very kind. Two $25 donations. Thank you, Christina. Heidi, thank you for the blue heart and the $10 on Venmo. And Lee, thank you for the $15 for dealing with the people who the rest don't have patience to deal with. I'm raging at my phone, hoping Claiborne can hear me. Oh, God. I always think about the people on the other side of the screen who are like screaming at their phone, because when I listen to debates, I do that very same thing. I'm like, no, shut the fuck up. Anyway, Arceli, thank you for the $4. Love you, Harry. I appreciate you, Arceli. We appreciate you. You're very kind. Shout out to everybody for supporting on Venmo Cash App in the link in the bio. Snapchat in the link in the bio, TikTok right here, YouTube in the link in the bio, Twitter in the link in the bio, Instagram in the link in the bio.
Yeah. I certainly.
By the way, I'm taller than Chris.
No, it's look. If you look at my video on my phone of us like standing next to each other, we're like doing a little like dance. It wasn't a dance. It was just like a little.
Yeah,
like,
Chris followed my lead in that video. By the way.
Yeah, all right. But if you notice, like the reason I'm really not that much taller than Harry, but like broader shoulders, a little bit lengthier, longer limbs. Like Harry's just a very frail guy, kind of built like you ever seen like a McDonald's French fry? He's built just real small, kind of compact. Just built crazy. So yeah, no one could see that, bro. Good try though. Bro, it's on my page. You're not doing anything. You're not doing anything.
Sorry,
here.
What were you saying about being like taller, dude?
Buddy, it's clearer than day that I've got like at least an inch or two on you, which for you is
in
a lot.
that video. You think you have an inch on two of me?
Nope, at least.
Bro, look at the way this guy's built, bro.
We're gonna be in the same state. We're gonna be in the same state soon. And again,
Chris is built crazy, by the way. In person,
if you say if we agree that I was an inch taller than you, you would agree that's a lot.
No, actually, real talk.
For you, that's huge. That's a ton, right? Yeah, that's right. Yeah,
I know. For you, it's a ton. I mean,
right, champ. You're good, champ. Settle down,
consistently, Chris. No, you're good, bro. Consistently, Chris tells me,
what do I tell you?
I won't stoop to Chris's level. I just won't. I won't do it. I won't stoop to Chris's level. We're better than Chris, by the way. But listen, in all honesty, I'd say like, yeah, Chris probably has like an inch. He probably has like an inch. It's not like more than an inch, but probably like an inch. I'd say like that's fair.
I mean, that's the difference between like 5'8" and 6 foot. So.
What? Yeah, so this is maybe this is why you shouldn't listen to Chris, because he can't do math.
Yo,
so make sure to double tap the screen, boost those likes, drop the follow, all that good stuff.
We need help, bro.
Yo, what's up, bro? Hey, I got a question. You say you're a grown ass man. You're a grown ass man voting for a female. You're a bitch. How does it feel to be a bitch?
I think that you are really insecure and should go to therapy. Like
Me?
real talk. Like what do you do for work? What do you do for work?
Your fucking ass in real life.
Yeah, you're very small. You're very small,
dude, it's
insecure
1:30
man.
a.m. and you're threatening to fight people on the internet.
Yeah, you're very small, insecure man. You're very small, insecure man. You're very small and insecure.
You're a bitch.
You're very small and insecure. What woman rejected you and traumatized you for life? What happened there? What happened there? What women rejected you and traumatized you for life?
Does your wife
for a female?
Are you married?
Wait.
Are you married? Let me and Chris talk to her. Are you married? Let me and Chris talk to her. I want to talk to your wife.
Yo, JJ, you said you have a wife. Does she? Here's the more important question. Does she like you? Are you enjoyable to be around? I fucking highly doubt it.
Yeah. Hey, but you're a grown ass man voting for Kamala. How
Kamala?
Yeah. You know what? We appreciate competency and intelligence and knowledge and the ability to do the job. You appreciate men. See, you're voting for somebody that you resonate with. Really small, insecure men who have no fucking idea what they're talking about. Men who assault women. Yeah. You're such a man. Yeah, you're such a real man who stands up for people who assault women. Right? You're cool. You're a good guy. You're a coward. You hear me? Hear me loud and clear when I say that you're a coward. You're one of those cowardly. No, shut the hell up. I'm not done with you. You're one of those cowardly men out there who, when Donald Trump insults women, brags about assaulting women, says that women, makes fun of their weight, their age, their appearance, things of that nature. You are one of those cowardly men who can overlook that and pretend it doesn't happen and vote for somebody who thinks your wife is just a piece of meat. You're a freak. You're a weirdo. Grow the hell up and vote for people who actually know how to do the goddamn job. And also stop going on TikTok lives in the middle of the night and then challenging people to fights just to make your small little fragile damaged ego feel a little bit better, you freak.
This is why your wife doesn't like you, because you're sitting here, bro.
Your wife is asking you to, dude. Just your wife is asking for one thing and one thing only. She's asking you to wash the Trump body pillow. It smells really bad. It smells bad. She said, take the Trump body pillow out of the bed. Take it out of the bed at least. Stop putting it between us.
Hey, sorry, JJ, we can't hear you because your mic's so quiet. Listen, is your wife around? What's her contact information? Maybe Mary and I could chat with her. I mean, let me ask you this, bro. If like,
what's her name, bro?
Well, what's her name?
What's her name, bro?
What's her name? What's her number, man?
Are you okay?
I mean, you should be secure enough. You just tap for a minute. Sorry, we can't hear your question. We can't hear your question.
Yeah, nobody gives a damn. Sorry, bro. Nobody gives a damn about your question, bro.
For 2 hours.
Nobody gives a damn about your question. Nobody gives a damn about your question.
I promise you, JJ, nobody can hear you right now. Like
nobody cares about your question, bro. You know what? You know, Chris, keep talking your shit. I'll just keep muting him, bro.
Yeah, thanks, bro. Appreciate you. Yeah, JJ, bro. I mean, let's just calm down here, man. I mean, you've been here for like an hour, maybe 2, waiting in the box. You're just like, oh my god, I'm gonna get him this time, bro. It's 1:30 a.m. The Apple wife, you say, bro. She wants you to come to bed, man. Stop fighting with people. Look, let me be honest. Let me reason with you, JJ. Real talk, man. I'm sure deep down you're a good guy. It's okay to be insecure. It's okay to have problems. I agree with Harry. Therapy. Right? There's some cheap options. No one has to know. He's gone. No one has to know. But when listen, you have to do like genuinely. I hope you know this. When you do that in front of 4,000 people, like most people see it for what it is. And like if you're threatening people on the internet, yo, you a bitch, I'd beat your ass in real life. So it's like this, right? When you do that the way you did it, especially in this context, and you're screaming, you're yelling, and we don't know who you are. You start here, right? And it kind of starts to just get a little, I don't know where we should stop here. I mean, you can just kind of let me know here, but it gets just a little, it's a complicated thing. And look, champ, and right now when you hear that, when you see me do that, the reason I do this is because I know over the phone, like I can physically feel the steam, or you want to come up here and just tell me how just like, how just like great you are, right? How's that? You're a big man. It's okay. It's all right. Let it go. Listen, go home. Tell your wife, tell your friends. You're a good man. You're a big man. You're strong. You do amazing things. Go tell everybody. And when you say it, don't believe it. I promise. Let me have those conversations. Dude, people are so like, people on the internet, dude. I swear to God, like. Real talk, though, like what has to come across you to want to like literally hop on a live or DM someone like being like, if I see you in person, I'll beat your ass. I get those DMs all the time, bro. I just need to know like what goes through your head to like, that's crazy. You gotta have some. That's crazy, bro.
Yeah. I'll just like grow up, bro.
He said, please, I'm begging you, bro.
Trisha, thank you for the $1. Please ask him to turn his camera on. It would be a sight too scary to see. It would end the live. Banned for violating community guidelines.
Wow.
It's like...
Sorry.
Venmo Cash App in the link in the bio if you want to support the live. Chris, excuse me. Chris's Venmo and Cash App is the same as his TikTok username.
Really quickly.
Also, shut the hell up, Chris. Also, drop a follow here on TikTok if you haven't already. Follow Chris as well. He does lives as well and posts videos. Also, make sure to add me on Snapchat and follow me on Twitter, Instagram, YouTube. All of those links are in my bio. And Chris is on Snapchat, Christy Mowry. He's on Twitch, Christy Mowry. He's on Twitter, Christy Mowry. He's on Snapchat, Christy Mowry. He's on Snapchat. He's on Snapchat. He's on Snapchat. He's on Snapchat.
Perfect.
Anything...
I just want to say really quickly, Kylie, if you're still here, I know Kaylee, I'm sorry, it's been a minute, but I really, really appreciate this. $20 on Venmo. It's not something I take for granted. And I appreciate it so much. You said, from a conservative who appreciated your explanation on how the abortion policies are affecting women's health care. Thank you, Kaylee. I really, really, really appreciate you being here and listening. It means the world. Again, if you're still here, I'm sorry it took me a minute to read that. Thank you so much. Heidi, thank you so much for $10 on Venmo. Truly, that means the world. I don't take it for granted. You're the best. If you're down there, I want to make sure I'm following you. Leo, thank you so much for $15. You're incredible. For dealing with people the rest don't have the patience to deal with. I rage in my phone hoping Claiborne can hear me. Leo, I appreciate you being here. I do. Truly, from the bottom of my heart, it means a lot. You're the best. And again, if you're down there, I want to make sure I'm following you. And you can also DM me, make sure I'm following you. $5. Trisha, thank you so much for that outpatient program cost. Inpatient was straight up $1,000 a day. RIP. No, Trisha, I appreciate that so much. Actually, part of the reason I'm like super passionate about of Joe Biden just signed an executive order recently that wasn't really in the news much because of obviously the campaign about having healthcare providers take mental health essentially. Take mental health into account, I believe. I'm not sure about the specifics, into account as much as physical health in terms of insurance costs. Cause yeah, like part of what I advocate for is I got super lucky. Cause that shit, it's unbelievable how broken kind of that area is and how much we need to fund. I mean, out of pocket, 8 weeks, outpatient, that's I think it's like 9 a.m. to like 3 p.m., maybe 2:30. Out of pocket, it would have been like, I said this on the live once. It was somewhere around $32,000 or $33,000 for 8 weeks, right? And so, like, again, if you don't have insurance to cover that or good insurance, like, I'm super, super blessed. That's part of the reason I'm passionate. I got incredibly lucky. So I really appreciate you, Trisha, and proud of you for Inpatient. I know it's hard. If you're down there, I want to follow you. And lastly, Bren, $5 on Venmo. Chris, you ready for the Texas-Georgia game on Saturday? Hook. Love you, I mean it. You're the best, Brent. I'm ready. I'm cheering for Texas. I can't.
No,
I can't. I can't stand.
I know you hate Georgia, but Texas. Come on, man.
I mean, maybe at that point it does come down to like Georgia's in the SEC, but oh my fuck, they piss me off.
I know you don't like Georgia, but I feel like I don't want the Longhorns to go all the way, man. I don't want that.
I know.
Anyway, by the way, guys, Penn State's ranked number 3.
No one gives a fuck
in the nation.
Love you, Chris, but shut up. Yeah, I agree. Got to stop rambling. Here you go.
Number 3 in the nation, Penn State, by the way. Okay, Lynn, how are you? Sorry about that.
Hey, how are you?
I'm good.
So I just have a quick question and then I'm going to leave. This goes for both Trump and Kamala. Why would any citizen vote for any of the two when they are both sitting there arguing about who likes Israel more and funding a genocide that's killed over 40,000 Palestinian people?
I mean, I think that the answer on this is clear. I mean, Kamala Harris has taken a reasonable position on the matter, which is, we have to hold countries accountable, especially if they're using American weapons. And there has to be aid delivered, humanitarian aid especially. And at the end of the day, Kamala Harris wants some humanity here. Donald Trump said that Israel has to get the job done. His son-in-law has talked about how Gaza would be beautiful beachfront property, and essentially endorsed wiping Gaza off the face of the earth. And, Netanyahu is clearly working to get Donald Trump elected by rejecting any ceasefire talks, whether it be with Lebanon or Gaza or just generally. And so if Netanyahu is working to get somebody elected, you probably should vote for the person, if you care about this issue, that Netanyahu doesn't really want to be the next president. So,
but the thing is that she's still been funding, and the Biden administration has still been funding Israel the entire year that the war has been happening. They were still funding everything that was happening. It took up until maybe these recent months for them to be a bit nicer about it or more empathetic.
Yeah. So, and you can definitely disagree with that. There's no problem there. I understand. But the point is that we're thinking about the future here. And I'm sure that when you go to the ballot box, if you go to the ballot box this November, you're thinking about the future too. And it's kind of what future do you want? Is it a future where, there's actual possibility for Gaza when the American president is saying, hey, there needs to be ceasefire here. And we need to have a post-war plan for rebuilding Gaza and giving them the independence and sovereignty that they need? Or do you want somebody whose family members and people he would hire in his administration are talking about how they're going to build these high-rise buildings on the beach, right? It's what vision would you prefer? And you might still have disagreements with Kamala Harris, and those disagreements are probably good faith. But at the end of the day, there's two very clear and different visions here. They're not at all the same. And, aside from Gaza itself, Trump increased drone strikes 450% in the Middle East. Innocent Afghanistan deaths increased 330%. For fuck's sake, we just got a thingy. Innocent Afghanistan deaths increased 330% under Donald Trump in Afghanistan. So he has a history and a record of just going after innocent people in the Middle East. So I just think that's something to take into account.
I understand that. I agree that Kamala is definitely the better between the two, and I would vote for Kamala. But my only question is, how would you justify? I understand she's trying, and it's still better than Trump. But how would you justify that this has been happening? That 10,000 children have been dying.
When you say justified, like, are you saying trying to justify to a voter, or what are you talking about?
I mean, Kamala's still responsible partly for that. The whole Biden administration is. I'm speaking as a Lebanese who's currently in Lebanon while we are getting bombed from Israel.
Yeah, I think that like it's. I don't know if these questions are productive because I think this conflict and like the Middle East and the Middle East history are just so complex that it's hard to say. And like even like Israel and Lebanon right now are incredibly there's an intense history there. But I think answer your question in short is that like I don't think that we would justify any death of any innocent child to anybody.
All right, and that's definitely, but I understand your point of view. I just hope you could raise more awareness about it. It would be helpful.
Yeah, I mean, we can talk about this when it comes up for sure.
Yeah, and Lynn, I just want to say like I really appreciate you coming up here and please be safe.
Thank you, and thank you for educating others. I always watch your live, and
thank you.
You have very interesting things to say.
Thank you, and I
appreciate
that's it. Yes, thank you, Leonard. We appreciate you a lot.
Yeah, appreciate you. Stay safe, all right?
Thank you. Bye.
Thank you. All right, if you're MAGA, you're welcome to come up. Request on up. We'll bring you up and we'll talk.
Well, it's a tough place, man.
It is a tough place. It is a tough place. Harvest, thank you for the $5. I live in New Mexico, a non-swing blue state. My friend doesn't want to vote, even though it'd be for Harris, because he thinks it doesn't matter. Could you give me reasons to explain why it does matter, or is he right? No, it definitely matters. Remember, you have elections up and down the ballot. So it's not only the presidential, which, yeah, New Mexico is typically more blue. You still got to get out there and vote. It's not blue just magically. It's blue because people actually go out and vote. So you got to go out there and vote, make your voice heard. But also there are races down the ballot. You have a representative in Congress. You have a senator, I think, that's running for re-election in New Mexico. You have state Senate, state House, local elections. All of this really, really matters. Your vote matters. And some of these races in 2020 and 2022 were decided by tens of votes, especially local. And local is kind of where the change starts. So just keep that in mind. I think that's the reason why you, your friend, and everybody should vote. Ria, thank you for the $10. Thank you for spending time helping people understand politics. Ray, thank you so much, Ray. I appreciate you for being here. It's very kind for you being here as well. Yeah. All right. If you're MAGA, let me know in the chat. I'll bring you up.
Also, really quickly, that first person, I also want to say, everything Harry said, plus the fact that, the DNC and the RNC watch these things, right? So being in Georgia, we were a red state forever. But when the DNC, when we start to get the voter information, oh wow, there's a potential for Georgia to be a purple state. We're going to start flooding money for things like the infrastructure, right? There's a ton of Kamala Harris campaign offices here that do a lot of elaborate stuff around knocking doors, planning just the general infrastructure run a campaign and elections is it takes a lot of resources and is also very expensive. And so when we notice those things, then they're willing to flood the money there to do that and flip a state. And so again, you get complacent, Republicans in Georgia, things got complacent, and all of a sudden, Democrats flooded money here, and we realized wow, Democrats really got a lot of energy here. We can get people out to vote. And now we voted for Biden in 2020. So yeah, it's important for the long term too. And it doesn't take long. Make a day out of it. Check your registration at vote.org and I don't know, go treat yourself. Maybe you've been putting off buying something shopping, and you're you know what, I'll treat myself. I'll go vote and I don't know, pick up that shirt I wanted, or get a bagel, or see a friend, or do whatever.
Okay, Chris, just take my suggestion. It's no problem. That's literally what I've been saying to people.
I've actually never heard Harry say that. That's what's funny.
Bro, he's literally stole that. But I mean, like, Chris is right. Go make a day of it.
I normally, I don't remember last time I was wrong, honestly.
Yeah. All right, man. Venmo Cash App in the link in the bio if you want to support the live. Loretta, Chris is really talkative tonight. No. No, it's good, bro. I'm just saying that to piss you off. Venmo Cash App link in the bio if you want to support the live. Also, drop a follow if you haven't already. Double tap the screen. Oh, we're almost at 1 million likes. So yeah, keep double tapping the screen. We're almost there. And what else? Oh yeah, add on Snapchat, follow on TikTok, YouTube, Twitter, Instagram. All those links are in my bio. Chris's Snapchat is LeBron James fan 101. He made it when he's young, couldn't change it. So if you want to add LeBron James fan 101, that's Chris. I'm just joking. It's Christy Mowry. Don't go adding LeBron James fan 101. It's probably like a 15-year-old guy. All right. Anyway, man. All right, man. Why are you MAGA?
Well, I'm not, to be honest. I'm not. But I'm not a Kamala Harris fan.
We're only really looking for Trump supporters to debate on that.
Well, yeah, but the thing is, Harris is worse than Donald Trump, and we can agree. Because even Joe Biden doesn't support her. Like, he's openly against.
Yeah, you have a good rest of your night.
Oh, man. Oh, man. That was really fucking funny. That was really funny.
Chris, are you going to come to New York City for Trump's Madison Square Garden New York City rally?
Oh, when is that?
It's like the 27th or something. Everybody, it would be such a shame if everybody reserved tickets and then didn't show up.
Can you wipe that stupid fucking look off your face, please?
Bro, when I see you in person this week.
What, bro? What are you going to do? You going to fight me? All right.
Yeah.
All right.
Yeah.
You good luck with that, bro.
Yeah, you'll be all right, bro.
Mm-hmm.
Where's this guy? I was trying to bring him up. Amos Harry is inciting violence. Be quiet.
That's right.
Be quiet.
Hola, me llamo Chris. Voy a la playa con mis amigos y yo bebo cerveza.
Yo, Amos, Moose, whatever your name is, I keep inviting you. You are not coming up. The invite is out. Hey, Marco. Oh, dude, this guy is like, I just looked at his profile picture, bro. How old are you, bro?
18.
What year were you born?
2006.
Yeah, you'd be all right.
Wait, I'm sorry. Somebody literally sent a whole ass tweet of a screenshot of both of us in live. Hey, at Harry J. Sisson, approve my live request, you coward.
What's your username?
On Twitter, it's JC, part-time employee, with a picture of Aaron Donald running across.
Can you send me the tweet?
Yeah.
Yeah, I'll bring this guy up.
Bro, what the hell? Some people are so weird, bro.
Y'all be strange. MJ, what's up? Why are you MAGA?
Hey, how's it going? I'm not MAGA, by the way.
Why'd you say you're MAGA?
I didn't. I just said I'm voting for Trump, but that doesn't mean I'm MAGA.
You said you're what?
Not everybody that's voting for Trump is MAGA, just so you know.
Okay. So what's the definition of MAGA? Like, what does that mean?
So
Yeah, what is the definition of MAGA? Good question.
Well, normally the definition of MAGA is like anyone who votes for Trump.
Yeah, when we ask you if you're MAGA, we're asking you.
Okay, so what's your definition of MAGA?
When we ask you if you're MAGA, we're asking if you're voting for Trump.
MAGA is someone that's.
Okay, can you shut that? Can you all be quiet for 5 seconds? When we're asking you, are you MAGA? It's like a short way of asking, are you voting for Donald Trump? So you could have just said, yeah, you're MAGA, because Donald Trump is MAGA. He classifies himself as MAGA, and you're voting for the guy who's MAGA. Okay.
What
So
is
why are you
MAGA?
voting for Donald Trump?
Why? Because he's definitely the better fit for our country.
Okay, how?
In every way possible.
How?
First of all, he's a businessman and he knows how to negotiate with psycho people that are trying to start wars.
Really?
Yeah.
So is that why he went bankrupt 6 times and committed a bunch of business fraud? Is that what like really good businessmen do? I don't recall like Jeff Bezos or Bill Gates doing shit like that.
All rich people commit business fraud.
Wait, I don't recall like Jeff Bezos or Bill Gates doing shit like that.
You don't know that.
Do you have any evidence of the contrary?
No, do you have evidence
Okay,
that
great.
he's done it?
What, that Donald Trump does? Yes, we do have evidence. Yeah.
Where's the evidence?
He was found liable in court for doing it
Why isn't he in jail then?
because it was a civil case.
How come he's not in trouble and he's able to run for president still?
Because there's nothing in the Constitution that says you're disqualified from running for the presidency if you're found liable or guilty of fraud.
If he was truly guilty, he would not be able to be a free man and be able to run businesses and
So
everything
it was a
else.
civil. It was a civil case, and as part of the penalties for the civil cases, he can't operate businesses in New York for a certain amount of time. So that is literally in place right now. What you just described is happening right now. And again, there's nothing barring him from running for the presidency.
So let me ask you, why do you hate Trump so much?
Oh, because he assaults women, commits crimes, tries to overturn elections he didn't win, insults women, berates them for their appearance, their age, their weight, passed really terrible policy, mishandled the pandemic, and has been indicted in multiple different jurisdictions.
And tried to overturn an election he didn't win with evidence he didn't win it.
Oh.
Do
Typical.
you take issue with anything of that I just said or Chris just said?
As a woman, as amazing as that is, no, I don't feel any way like that about him.
So you're okay with him being found liable of assaulting a woman? You just don't care?
Who did he assault?
E. Jean Carroll.
Who?
Yeah.
Never
So
heard
that
of
just
it.
yeah, exactly. Of course you haven't heard of it because you're so far up Donald Trump's ass that you don't even care about the things he does. He assaults women, is found liable for assaulting that woman, gets found liable for defamation, found liable for defamation again. He goes out and assaults that woman again, and you still don't care. You still do not do enough research to realize that the guy you're voting for was found liable for assaulting a woman.
I've never seen anything about that.
Of course, you want me to show you the court documents? You want me to show you an article on it?
I would love that.
Have you never heard the name E. Jean Carroll?
Nope. I've only heard of Stormy Daniels, and that was
so
actually
so
false.
the problem with voting for a president when the bar is so low in the ground, you start mixing up court cases, right? So he's a convicted felon, and that relates to like paying Stormy Daniels hush money. But what Harry's referring to is by a jury of ordinary Americans being found liable for sexually abusing a woman named E. Jean Carroll. Then he was found liable for defaming that woman twice because he went on his own social media site and spammed at like 3 a.m. about how she was ugly and disgusting. And then, just like 2 weeks ago, he was bragging about how, he would never sexually abuse women. He talked about some other story because somebody else accused him of sexual abuse. And he said, quote, I wouldn't have, to be honest, they're going to say this is terrible, but I wouldn't have done that because, quote, she wouldn't have been the chosen one. Unquote.
Are you talking about the chick in the lingerie store?
It's E. Jean Carroll. So do me a favor. Can you read the second line for us right there?
Mr. Trump sexually abused Miss Carroll.
And what did the jury select?
Oh, well, that's from the jury. That doesn't mean he did it.
All right, champ.
Juries are fucking stupid all the time. They
So any case that
Look at
happens
O.J.
against Donald
Simpson.
Trump, any case against Donald Trump of which he's found liable or guilty, it's automatically fake, right? Then the jury's rigged. If Joe Biden was found guilty of something, would you say
the court systems are very corrupt.
If you said if Joe Biden was found guilty of something, would you say that the jury is rigged against him?
He probably is guilty of a lot of things that he's going down for pretty soon.
It's really interesting law.
He will.
Really quickly. It's really interesting. It's really interesting. Sorry, Harry.
No, I'm not angry at you. I'm angry at this.
I know. I just want to say,
Very
logically,
nice
it's
woman.
really interesting how
I am very nice, actually.
Yeah, so it's really interesting how the human brain works because you say you literally admit multiple times you've never heard of it. You don't know anything about the case.
I didn't know her name. I just knew about the lies that he did that to her. The dress she was wearing wasn't even a lie.
You admit multiple times you don't know anything about the case. Harry shows you the verdict form, and you're immediately like, "Oh, it's probably wrong. It's probably bullshit." Can I finish? Most human beings, Can I finish? Most human beings living in reality would be like, oh, I didn't know that. Harry would show you the verdict form and you'd be like, okay, wait, I don't really know. Let me do some more research. That's what most normal functioning, let me finish. You literally admitted you didn't. That's what most normal functioning humans would do, right? But instead, because it's Trump, you're like, oh, juries could be wrong. Do you even know any of the evidence about it? What about what he said about it after and like defamed her or saying like he wouldn't have sexually abused another woman because, quote, she wouldn't have been the chosen one, unquote. I mean, those are not horrible things to say. He's on audio bragging about it in the Hollywood Access tape, saying, quote, when you're this rich and famous, you don't have to wait. You can just start kissing. I mean, he's literally admitting to sexual abuse on audio.
Do you guys have a little back and forth, or should I just wait here and listen while you dogpile on one person?
Just shut the hell up because this guy keeps coming back to the lives and getting dog shit on every single time. So continue, Ninja. You can just sit there quietly.
Do you really seriously believe that he went and had sex with a chick in a store? Like, you really believe
Do
that?
I think that Donald Trump assaulted a woman? Yes. But because, by the way, it's not SEX, which I can't say. It's not SEX. It's RAPE.
Okay. Yeah. 'cause
Yeah.
He has,
Why is
he
that?
has
That's what that
women
is.
flocking
It's
all
not. It's
over
not
him. Look at his
intercourse.
wife.
It's assault.
You think he really needs to do that?
Wait,
Like,
MJ,
use
that's
your
like
head.
hold on. That's a fundamental misunderstanding of why people commit crimes. Like, what do you mean? Do you think he needs to do that? What? Let me ask you this: Bernie Madoff ran the largest Ponzi scheme of all time for 20 years. 10 years in, he was super rich, super wealthy, and could have stopped, but he didn't. Everyone always asks why. He said, "Cause I was addicted." Right? Fucking Dahmer. Dahmer had a good life objectively. Why did he do the things he did? I don't know. Human fucking psychology.
He's a freak.
Why people sexually abuse women has nothing to do about how many women they could get. It's about power, control. They're insecure, right? So that point that you just made, completely mute.
Do you think his wife would truly stay married to him and not just take
His wife
money?
hates him. I don't know. When's the last time you saw his wife on the When's the last time he saw his wife on the campaign trail? Well, how do I know? Probably because he's had multiple children, multiple different women, and was found as a convicted felon because he paid Stormy Daniels hush money to be quiet about their relationship.
Yeah, my God. Have you seen the videos of like Donald Trump trying to grab Melania's Trump hand and she just like shrugs away? She's like, no, don't do that.
Yeah, this dude's cheated on his wife like multiple times, and also the Stormy Daniels thing you're referring to again. That like in a court setting, that bears literally zero weight, like no weight at all. No one cares if she signed a letter. The reality is, like, and we're more than happy to walk you through this case. He was found convicted on this because, again, like the Trump campaign or the Trump defense could not show any reasonable doubt about like why this check was written. It was obviously written to Stormy Daniels. We have a picture of the check.
Well, she's admitted that she lied and made all that up. So
Yeah, it's just not true. She testified under oath in New York City like 4-ish months ago about how the affair happened.
Nice.
You guys just love to hate Trump. It's cute.
No, we love to like dislike bad people. There are Republicans out there that Chris and I do not dislike. That we like, yeah, we might fundamentally disagree with them on policy, but we can recognize that they just have a different vision for this country than we do. We just have the same goal. Donald Trump's entire goal is power. It's control. It's making his life better, not your life better. So when we see somebody like that trying to get into the presidency, and he does all these terrible things, including committing crimes, and people like yourself are just saying, "Oh, I don't care. I'm going to vote for him anyway."
You think
It is
Kamala's
frustrating.
not committing crimes? You think Waltz
What
is not committing
crime?
crimes?
What crime? What crime?
Oh, just wait. You'll find out.
What evidence of a crime? What evidence?
Pretty soon, they're going down for human trafficking and for.
Oh my God, we have a
My
literal
fucking
QAnon
God.
freak in here.
Yeah, we have a
Holy
QAnon
shit.
freak in here.
Yo,
Shoes
MJ,
have ditties. Shoes have
MJ, can you do me a
ditties. Don't
favor?
worry, you'll find out.
All right, yeah, don't worry.
So
we'll
just to be
find-
clear, like Trump was best friends with Jeffrey fucking Epstein, flew on his
No, he
plane
wasn't.
7 goddamn times. There are
He was
call
not
logs we
best
have
friends
between
with
them.
him.
Donald Trump in a New Yorker interview commented on how Jeffrey Epstein loves to have good time and he loves young women, especially maybe more than he does. And you're silent on possible crimes that might have taken place. But then with Kamala Harris, with literally zero proof, you say that she's engaging in human trafficking and it's going to come out soon. And it's this.
Yo, wait, Harry, can
Go
you
outside.
Harry, can you make me a big screen really quick, bro?
Yeah, I can make you go. Oh,
Appreciate
yeah,
you.
yeah. Look at
So
this.
again, like I would like you to find. I would like
You
you to
guys
find.
are all going to be so.
So I would like you to find just really quickly. I would like you to find like the photos
Oh, they're
here.
in a picture together.
Oh,
Oh, my
wait,
God.
no, don't worry.
Oh, no, don't worry. Don't worry.
Don't worry.
No way. They're
Don't
in
worry.
pictures together.
There's
No
a lot
way.
of these
Hold on,
pictures
hold on.
together. Right?
No
again,
way.
it's-
Rich people
dude,
hanging out together? No way.
You're in a cult, I think.
Oh my God.
Hold on,
you guys
hold on,
are
hold
so
on, hold on.
blind.
Can I ask you a question just really quickly? Like, I'm just actually just really quickly, just to derail this conversation just for 2 seconds.
Wait. Can I read her a
Ask
quote
away.
quickly?
Yeah, Harry, as you find that quote, can you name a single piece of Trump legislation he passed through Congress through 4 years?
What?
Can you name a piece of legislation Donald Trump passed through Congress?
I don't know.
All right, Jim. All right. Yep.
Holy
Hell yeah.
shit, man.
Hell yeah.
Hold on,
Love
hold
that.
on, hold on.
Nice.
Hold on.
Nice.
So here's a
I know
quote
he
that Donald.
stopped
Wait.
wars,
And
and
MJ,
he
just
will
be
definitely
quiet. I
make us
promise
not
nobody
go to
needs to hear
World
what you're
War
saying
III.
right now. I promise nobody needs to hear what you're saying. So in 2002, Donald Trump did an interview with New York Magazine and was quoted as calling Epstein a terrific guy, saying, quote, "I've known Jeff for 15 years. Terrific guy. He's a lot of fun to be with. It is even said he likes beautiful women as much as I do. And many of them are on the younger side. No doubt about it. Jeffrey enjoys his social life."
Okay. How is that bothersome?
Dude, you are so.
How is that bothersome?
How if Biden had anything, if Biden or Kamala Harris had anything close,
you mean the child sniffer?
Anything,
No.
if they had anything close to that quote, you would be losing your mind. But the
They
guy
say they say and do worse shit
so
than that.
I want you to be really honest with yourself right now. You don't have to try to defend us. Be really honest. When you hear that quote, when you see the pictures, Jeffrey Epstein was trafficking children. Well, you think it's
He
fine?
says everybody's terrific, beautiful, fabulous. He's fake. He's fake. He's a fucking salesperson.
Has your family cut you off yet?
I don't have family. Thanks.
That, well, there you go, Chris. Your question has been answered.
I don't have family. I'm an orphan.
So that means the family has been cut off. Yeah. Uh-huh.
No, I don't have anybody. I just have me, myself.
So wait,
and I.
just out of curiosity, if Kamala Harris commented on how how P Diddy is great and how he's like a terrific guy, what would you say to that?
His dick. Oh, come on.
Whoa, what the fuck?
Get real with yourself.
What would you say to that?
Be a fucking hooker.
Wait, I'm asking you a simple question. If Kamala Harris said something like along those lines about P Diddy, what would you say?
She probably has. It's just not publicized.
Maybe. What
Not
if she
yet.
did? What would be your reaction to if she said something like that?
Just wait. It'll all come out soon.
Okay, great. I'm asking you a
Diddy's
simple
talking
question.
right
I'm
now.
asking you a simple question. This is not rocket science. It's not quantum physics.
I don't
It's
have
really
to answer
easy.
your questions. There's no.
Okay, then you
law
can leave if you don't want to
to.
engage in conversation. But if you want to engage in conversations, you're gonna answer some
Oh,
questions
I'm
here.
gonna abide by
So-
your rules. Oh,
Yes, actually, it's my
typical
live.
Democrat.
So if Kamala Harris said something like that,
That's
kind of a strange thing to say.
Controlling Democrats, love it. How old are you anyway? What are you, like 19? You know everything.
I'm trying to slide.
22.
Y'all trying to slide?
Trying to slide. Yo,
You're a baby. You don't know shit yet.
Yo, MJ, I just want to be clear. I just want to be clear through
Yeah,
this
I
whole
know that people
conversation.
who hang out with
Hold on,
traffickers are
hold on.
bad people.
Hold on. Well, and I'm 22. He's 22. Remind me again. Can you name a single piece of Trump legislation he passed through Congress?
Off the top of my head, I don't know.
Right. And we know nothing. Right. We know nothing. Can you
And
tell
we know
me really
nothing, right.
quickly?
We're too young
can you,
to know anything,
Can you
right.
tell me? Can you tell me
Why
Trump's?
don't you tell me one then if you know
Yeah,
everything?
so perfect.
not our
Let's go.
goddamn
I'm
job.
glad you asked.
So we will.
MJ and Moose, you guys are going to be quiet until we finish because you asked. So, Harry, let's go back and forth on, again, the Biden-Harris administration passed more fiscal legislation than probably any administration in really like 3 to 5 decades, right? So let's talk about it. So I'm going to start with very classic, the American Rescue Plan, $1.7 trillion, invested a lot of money into businesses, last round of stimulus checks, a lot of money into local governments. Go ahead.
The bipartisan Safer Communities Act, first piece of major gun legislation in 30 years, invested more money in background checks, mental health in schools, red flag laws. Also added like 15,000 new mental health professionals to school around the country, which might sound like a little bit, but it's around a 30% increase on the existing mental health professionals in schools around the country.
That's great. And actually, fun fact about that, because of that bill, they started the first ever Office of Gun Violence Prevention in the White House. Kamala Harris was the director. She used federal funding to go around the country and teach people how to store firearms safely. I'm going to go with the bipartisan infrastructure bill. It was the largest investment in infrastructure in America since Eisenhower. Roughly $1.3 trillion. If you look up, almost every single state has requested money and gotten money from the federal government. A lot of states, I'm in Georgia, are doing their biggest infrastructure projects ever. A lot of states have already completed infrastructure projects because we have some of the worst rated infrastructure just generally in the developed world. And finally, we're doing this $9.8 billion for high-speed rail, creating a ton of jobs and again, just helping our economy generally be more efficient.
Yeah, that bill also includes $350 billion for new roads and bridges over 5 years. Pretty impressive shit. Also, clean water for everybody, removing lead pipes. That's especially helping people in Appalachia, the people that J.D. Vance claims to care about so much. I'm going to go with the CHIPS and Science Act. There's a manufacturing boom happening right now in the United States. I can show you graphs from the treasury.gov if you'd like. But right now, there's more private investment in manufacturing than there was under the Trump administration by far. It's not even close. These little chips we have on our phone, typically we import them from countries in Asia, primarily Taiwan. But the United States says, hey, these chips are the manufacturing of the future. Maybe we should be the leading manufacturer of this on the world stage. Right now, we account for 0% of the world's chips. By 2030, it's projected that because of this law, we'll account for 20% of the chips made in the entire world. That sounds like a Biden win to me.
One of my favorites. In fact, you're giving businesses tax cuts to create these manufacturing facilities. We have massive manufacturing plants going up in places like Ohio, Pennsylvania. Local residents have talked about how much it's helped them, especially getting jobs because someone has to build a manufacturing plant. So again, investing in business, I love it. I'm going to go with
I'm going to go with the PACT Act. In fact, MJ was going to claim to the above that Donald Trump cares about our veterans. Again, she couldn't name the piece of legislation that Donald Trump passed that was a massive expansion of veterans health care because it doesn't exist. Joe Biden passed the PACT Act. 1.2 million veterans signed up in the first year. This gives veterans health care for things like toxic substances. A lot of veterans in Iraq, for example, got things like cancer from toxic burn pits. This gives them access to healthcare. Also, first responders. You talk about things like on 9/11, ingesting a lot of really terrible things, fumes into your body. You can get healthcare for those things. And actually, a lot of that bill was Joe Biden's own son served in Iraq, came back and died from brain cancer because of the fumes in Iraq. So this bill was really special for him. And again, like a massive expansion of veterans healthcare that we haven't seen in a while.
Yeah, Beau Biden, Chris, knows something about service. Donald Trump dodged the draft 5 times.
That's right.
Claiming bone spurs. Coward. That's what we call Donald Trump in this household. I'm going to go with the Inflation Reduction Act, which is the largest investment in fighting climate change in world history, not just American history and world history. Invest in the renewable energy sector, which is one of the fastest growing sectors in the United States, creating a lot of jobs, good paying jobs with great benefits. And it also helps protect our environment, keeps our air clean, our rivers clean as well, which keeps us all healthier. But that bill didn't just stop at climate change. It wasn't just that. It also reduced healthcare costs dramatically. Insulin, $35 a month capped for seniors on Medicare. Inhalers capped at $35 a month. Starting in 2025, out-of-pocket expenses for seniors for prescription drugs capped at $2,000 a year. Medicare is now allowed to negotiate private drug prices to lower those prices. They've already announced like 10 new drugs of which they're negotiating to get those prices down for your average American families who rely on this medication. And now, because of this law and because of work that the Biden administration has done, more Americans have health insurance than ever before. So that sounds pretty good to me.
No, I love it. And MJ and other Trump supporters will claim that like Trump was the first one to cap Medicare, all this stuff. Wrong, right? Trump signed an executive order that was different, would have only capped insulin for federally funded health centers. The administrative cost was too high and never even went into effect because he signed it so late. Biden essentially massively expanded that. And now, like Harry said, we're almost at 20 drugs that are capped. My grandmother, who is voting for Trump, got her COVID antiviral for free. Instead of $1,200, I've talked about how she's a lot older, so that was very important to me. We're talking about saving Americans money for the first time ever. They also pressured Eli Lilly, private companies, to lower their out-of-pocket insulin costs by up to 70 and 80%. And that bill is roughly $300 billion-ish dollars. Don't quote me on that. I think 280 or 300 billion for climate change efforts. But in total, the Biden administration has invested just around $1 trillion with a T in climate change efforts, the most in human history. You have businesses on the West Coast pumping CO2 10,000 feet underground, where it turns into a half liquid, half solid. Those are things that we have been studying for decades. You have companies right now trying to create carbon capture devices to capture carbon out of the air. And again, these are like creating a lot of jobs. And when climate change is inevitably like a huge economic sector, it's jobs that young people can get. The American Climate Corps is something that Joe Biden started. Young people can sign up right now, get paid a minimum of $15 up to $22 an hour to go do climate related projects. Go to American Climate Corps, I believe, .gov. Don't quote me on that, but if you look up American Climate Corps, young people are already starting to be hired from these economic sectors. Harry, we've been through, let's see, we got American Rescue Plan, PACT Act, CHIPS Act,
Inflation Reduction Act, American Rescue Plan,
American Rescue Plan, infrastructure,
Bipartisan Safer Communities Act.
The
Bipartisan
I have more. That's 7. That's
I have
7.
more.
Hold on,
let me go.
Okay, go ahead. I'll give you
How
two.
about restarting the Cancer Moonshot program, a program that Donald Trump entirely ignored? This program looks to reduce cancer deaths by 50% in the coming years. One of the main killers when it comes to cancer is lack of screenings. There are people with a lot of people get cancer out there. If it's caught early, especially some things like skin cancer, it's caught early with screenings and basic health care. You can catch it, get rid of it, and live a healthy life. But a lot of people in underserved communities don't have access to those screenings. And so now not only are we investing more in research and therapeutics, but we're also investing in expanding those screenings to communities that haven't had access to them. That's pretty great. What about the Marriage Equality Act? Codifying a gay marriage and interracial marriage into federal law, because you know what? the Supreme Court judges who Donald Trump just loves, the conservatives, such as Clarence Thomas, who, by the way, he said he wants to model the next judges he would appoint as president after Clarence Thomas, threw into question the protection of gay couples and interracial couples during their overturning of Roe v. Wade, which has killed many women now because they deprive women of reproductive rights. So Biden and the Democrats got together, passed this law to protect the right to gay marriage, interracial marriage, and things like that. And we could talk for hours, genuinely hours about what the Biden administration has done. And you couldn't name a single fucking thing.
And I just want to wrap up with this. The Biden administration, and I will always contest that the reason we recovered from COVID so quickly, because objectively we had the fastest recovery from COVID in the world, one of the lowest unemployment rates, one of the lower inflation rates in the world, but also not even accounting for COVID. Taking COVID out of the equation, the Biden administration, because of a lot of these bills that are economic, because they invest in the American people. Without COVID, Biden's GDP grew faster than Donald Trump's. He added more jobs than Donald Trump's, again, without COVID at play. The American economy, objectively, is the strongest in the world. Everybody is still in recovery mode right now, but this year, we're on track to double. Our GDP growth is going to double the next nation behind us. Last year, our GDP growth was by far the fastest in the world. The stock market this year, today, I believe, was the 44th all-time high for the S&P 500 and things like the Dow Jones. Again, unemployment is 2.5%. Inflation is falling. The American dollar is objectively the strongest it's been in a long time. I know conservatives will make up a bunch of stuff about how, I don't know, all this fear-mongering nonsense because Trump just lies all the time. But again, the U.S. dollar is being used in more payments around the world than ever. You look at things like, and prices are finally falling. Gas prices right now, the average cost for a gallon of gas is about the equivalent in relation to the average income as it was in 2017 and 18. And again, let me finish. Thank you. A lot of this thanks to the Biden administration. The last thing I'll say before we go to MJ, who couldn't name a single piece of Trump policy, which again, it's almost impossible to keep up with everything we just said because it's like one of the most productive administrations ever. During hold on, let me finish. During the most divided time in American history, and Donald Trump had a Republican House and Senate his first 2 years. He had a less divided Congress, still didn't get as much done. And we didn't even talk about overseas. The Biden administration objectively accomplishing one of the most challenging logistical feats. There will be movies written about this in human history, getting every single Western country, our allies together, and NATO to do things like support Ukraine. When Donald Trump wants to pull out of those things, you're alienating us on a world stage. Our allies hate us. You're hurting us economically. You're hurting our security around the world. It cannot be overstated how difficult it is logistically to get all of those countries together and to be sending support to Ukraine. So, MJ.
Why do you feel that we should be supporting Ukraine?
Well, it's just interesting. Like,
the fact that that's your fucking response from all of that is insane. And we can talk about why we should be supporting Ukraine.
Why do you feel that women should have the right to have abortion?
Why can't you name a single piece of Trump legislation he passed through Congress if you're voting for?
I'm talking about real life situations.
No, so are we. So are we. So again, all the people who got jobs from when Harry talked about the CHIPS Act, they're manufacturing in Ohio, right? Those are real people with real results. All the people Harry talked about who got their insulin capped and now aren't spending a ridiculous amount of money, that's real people. My grandma, who is voting for Trump, who would have spent $1,200 on a pill. My mom asked the pharmacist $1,200. She didn't buy it. My grandma's a high-risk COVID patient. She could have lost her goddamn life. And it saved her life because it was $0 inflationary time. They're cutting cable because they don't have enough money, but that meant a lot to her, right? So these are real people. Don't fucking pull that shit with me. Can you name a Trump policy, Trump piece of legislation for his first term, or what he's going to do for a second term? If you can't, you should go research it before you vote for someone you know nothing about.
First of all, my state is an electoral state, so I'm not even fucking voting for a president. I'm voting for local. Second of all, I'm libertarian. I'm on both sides of the puzzle here. I am not for either party. I think both parties are fucked up in their own ways. Third of all, why do you feel that it's like a necessity for us to support other countries when we're failing in our own?
Let me,
answer that for me.
Yeah. You know why? Because partnerships and allies matter. Right? Having allies around the world allows the United States to be strong. If we just ignored all of our allies and said, only the United States matters, none of you matter, only us, we wouldn't have allies. We wouldn't have allies who are there to back us up. NATO, really strong global alliance, the most successful in world history. The only time that Article 5 has been invoked, which is an attack on what is an attack on all, is the United States after 9/11. And all of our NATO allies came to our aid and supported us. We wouldn't be able to do that if we just told all of our allies to kick rocks. So allies matter. But when it comes to funding things like Ukraine, there is no net negative to funding Ukraine. Talk about it from a foreign policy
Russia
perspective.
hates us. Yeah, that's a big negative. You want Putin on
I'm
your
sorry.
side
I thought Russia loved us before. I was so under the impression that Russia. Oh my God, Putin
Until
doesn't like
we
us. Oh
funded
no.
Ukraine
Yeah, I
against
hope Russia doesn't
Russia.
fucking
You
like
think
us.
that was a
Now
good
listen, hey,
move?
listen up, because I don't think you could point to Ukraine on a map. Should we test that theory?
I will.
Yeah, why don't we test that theory? Listen, hey, come back here. Listen up. From a foreign policy perspective, we have been trying to combat Russia for years, especially since the end of the Cold War. We have spent trillions of dollars combating Russia, not only in Europe, but also the Middle East, for example, Africa, for example. And now, through Ukraine, we're investing in an ally so our pro-democracy ally can remain sovereign and its own country, and an anti-democracy enemy doesn't invade them and become more powerful. And by investing in Ukraine, a pro-democracy ally, they've taken out 50% of Russia's original army. 50%. We, the United States, were able to get that done without a single American dying. It is like one of the single best foreign policy investments that we have ever made. It's one of the best investments we've ever made. Now, that's just a foreign policy perspective. Protecting our allies is great. Russia not getting stronger and getting... Bro, she got kicked for community guidelines violations.
Oh, man.
Oh, bro. Let me finish this really quickly. Russia getting stronger, bad. Ukraine staying sovereign, good. And then come back to the United States. Why is it good from an American perspective? Well, we're only sending Ukraine old weapons and then some humanitarian aid and things of that nature. And then we're using new money to invest in American weapons, American companies to build them for us to refill our reserves so we have the best of the best. So not only are we getting better weapons and supporting an ally and weakening Russia, but we're also investing in American companies, improving our economy. What's the net negative? There is none. Slava Ukraine.
That's right. And lastly, I want to point out all these people who say all these things. If I asked her, do you support lowering our military budget? Guarantee the answer is no. Again, all of our military budget is appropriated at the beginning of the year. So last year we spent 5 to 6% of our total military budget on Ukraine. Most of it actually just was spent in America. Again, a lot of old weaponry. If Ukraine didn't exist, it did not exist, we would still spend that money on our military somewhere else. It's all appropriated at the beginning of the year. We will not spend $1 less. Maybe we'll spend more. Again, it's like a fundamental misunderstanding of how our government works. Also, Moose, you've been waiting here patiently for a long time. So let's Harry, do you think you
no, bro, we talked to this guy when we were in Detroit, bro. He sucks.
Well, do you think you could make me big screen real quick?
Yeah, go ahead.
All right. Listen, man. Listen, I got a blank map here. Can you tell me where Ukraine is on this map? Listen,
Are you talking to me?
Yeah, I'm talking to you.
Yeah,
I'm gonna start with my finger right here.
I can't even really see it in the small screen.
It's the big screen, bro. Point to Ukraine on the map. Come on.
Let's like.
I'm on the small screen. You're on the small screen right now, correct?
Okay, bro. It's just a map, right? Could you give me like a general like direction? Like maybe if I start my finger like right around this area down here, can you just tell me where I should go? Up, down, left, right? What SpongeBob said? What did he say? He said west. Should I move west?
I think you'd be moving to your left, but dude, I can't even fucking see that.
Wait. So this would be my
Let me
left.
try again. Let me try again. Maybe you can't see it. Let me put Chris big screen one more time. Okay, Chris, come here.
Hold on. Let me hold on here. Hold on. Let me here. I'll enlarge the map. There you go. Can
you see it better now?
The map. You know where? Hold on. Give me like 2 seconds. Ready? Watch this, buddy. Watch this, Jim. All right. Go. All right. So we've enlarged the map now. So all you have to do, again, we started here. You said move left. Oh, is that still what we want to do, left?
No, I wanted you. I think it's the one in between those two where you're going. You got to go in between. You're going too far down.
So it's like right here.
Down. Somewhere around there, isn't it?
So this is Ukraine.
I can't really honestly see. It's too fucking small. It's being honest with you.
Okay. All right.
I do know that Ukraine has ports, okay? So it has like water entry there.
Right.
Chris, can you show me the country that he pointed to again?
Just one more time. Hold on, Harry. I got you. So again, just one more time. Has ports, has water. So we're going with here.
No, I don't know, somewhere around there. I can't see.
All right, somewhere around there. So I just want to. We're going to go back to study mode. That's Italy.
Fucking Italy.
That's Italy, and you're moving left. So we're talking about France, and
Switzerland,
Spain.
and like Czechia.
This is Ukraine. Over here. Right. So we're in a whole nother.
Dude, I still can't fucking see what you're doing right there at all.
All right, bro. You know, guys, we don't get. I just want to be clear.
Did I
everyone
just
says
say-
it.
did
We're
I
not
just-
up here. We're not up here. A lot of
Did I
people
just
mention.
say that it has coastline?
We say name a piece. We say name a piece.
Did
of
I just say that
Hold
it
on.
has coastline?
Yeah. Yeah. Okay.
Was that correct or incorrect?
Hold on. Can I speak really quick?
You've been speaking for a fucking half an hour, but sure, you're the co-host. Go ahead. Keep going.
All right, bro. Yeah, so a lot of people tell us on live that like we're mean and rude, arrogant. We want to talk. Oh, sorry. We want to talk down to people. Never our goal. I think we get frustrated when people, I don't know, come up here and say we're stupid and are mean, but also just be like generally. We're not asking anyone to be experts. Harry and I are fucking loser nerds. No offense, Harry, but we're both loser nerds who pay attention to politics like 24 hours a day, right? It's not healthy. I'm not asking you to be that. Like a lot of people in here are supportive. I'm not saying you're great. I'm not great at geography, right? I've fucking been embarrassed in geography before. That's not what I'm asking. What I'm asking is that like people up here who are like very staunch in their views do not take even a single step to be educated in what they're talking about, right? So like, again, I'm no fucking, Harry has grilled me on fucking things like history before, right? My years are off. I've gotten embarrassed. I'm not asking you, I'm not saying anyone's stupid. I'm saying if you're going to come up here and get all angry at me and said I'm paid by the DNC and do all this stuff, and then when I ask you to point to Ukraine on a map and you point to fucking Italy, that's
Who
going
the
to piss
fuck
me
are you talking to right now? The chat or me? As I haven't even spoken to you yet.
Yeah, we've spoken to you. We spoke to you when Chris and I were in Detroit, and you were super annoying.
We've had a chance to speak. I can't even speak right now. You just talked about policies for 15 minutes straight.
Oh, no.
Did you learn something?
Sure. I listen to you guys. What's the problem?
Oh, no problem. I'm just making sure you know how great Biden is.
Yeah, Biden's so great. They kicked his ass out, threw him to the curb, even though you thought he was fit to run another 4 years.
Well, he definitely would be fit to run another 4 years.
He is fit to run another 4 years.
To be honest with you, I would have picked him over Harris for sure, 100%.
Why is that? You don't like black women?
I mean, that's debatable, actually. But
Wow. Whoa, what the fuck does that mean?
what?
What the fuck does that mean?
I mean, haven't you been following Candace Owens saying that Beryl, her grandma, could have no way?
Hey,
wait a minute!
Moose,
Don't
Moose,
interrupt
Moose.
me.
You have a good night, bro. You have a good night,
Don't
champ.
interrupt me. This is factual.
Yeah,
You have a good
one,
night,
right?
bro. You have a good one.
You have a good one.
I like Joe Biden. Harry and I like Joe Biden a lot. Don't come up here and say some shit like that. Don't say some shit.
You miss me with some shit
Again,
like
like
that.
everyone talks about like, oh, why division in the United States exploded like after Barack Obama because people can't stand black people. People can't stand women in this instance as well. So whatever. You have a good one, bro. He said, I said, do you not like black women? He said, debatable, bro. Don't come back here, bro. Don't come back here. Don't come back here, bro. Don't come back here.
Dude, if we
Somebody
if
in
we
the chat.
lose, like we're actually so fucking cooked as a country.
I know. I
don't
know.
think like I know Trump support. I know these freaks come up here. They're uninformed. They have no idea why we're cooked. But if you have like a basic understanding of just like and I truly mean like basic. Like I'm really not talking about like fucking political science major, history major, masters, and any of this stuff. Like if you have like a basic understanding of politics and like world history, man, you can tell, man.
By the way, somebody in the comments said, Chris, the American Climate Corps information. Yes, again, young people can sign up for climate-related jobs right now through the Biden administration. That would be acc.gov/join, or you can literally look up American Climate Corps. And it's like one of the first links you can hit join. Again, look, I'll just show you really quickly. I literally like, again, we're thank you. We're acc.gov/join. I live in Atlanta, Georgia. So look, I just looked. This is an internship that's paying $21 an hour. Again, these are like climate related projects. These are helping the environment. $21 an hour in Atlanta. And then we got another one. I think those might be the two same thing, maybe different locations or different term lengths. But again, you guys should check it out. It's really cool stuff.
Yeah, and also they come with like really great benefits. A lot of your travel is covered. Even some instances, if you have to like relocate, some of your housing will be covered. So it's really great. It's really great. So if you want to work in in climate related jobs and not only make some good money, get some good benefits, but also help save the world, save the country. By all means.
Exactly. Like this one in Atlanta is a full-time 16-week paid internship, $21 an hour, where 20 crew members under close supervision receive on-the-job training in fire suppression and prevention, assist with fuel management, fire suppression, such as fire line construction and backfiring, move dirt, chop brush, or small trees to build fire line using hand tools. Like, again, you're learning like a lot about the environment and
Chris,
like
can you say the website one more time just for someone in the chat?
That's going to be AC. Let me hold on. Let me make sure that like if you go to this part of the way, hold on. Okay, yes. If you go to acc.gov, that is A as in alpha, C as in Chris, C as in Chris, .gov. Don't leave me like that. acc.gov.
C as in Chris.
You're going to get a website that says your climate career starts here. Join the American Climate Corps. And you just hit explore opportunities. Again, this was all through the Biden administration. Yeah, cool stuff. See, as in Christ, I'm okay. That too.
Yeah. Sam, thank you for the $1. Harry, I love you, but it's Appalachia, not Appalachia. Appreciate the correction.
Dude is so mad.
What, bro? I'm saying I genuinely appreciate it. Jasmine, thank you for the $3. Me, a biracial black woman. Yeah, the eyes emoji. I mean, seriously.
What?
No, that's like she was responding to the guy who was just,
Oh. Really quickly, Callie, thank you so much for $5. It means so much on Venmo. Truly, I never take that for granted. I never pick the bear with you and Harry around. Thanks for sticking up to women. Callie, we love you. We appreciate you a lot. You're truly incredible. And again, I don't take that stuff for granted. It means the absolute world. We love you all. Killer, $1. Sorry I can't send more. I had a house fire. Lost a lot. Oh my goodness. I am so sorry. Also, this lady thinks Hurricane Helene was man-made. Oh my! Please follow my new account. My main was banned. I'll follow your new account. Please don't feel pressured to send. Again, if you're, it's okay. Like you're supportive just because you're here. I'm really sorry to hear that. Again, I'll follow your new account if you need anything. Killer, we love you. We appreciate you. Thank you guys so much, everybody. And lastly, Elise, thank you so much for 50 cents. I appreciate you so much. Not much. Please don't, just you being supportive. It means the world. But as someone who's going to become certified in identifying mental health crises, helping educate people on it, I want to say thank you for being so open about your mental health. Not easy to talk about, but needs more recognition, lots of love. Elise, from the bottom of my heart, I want to follow you down there. Thank you for what you're doing because it saves lives. Seriously, it saves lives. And it's really... But... Oh,
yeah. So what's up, Jesus? Yo, this has been a really entertaining. You guys are killing it right now.
I hear you, Chris. Yeah, thanks, man. Are you good, Chris?
Who's Chris? Oh yeah, your little boy. Stace. Hello.
Yeah, we can hear you.
All right, cool, man. This has been a pretty gnarly conversation. You guys are really killing it, man. Like Jesus.
Thanks, man.
You seem like a little nervous though. Like, are you thinking that like maybe Trump might just kind of like barge his way in here? Like that poor last girl, you guys just kind of like insulted. It was really kind of crazy. Like you guys always preach about how Trump's like this rapist, meanie, libel, blah blah blah. But you're pretty fucking rude to women all the time, man.
Yeah. So I just want to be clear.
Did you not just see us chew out that last guy? We don't discriminate. If you're a stupid Trump supporter, you're a stupid Trump supporter.
Oh, of course, yeah.
And like I think like it's gonna get really frustrating when like you're coming up here being like condescending. You're telling us to like all this crazy stuff. You're saying you're literally engaging in QAnon level conspiracy theories that I want to point out have gotten real people killed in the United States. And when like we ask you for a Trump policy, you can't name one. So again, that's going to frustrate us really quickly. By the way, just because I was echoing.
Like the Abraham Accords, or like what?
Let me finish, Jeff, really quickly. 50 cents from Elise. Again, thank you so much, and I really appreciate what you're doing.
Can you shut the fuck up for 5 seconds? Thank you. I appreciate it.
I've been hearing like I finally got on. I've been listening to you guys for like 3 fucking hours. Like,
can you just shut the fuck up for 5 seconds so Chris can do this, please? Thank you so much. I appreciate it.
Chris, go for it, right?
All right. Thank you again to everybody who's like here being willing to support us. Like we never take it for granted. It means the world. Again, Elise, someone who's going into identifying mental health crises. Again, it saves lives. And I appreciate you so much. If you're down there, I want to follow you. You're the best. Trisha, thank you so much for $1. Your IG and on TikTok, and your TikTok information. I will follow you. I appreciate you so much. $33,000 for outpatient. I know, right? We need better mental health opportunities in this country. I really appreciate you being so supportive. It means the world, guys. Thank you so much. I really appreciate you. Go ahead, Jeff.
Jeff, what countries were involved in the Abraham Accords?
You know what? I have absolutely no idea, but I guess there was just a coalition that was sort of surrounding Israel to kind of like make sure that they seemed protected, you know. And it seems
Why did you just cite the Abraham Accords as an accomplishment for Donald Trump if you don't know what it did?
Like, I figured I would just like throw out like, you know, the little bit I do know about policy and stuff like that. Is I've been watching Kamala for the last, I don't know, week or so on her little.
But just to be clear, you don't know what the Abraham Accords do, right?
No, I don't exactly. Yair, can you please clear that up for me, just so I know?
Wait, why would you cite it if you don't know what it does?
Well, I just knew that it was there to protect Israel, like a coalition of different countries, right? To sort of surround them and protect them.
I mean, it was kind of normalizing relations that were already existing.
Okay, so like I'm still learning, you know. So
what were you saying about Kamala?
Oh no, I was just wondering, like, you know, like on her press tour this week, I just really didn't hear a whole lot about like policy from her, and like, I'm just wondering, like, what's gonna happen? Like, do you actually really like her? Come on, man.
Yes.
Really?
Yes. Do you actually like Donald Trump?
Of course. What's not to like?
I don't know, the assaulting of women, the committing of crimes, the business fraud, the indictments, the bullying, the insulting, you know.
Man, bullying. Like, haven't you guys just been like bullying everybody for the last like 3 hours on this shit?
No, I mean, people come up here and then they say that we're paid and we're this and we're that. And they spread conspiracy theories about Kamala, or they say rude things about women. So when you do that, you get what you give.
Well,
just to be clear, like, somebody doesn't come up here and doesn't speak at all, and we're just like, hey, screw you, buddy. If somebody comes up here and says really insane, really rude things about any group of people, or about Kamala Harris or Joe Biden, then, as I mentioned, they get what they give.
No, that's absolutely fair. Actually, I will say this. Like, there was this one person that actually did come on, probably, I don't know, a few minutes ago or whatever. And the first thing he said was like, I want to beat the shit out of you. I want to fight. Like, see, that kind of shit. I can't stand for that either. You know what I mean? Even as like a Trump supporter, and like, you guys see a lot of things that like bother me too, but like, to come on here and just start like, you know, threatening you guys and wanting to fight and shit, I'm not really down with that. The thing is, I just like, you guys are obviously, you know, very well educated, very smart. In fact, my girlfriend and I, like, we, you know, we have this kind of up and down relationship with you, especially, Harry. Like, we, laugh at a lot of your shit. A lot of shit's pretty funny. Like, I had to laugh when you were on Piers a few times. Just stick to your guns, you know what I mean? Although you were a little bit afraid of Tyrus that one time, which I thought was pretty funny.
I was afraid of Tyrus? That guy's that's not scary at all. I think he's like a really nice guy, actually, even though I disagree with him.
Oh, okay, cool. Yeah, I thought he was like, yeah, it's just kind of funny how they get looked. You know, I'm not saying anything bad. I like Tyrus a lot. I actually enjoyed that piece of television. I actually really enjoyed it.
He's an interesting guy, for sure.
Yeah, and you know what? And I will say this to you too, Harry. Listen, I'll give respect where respect is due. Okay? Do I agree with, I don't know, anything you say? Do you really fucking make me mad a lot of the time? Fuck yes, you do. But you know what? You're good at what you do. I will give you that. Okay?
Thank you. I appreciate that.
So here on the other hand, yes, I am a Trump supporter, massive Trump fan. Very, very much so hoping that he does get into office in 3 weeks. But I have to ask you guys, all right? This is a serious question.
Sure.
If he does, for whatever reason, sneak in there, you know, make it in there and, you know, regain that White House, which he does deserve to have, what are you guys going to do after that?
Still politics.
It's like this, like, just like keep going, but like, man, this whole fuck Trump parade thing is like, Jesus, man, like, this is like, it must get like exhausting, like, dude, you can't think of one good thing that Trump does, like, ever.
No. To be clear, like, there are some things that the Trump administration did the first time that were good, right? So like Operation Warp Speed, right? Accelerating the production of the COVID-19 vaccine, 100%. No problem there. Happy with that. But in terms of like, when we're looking at the totality of the Trump administration, it was awful, like, genuinely. And you don't have to take my word for this. There was a survey of a bunch of different presidential historians and experts on, you know, presidents in history. Okay. And it's full of Democrats, Republicans, Independents. It has like everybody, right? So Joe Biden, his term hasn't finished, but he was listed in like the top 15 or something because of all the legislation we mentioned that you heard us just talking about a moment ago. Barack Obama was listed decently high because of things like the Affordable Care Act, you know, the Iran nuclear deal, things of that nature. Trump was listed in the bottom 3.
Oh, that's great. Yeah, okay.
The reason why is that
bias? Is that sort of like a biased, like, you know, grouping of things there?
No, it was historians of Democrats, Republicans, and Independents. This was not a bunch of Democrats just getting together being like, yeah, we hate Trump. These are presidential historians. Actually, I think he was last. Yeah, somebody said he was last. Yeah, he was last. Or in some surveys have him in the bottom 3 when it comes to how how good of a president he was. Because when we say he was terrible, it's not just because we just hate Donald Trump. He was genuinely, objectively a bad president.
Okay. Well, opinions are what they are. But can I ask you a very simple question? Actually, not a simple question. I'm very curious about this. The Iranian nuclear deal. I'm trying to make sense of that in my head, like forever. Like I don't really get it. Like so, why did Biden start funding the Iranians once again as soon as Trump left office and all that? Didn't Trump have them basically bankrupted or something along those lines?
Yeah, so the Iranian nuclear deal was great. It essentially was this agreement with Iran that we would lift certain sanctions on them if they would agree to the Iranian nuclear deal and would agree to a cap on the amount of uranium that they could enrich every single year, which prevents them from getting a nuclear weapon. And they would allow for UN investigators to come in, look at their facilities, survey whatever they need to make sure that they're not secretly enriching uranium. Right?
Okay.
So denuclearization is great. Now, of course, Iran needed something in return, and that is lifting of sanctions. And so that's what the Obama administration did with the deal. That's what a bunch of other countries agreed to. Great Britain, being part of the Iranian nuclear deal, agreed to it as well. And so good deal. Then Donald Trump came in and said, I truly believe that he didn't have a reason for getting out of it. He just wanted to spite Obama. And he just said, you know what, screw Obama. I'm going to pull out of the Iranian nuclear deal so he doesn't have this as his legacy, with no thought process about how that could hurt the United States. And now Iran is closer to a nuclear weapon than ever before. That's based on U.S. intelligence.
Yeah, no, I understand because Biden went back into it and gave him $6 billion right off the top or something like that.
So the Iranian nuclear deal has not been renewed. And also President Biden and his administration didn't give any money to Iran. The Biden administration has lifted some sanctions on Iran. Most of them were deemed illegal by the International Criminal Court because you can't put sanctions on things like medicine and things of that nature, which keep people alive. And a lot of these people were struggling to get medicine into Iran. And I think that we can agree that the Iranian government sucks. The Ayatollah is insane, but that innocent children in Iran who need insulin shouldn't be dying. Because of the United States.
I think that's where we can all kind of meet halfway on this. You know what I mean? Like that's not a partisan thing. That's the thing where you're just kind of worried about why are we even kind of dealing with these crazy sons of bitches? You know what I mean? So I just don't understand why are we even entertaining shit like that when we really just could be shutting that down and just making sure that we're strong and we're safe and all that. You know what I mean? Because it kind of looks like right now I know I hate to say it, but if Trump doesn't get back in, don't you think that we're kind of on the brink of World War III?
No, not at all. The relationship between countries is really complex. We can't just be we're just going to starve Iran and just and hope that they don't get strong. Because at the end of the day, if we have a bunch of really strong sanctions on Iran and our Western allies do as well, they are just going to turn to their allies, those being Russia and China, who are very happy to step up and get more influence in the Middle East to hurt the United States. So we have to have a balance here. We have to balance our goals of hindering Iran without pushing them too far to the hands and the hugs of Russia and China. And also we have to comply with international law, which means we can't put sanctions on children's medicine, right?
Okay, yeah, that makes sense. That makes a lot of sense, actually. And
I also quickly just want to point out, sorry, Jeff, I also just quickly want to point out that,
I'm here to learn and all that. You guys know what you're fucking talking about, so okay.
Not only is this incredibly complex, obviously foreign policy is complex. Yeah, I would argue even. And Harry probably has a better understanding of foreign policy than I do, but it's hard. But also, unlike Biden or Harris or really anyone in American history, most of Trump's handpicked aides around foreign policy said he was not competent, said he was very scary. His handpicked a chairman of the Joint Chiefs, General Mark Milley, who served in the military since 1980. That's one of the highest positions you can hold in government. We recently learned about a quote where he called Donald Trump a quote, fascist at heart. He also talked extensively about how Donald Trump had no concept of foreign policy and really was just didn't know what he was doing and was interested at one point in bombing I think Iran just to stay in power. He was super terrified. You have his first secretary of defense. His first secretary of defense saying that Donald Trump is the first president in my lifetime who's not trying to unite the American people. Also, not endorsing him. 40 of his 44 cabinet members are not endorsing him. His second Secretary of Defense, quote, I think he's unfit for office. He puts himself before the country. His first Secretary of State, quote, Donald Trump's understanding of global events, his understanding of global history, his understanding of U.S. history was really limited. His second Chief of Staff, a person that has nothing but contempt for our democratic institutions, our Constitution, and the rule of law. His third National Security Advisor, who traveled with him to meet people like Putin and talked extensively about how for the first, he's not even voting for Kamala Harris, but he's traveled with multiple presidents to like G7 summits. And he said for the first time ever, he was scared to let a president alone in a room with allies or adversaries or Putin because he'd accidentally give up national security information. He said, quote, I believe foreign leaders think Donald Trump is a laughing fool. And these quotes just go on and on and on. So like,
People can say that.
What's up?
But when people would say that, that's neither like really here nor there. But like at the same time, it's just like I think he developed a lot of very good, strong relationships with a lot of other world leaders that otherwise probably wouldn't. Well, Donald Trump, did he not? Did he not?
Yeah, but like, what world leaders are you saying that he developed relationships with?
Jeff, really quickly, do you live in America?
I do not actually. So I know about a fascist fucking country, you know.
So you're not eligible to vote in the 2024 elections.
My mom's from Oakland, but no, I'm not actually eligible to vote at this point in time.
Yeah.
But I'm very fascinated by, American politics. It's what I really actually love. I love actually everything about politics, and I don't think that really should matter, you know. Either way, all I was actually saying is our strong relationships between foreign leaders with a president who can't actually talk to these people. Why is that a bad thing? Like with Kim Jong-un, I believe that Barack Obama couldn't even get him on the phone, right? Whereas Trump and him were able to, find some common ground.
Send love letters, as they'd put it. Yeah. Exactly.
That's fine. So I'm sure I think that Trump actually showed him a spreadsheet where they were able to. I think Trump tried to actually kind of liberate North Korea in a way, saying that with South Korea, those are his people. How do you?
Sorry, Jeff, your Wi-Fi got really bad, man. Sorry, there was like we describe it as the red bars of death. Your wife and Chris just left. What the hell's going on? Maybe the Wi-Fi just glitched. He just got like really laggy for me. I don't know what happened. But Jeff, if you're listening, man, sorry, your Wi-Fi just got really bad. I don't know what happened in the background, but something happened. But anyway,
TikTok is like breaking. So
yeah,
like
TikTok just has like a crazy.
For some reason, like every like 15 minutes, it's like huge echo will come in. So like everyone's talking over each other. Like it's like glitching really fast. I have to just leave. But anyway, I mean, regardless, I do want to say I love everybody in here. All the support, the fact that it's 2:40 on the East Coast and there's 4.6 thousand people listening to Harry, and at one point points at me, like, again, it's something that neither of us take for granted. You guys are incredible. You should go check out Harry's most recent YouTube video and follow him on Snapchat. It's harry.sisson02 on Snapchat. I'm going to call it for myself.
As am I. I'm calling him.
Yep, because it's a long day. You guys should go get some rest. All I want to say, final thoughts, Harry and I, it's possible we'll link again this week, maybe in-person debates, Harry and I versus other people. You never know. If you maybe just, I'm going to leave it there. You never know.
Maybe, listen, should we drop a hint as to what possible state, or maybe like a region, a geographic region, or maybe we just keep it secret. Maybe we keep it secret.
Maybe we keep it secret for now. I don't know. I got to think through it.
We'll talk. Yeah, we'll talk. We have time.
Yeah, but yeah, I mean, it'll be YouTube, Twitch, Twitter again. I think it's going to be super cool. So, last thing I want to say, again, I appreciate all of you here. I appreciate you. And please, everybody, take care of yourself. There's 21 days left. I know you know the spiel about vote.org, getting friends registered to vote, but also take care of yourself.
Please.
Life is a difficult thing. And I want you to know that I'm proud of you. Your friends and your family love you, and even if it doesn't feel like it's okay, it's going to be okay. And the last piece of advice I'll give you, respectfully, is when you get off this live and you go scroll, don't compare yourself to other people on this app. Okay, don't. It will fuck with your head. The saying is, comparison is the thief of joy. And when you scroll and scroll and scroll, I know I sound like the mom or the dad, and you hate to hear it, but truly, you're sitting there and you're like, why can't I be this? Why can't I be this cool? Why can't I just be friends with this person? As somebody who engages on TikTok, flat out, it's all fake as fuck. All right, everybody has their own problems. Everybody deals with shit. I'm gonna fucking go upstairs. None of my laundry's done. I'm a goddamn fucking mess half the time. I don't eat well. Blah blah. Like as in you're not like, oh, why is everyone doing great and I'm horrible? No, wrong. This app, the algorithm, fuck you up. Don't let it do that. I'm proud of you and I love you. We're all human.
Yeah, and I hope you know that you're doing a lot better than you give yourself credit for.
That's right. All right. I'll let you be. Thanks, Harry. I appreciate you.
All right, Chris. We will talk soon. All right, man?
All right, talk
Appreciate
soon.
it. All right, ladies, gents, boys, and girls, everybody in between. That's going to wrap it up for the live tonight. Solid 4 hours. As I've said, we're going to try to do a live every single night until the election. There are days of travel, which might make that hard, but understand that if I'm not live, there are plenty of amazing people live, and we're out here doing work. We're not slacking off or anything like that. I know you guys feel the same way. So listen, we're like 21 days now into the election. 3 weeks from now, me, I can't even think about this, man. It's going to make me puke, dude. It's seriously going to make me puke. You, me, all of us are going to be sitting here together and we'll be talking about it. All right. And we'll be here together. Just understand that, if you're feeling alone right now, you're thinking like, God, I'm so stressed about this, man. It's so hard to fathom. Just trust me. You got an ally and a friend here. You got a friend with Chris. You got a friend with all these people. At the end of the day, we understand that we're like, we're on TikTok live, we're streaming, but also understand that we're just like you. We're like average dudes who are watching this, and we are fucking terrified as well. We're in the same boat. So no, you're not alone. I'm with you. So listen, I'm going to leave the live there. Make sure to drop a follow on TikTok as we get closer to the election. We're going to be covering all of the major important stories. And of course, we'll be doing lives. Also follow on Snapchat, Instagram, Twitter, YouTube. Snapchat has really become like a very kind of like personal platform where we kind of do day by day stuff. And so like when I travel, I'll be bringing like my Snap primarily along with me. So if that interests you, definitely go check out the Snapchat. It's harry.sisson02 on Snap. And of course, I post on TikTok every single day. I'll be following the stuff as well. So if I follow on TikTok, and of course, YouTube, Instagram, and Twitter, platforms I post on every single day. So it'd mean a lot to me if you go support on all of those platforms. But aside from that, I got some people. Will you follow V on Snap? You're damn right I'll follow V. Are you kidding me? Is that even a question? Listen, do me a favor, ladies and gents. Carbon Says is live right now. He's a great streamer. Needs some love. His name is Carbon, Karbon, Says, Says. He's doing debates right now. I need you to do me a favor. I need you to go raid Carbon Says. Maybe Killer in the chat or a mod can pin his username. He's live right now. Oh, also, sorry, Killer. I don't mean to ask you too much. Could you pin Carbon's live and my Snapchat username? It's just Carbon Says and harry.sisson02 is on Snap. So, maybe a mod or something can do that. Here, look there's Bren. That's who I want you to raid. So that's good enough. Carbon Says is live. Karbon Says, Says. He is on live right now. I need you to go raid him. That's his username. Hold on one sec. It's going to come back in just a second. It's just a second. We're going to get... And then Brent has harry.sisson02 on Snap. That's my Snapchat username. If you want to go follow on Snap and all that good stuff. But again, Carbon Says, it's spelled Karbon Says. Karbon Says. He's doing lives right now. Go raid Carbon. Go tell him that we sent you. Say Harry raid, Harry raid, Harry raid. Let him know that we sent you. Here's Carbon Says username as well. Go over there. Let him know. Let him know. Let him know. Say Harry raid. Fill the chat with Harry raid. Let him know that we sent you. Let him know that we appreciate the work that he's doing, along with all the others amazing people who are debating every single day, trying to convince people to do that as well. All right. Listen, ladies, gents, boys, and girls, I appreciate you. I appreciate everything you do for me, everything you do for Chris, everything. Do you have YouTube? I do. It's in the link in my bio. All of my social medias are in my link in my bio. But aside from all that, I appreciate you. I appreciate everything you do. I appreciate everything you do for me. And I hope you have an amazing rest of your night and have a great day, whatever you're doing tomorrow, work, school, whatever it might be. And we'll go from there. All right. Thanks, everybody. We will talk soon. I appreciate you. Have a good rest of your night. And all right. Bye, everybody.
Selamat asmikan di etalase nomor berapa? Coba kalian bisa komen aja di bawah ya.